There's no time.
The time is
13
o'clock.
Hey, everybody. Tom's like looking over there.
The cat.
Oh yeah, she's sleeping in the chair.
Yeah.
Did something happen with the camera? Why is this camera like all?
Yeah, it needs to go a little bit more over your way.
Yeah, this like that.
It's not the whole camera. It's just the lens.
Pookie must be coming in here and fucking around.
No, rotate
I'm not
it.
looking.
Rotate it.
What are you talking about?
Rotate it. Yeah.
It's fine.
Okay.
That's what
Right.
I always use.
Okay.
I always use Spock's shoulder as a guide.
Yeah.
So that's how I do it. But like I said, I haven't touched it, so there we go.
We already got a super chat.
Thank you very much, Jeffy Arendt, for the super chat. Yeah. I also wanted to give a shout out to Trey, who sent us a PayPal donation today. Who actually, he's like, he used to be on Patreon, but he's been having trouble with it, so he's been sending me PayPal donations instead, which is very, very nice. And anyone else that wants to do that, to join Patreon or give me a PayPal donation, would be much appreciated. 13 Zach says, love the hairdo, Jen. Thank you very much. I was just saying, like, before the thing, because I recorded a couple of videos. Oh, bless you, sweetie. She's sneezing. Because we recorded a couple of videos earlier today, and I was wearing my red wig, and then I was like, when I was doing the show, I'm like, I was gonna put it back on, and I was like, man, my head kind of hurts. I don't really want to wear it.
It's hot. I'm gonna turn a fan on.
That's just you, man.
I understand how you can do it.
Because it's cold in here.
It's fucking hot.
It's cold in here. I mean, I'm the one that's in here all day. It's cold in here, I'm telling you.
It's hot.
And that's the way I like it, you know what I mean? That's the way
I just run harder than you do. It's like, I'm aging in dog years.
I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it is.
Oh, I'm fucking constantly hot.
Yeah. See, I'm not. I mean, I am if it's like, it's now, I will say, like I said, in the bedroom, it's kind of hot in there. Like, not hot, but it's kind of like a little bit stuffy in there. In here, it's like always cold. Which, like I said, that's why I usually wear like little jackets and stuff. Kanavatsan says, never heard of these dudes. Who are they? Some PT Barnum Bailey fanboys. No, these guys are actually... Now, the thing
Grave
about
robbers,
it... Well,
body sellers,
technically, it's weird because they're always associated with grave robbing. But as far as I know, they never actually robbed any graves. They just went straight to the middleman. It's like, let's just make some bodies.
Make bodies.
Like, you know what I mean? Because they were serial killers.
They were body
essentially.
sellers.
Yeah, body sellers back in the old days. Now, the thing about it, I kind of feel like... Because Tom's like, didn't we do a show about them already? I don't think we did a whole dedicated show to them. I think we brought them up or we talked about them a little bit a long time ago when we did a show about...
Scotland, maybe?
Buried Alive.
Buried Alive?
We did a show called Buried Alive.
Okay.
And I was kind of talking because I'd read a book about it and I was like really into... like the people that they would put like cages and all the shit that like, bells and stuff like that so keep people from getting buried alive, like all the cool like gadgets they came up with. So I think that we brought them up on that show. Now that I'm thinking, because we've done a couple shows about like creepy Scotland, but I think that we did one on Greyfriars Kirkyard, which was like a paranormal poltergeist kind of shit, and then we did one about like hauntings, like Overton Bridge, like where the dogs jump off and stuff like that. We've done one like that, but I don't think we've done like a whole Burke and Hare show. Okay. But we have brought them up before on like other shows, so that's kind of where.
All right, I want to thank you guys for fucking super chats so early on. We haven't really been fucking pushing the super chats too much. We know that fucking it's a hard time for everybody, fucking the economy's not doing too good, and fucking just getting hit with so many fucking expenses and shit. The other day I was gonna go out and get a damn lawnmower, but I had a change of plans. I could probably make an online purchase a little bit better. I'm going to get one of those fucking... So I got nearly an acre here, and spending $100, $200 a month to have this place fucking mowed. I'm going to buy my own fucking ride-on lawnmower. See?
Towns be out there on the lawn.
Yeah, because I found out that you can get one on a 36-month payment plan, so it would be less. You know what I mean? Monthly.
Yeah, I mean,
and then after a couple years, you know what I mean, I wouldn't have to pay anything. The thing is now, it's got to figure out which one to get. I think I'm going to get that fucking Husqvarna V-Twin 750 one. It's got like that Briggs and Stratton V-Twin in there. That's a fucking pretty good engine. And be able to do this whole thing. Got headlights on it, so I can mow this place at fucking night, so I don't have to be out there in the damn sun.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Like, as long as it's not super late, so people will be bitching,
Right.
but it's like...
Probably be about $100 a month just to pay for that, maybe. No, probably it'd be more. No, it wouldn't. Probably about $100-something bucks. So it'd be cheaper than hiring the lawn crew.
Yeah.
You know,
'Cause
I'll
the
put a
lawn
down
crew-
payment on it. You know,
Yeah.
maybe put $300-400 down on it, but you know, y'all will pay for it.
You're so cheeky.
Yeah, y'all
He's so
pay for it.
shameless. I was gonna ask you if you were gonna hang any truck nuts on the thing.
Yeah, I might have them bitches dragging in the ground.
You should
Two
put some
rubber
truck
fucking
nuts on
testicles. Rubber testicles on the back of that shit. We call them truck nuts. I have them on a fucking rope, bouncing off the damn lawn.
Boing, boing, boing.
Yeah, boing, boing, boing. Yeah, that's when I'm
Bouncy
riding.
testicles.
Yeah, I'll drink and mow at the same time and everything.
Don't drink and mow.
Hell yeah. Everybody else does it.
That's true.
Everybody else does it. Drink and mow. You're riding on it.
Well, I mean,
It's not going fast.
The thing about it was that at our old house, one, the yard was much smaller,
Yeah.
and two, we didn't own the house; we rented it, so we just
Yeah.
paid extra on the rent, like for
their
the
service.
homeowners, like to pay
Yeah.
for the service to come. But now that like we own the house and the yard is like
big.
massive,
Yeah.
and we'll probably get in trouble again because we do have an HOA, although they're
Yeah.
not as strict as they were at the old place.
Yeah.
But you do get in trouble if you don't mow your grass.
That lawn
obviously.
hasn't been really regularly watered probably in years, and now that I got that fucking that watery system fucking rocking and rolling and all up to snuff, because it kept breaking because they hadn't done anything with it forever, and they just let the damn yard die. Now that it's getting water, those damn seed sprout things are fucking coming up like crazy. The grass is getting thicker and thicker and thicker. So in the summertime, it's gonna have to be mowed every week, probably every week.
Yeah,
keep
I
it
mean,
down.
well, they at our old house they used to come every week,
Yeah, it's gonna be
like
every
and
week.
at least do the grass, and then I think like
Yeah.
every few weeks they would
So
trim the
I
hedges.
started adding it up, man, and fucking that's $100 a week.
That's a
You
lot.
can't, yeah.
Jesus
I can't go out there and
Christ.
keep them things beaten down with a fucking electric weed whacker. And I'm definitely not gonna have a fucking push mower. This is nearly an acre, and it's not all flat. It's got fucking
It's
valleys
all
and ravines.
humped and hilly. And,
Yeah. So
yeah, this is a big lot. It's
I
like
just gotta do
corner.
it.
It's like I think it's 3/4 of an acre, a little
Yeah.
bit more than that. So it's it's really big.
I get something decent for maybe about 2,500. So that's not that bad.
I just put it on a payment plan.
Yeah, get it on
Yeah.
that payment plan.
That's what he was doing yesterday. He was
Yeah.
like going out there, and then he was like, he was gonna go look at mowers, and then he was just kind of like, well, wait a minute, maybe I should just like order the shit.
Order the shit online, get it like buying a car almost, and just fucking getting that shit financed, so I don't have to fucking, you know what I mean, struggle out there with a fucking $300 lawnmower, you know,
Yeah,
because we're gonna be here for a while, so I might as well have the damn equipment.
that's true.
I thought I would just get like a $300 one, and then use that to kind of keep it under control, and then hire the crew to come in here. But it just doesn't make any fucking economic sense. The way to do it is to buy the equipment and finance it, and I just got to do it. But you know, man's work is never done.
Nobody's work is ever done.
No. Some of them
Mine
ride-ons,
isn't either.
some of them ride-on mowers, you could put a fucking roof on it. You could like an accessory. You know what I mean? So you
Yeah.
have some cover. Probably wouldn't work, but.
I mean, because that's the thing. If I were you, as long as it's not like super late, like especially during the summertime,
Do
you
shit at
probably
night.
want to do it at night.
Yeah, it's
like
got headlights.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's not past what is it, 10 p.m. Like
Yeah.
I think that's when
Do it at
notice
sundown.
plates-
9. Do it at 9.
Yeah, something like that. Because during the day, you're gonna have a heat stroke.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a bad time.
You see, I don't have to do it all at night. I could do the front and then the back the next day.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm talking about? You have to do it all at once.
Camp Guy said, I got a Honda push mower my old man bought before he died, and that was 13, 14 years ago. It's still running like a champ.
Yeah.
And he said, I always had trouble with cheap riding mowers.
Yeah.
The vibrations and uneven ground can shake the belts off. And
Exactly.
stuff.
That's why I don't want that single cylinder. I want the V-twin that runs a lot smoother. That Briggs & Stratton engine in that Husqvarna. And it's got like a 3-year warranty on it. And everybody says that's a good one. But they want more. I think it's about $2,800. But that's probably the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, you
Yeah.
don't want it to like be breaking all the time and have to
No.
pay to fix it and shit like that. There's also that.
Yeah.
So, you know.
I'll take care of it. I keep it in the garage.
Yeah.
Let's make room in there in the garage next to the motorcycles.
There's room in there. It's
Yeah.
fine.
I gotta rearrange some shit. But I also have to have the hookups set up for the generators. I got 2 generators in there. They'll run this whole house.
Because
Those two
hurricanes.
together. Yeah.
Although it's not the worst part of hurricane season yet. That usually doesn't. Usually, if it's going to be bad, it'll be September.
Yeah.
Is when, because then all the heat has soaked into the ocean. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's been beaten down. And they'll pop out. But we'll see. Hopefully, we don't have any bad ones. This house actually has a lot of like hurricane safety because it's not that old.
Yeah, it's one of the newer ones. The house, the front door opens out like on a trailer. It's fucking ridiculous, man. That's part of the new standards. I don't know why that is.
Well, it's probably like a little bit safer so it doesn't blow in.
You can't blow in, yeah.
And also the whole house is cinder block.
Yeah.
It's not like, because a lot of 2-story houses especially in Florida are some of them are cinder block on the ground floor, but then the second floor is wood.
Yeah.
It's just wood and drywall. But this one is cinder block all the way up.
There's no glass in the front doors either.
Yeah. Yeah. Which, like I said, probably a lot safer. That's, you know.
At our old place, every door was glass.
Yeah, and
most of the walls were glass.
And we had like some kind of like storms hit that really kind of made me worried. I mean,
we were sleeping in a damn closet.
Yeah, that one hurricane that came through, we all went to sleep in the walk-in closet. Yeah. We picked up the kitties and like ran in there and like closed the
cats were like, "What the fuck is going on?" They knew something was wrong.
Yeah, they were freaking out.
Yeah.
So we had to like sleep on the floor. But I was just kind of like, I don't want that fucking, because our bedroom at the old house, it had like the big sliding glass doors like right there. I was like, I don't want that shit blowing in. We'll fucking die.
Yeah, and there was no power.
Yeah, it sucked.
Yeah, hot as shit in there.
It was, yeah. Man, that was terrible.
Pouring down rain and fucking 100-mile-an-hour winds, and it's still fucking 90 degrees. Yeah. 95 degrees in the house.
And it sucked, and it's like I couldn't sleep. It was like so loud, and I was just kind of like worried. I was worried about Pookie. I was worried about like the roof blowing off. I was just kind of like, you know what I mean?
I had fucking whole bags of ice and fucking big old fucking coolers and fucking garbage cans and, you know, clean garbage cans inside the house, fucking filled with fucking ice and food, because you have to take everything out of the refrigerators. All the fucking...
Yeah, we had big ice blocks, like in these old, like, litter box containers and shit like that.
Had to clean all the bathtubs, plug them all up, fucking fill up all the bathtubs so you have water, just in case. So you have fresh water inside all the bathtubs. Because you may even need that water to flush the toilet.
Yeah.
Pouring it down the back if they lose water.
Yeah.
Or the pump stations lose power. Fucked.
I haven't had that happen, like, as long as I've lived in Florida... The worst I had it was, I think, in 2004, and that was when there were like 4 hurricanes and or tropical storms that hit like within a 6-week period. This was when I lived in Daytona. Thankfully, I didn't have too much damage to the house because my house was old. It was from 1958 and it was all cinder block. So I didn't have too much damage. Like, it blew some shit off my roof and it blew all my fence down like from the backyard. So I had to like build that back up. But the power was out for 8 days, and the street flooded, and the street got all nasty, and like they wouldn't let you go down the street, like it was blocked off because like some of the power lines like went down in the water and all this other kind of shit. So we had to. So not only was the power out for, I think it was 8 days, maybe 9 days, you also had to boil water for like a little while afterward because it was all like contaminated. So that wasn't a fun time. I ate a lot of granola bars during that time period. Like, I was prepared and stuff, but it was still kind of like, yeah, it was kind of a nightmare.
Fucking Khan says that's another shirt. Mowing with Kuku Khan.
Mowing with Kuku Khan.
As a matter of fact,
I'll put a little cartoon of Tom with his little drink. Fucking pineapple sticking
working on a new batch of shirts. I got one screen done. It's the Omega Man screen. It looks good. It looks real good. Should I show it to him?
If you want to.
All right. And then I'm refreshing all the other screens, and I'm gonna have fucking OCP. It's not. It's the fucking communications one, not the OCP Omni Consumer Products. You did notice that, right?
I just did what.
You just did what you saw?
Yeah.
Okay. That one will work. Then there's the Corelco Studios. Corelco Studios. I got that one.
How you pronounce it?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's Corelco or
Corelco, right?
Some shit like
And then Canon Studios. I got that shirt. Omega Man. What was the other one?
That's it. There was 4 of them.
4? Is that it? Okay.
Yeah, the Omega Man, what I did
Omega
was
Man.
I actually took a screenshot of the movie, like when it had the title card, because when the whole reason that we got the idea to do that shirt was because when we were rewatching the Omega Man the other day, I happened to mention, like, when the title came up, like, next to Cheston, I was like, hey, I have that font. I think it's called Ravenscroft. I have it on my computer. It's actually the same font or very similar to the one that Disney used for the Haunted Mansion. So I was like, so that's why I have it, because I do like a lot of that kind of shit. So I was like, so I have that font, and Tom's like, oh, you should totally do a shirt. So I took a screenshot of that, you know, Charlton Heston with the title, and I just built it in Illustrator. You know what I mean?
That's it.
So yeah, it looks like that.
It's gonna be white on black shirt. Can they see it?
I can see it.
Yeah.
That's not helpful.
Can't really see that, can you?
Yeah, that's just like, that's a transfer.
That's a transfer.
Yeah.
So that's what it's gonna look like.
Yeah.
That's right from the movie.
Yeah, I did it right in the thing. Yes, we did a Canon one too. We did a Canon one
see
too.
like that. They can see it like that.
Yeah, that's better. That's better. Yeah. And I did smaller versions of it too, like for smaller shirts.
Smaller
and
shirts. I'm gonna
shit like
focus
that.
on the big one first because I think that's the most versatile one right
You're
now.
gonna focus on the big one?
Was that?
You said focus.
No, I said focus. Didn't I say focus?
I'm pretty sure you said focus. Focus, ficus,
I'm gonna
focus,
focus on
whatever.
it.
Did you leave that door open? I see the.
Yeah. Got some light coming in here.
I don't like that light. I don't like light coming in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the fucking sun's coming in.
Yeah, I don't need that because the sun's still fucking out.
It's fucking bright as hell. 6 o'clock. It's bright as hell. It's bright all the way until almost 10.
It's so weird. It's like, because I always feel like, I mean, you know, you guys, I get up really early and I get to work. Like, I get up at like 7 usually, and I get to work, and I usually work until 6 or 7 p.m., you know, depending on whether we're live streaming or not. So then we'll go in the room, sometimes we'll pour a cocktail or we'll get some snacks or whatever, and then we'll just like watch a movie, and we'll watch a whole entire movie, and then I'll go to the bathroom and I'm like, what the fuck, the sun's still out. And it's like fucking 9 o'clock. And I'm like, I'm ready to go to bed. And like, it's still fucking, I'm getting so old. It's not so much that, it's just that I wake up really early.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So by the time it's like 9:30 or 10 o'clock, I'm like, you know, dozing off. I don't mean to wake up that early. I don't know why I wake up that early. I just do.
And Camp Guy, read Camp Guy, what he said about his old man mowing the grass.
Oh yeah, I remember my old man mowing some grass for the last time. He had an oxygen tank he had to carry with him. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That's commitment.
And then underneath that,
Where?
he continues.
I was mowing the grass when my wife came out and told me he had just died.
Yeah.
Man, there's a lot of
He
grass
does some
mowing.
shit.
That's
Yeah.
pretty weird, actually.
Motherfucker mowing the lawn and dies. Dying and lawn mowing, there's a great association.
I'm sure. Well, that's the
You
thing.
gotta get out there to work, man.
Well, I'm sure that like some
Yeah.
dudes have probably died mowing the lawn.
Oh, sure.
Especially in Florida. Like I
Sure.
said, you fucking have a heart attack or heat stroke or something like that. Jenny, did Tom see X? He would have got a kick out of that Southern Horror. He didn't. I actually watched it because I reviewed it for my thing,
I didn't
for
see
my
it. I
Flickers
didn't
of
even
Fear.
know about it.
Yeah, remember that was the one that I wanted to see in the theater. That was like a throwback slasher.
Barely. You say that a lot. I don't remember them all that you.
Yeah, I wanted to see it in the theater, and we never got around. Like, by the time we were actually going to go, and then it wasn't playing anymore.
Yeah.
And so then I was like, well, shit, I guess I'll just stream it. But then it was $20. So then I waited like a couple weeks, and then it went down to $5.99.
Mm-hmm.
So the other day I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to rent it and watch it and review it for my Flickers of Fear series.
Was it good?
I think, you know what? I think you would really like
Maybe
it.
we ought to watch it again.
Yeah, I mean, we totally could. I think you would really dig it. It's actually, it's a slasher, but it's set in 1979. It's very Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but it also has like a porny kind of thing because it's like all these young people going to this place in Texas to like make a porn movie, and then they get like bumped off one by one. So, I mean, it's really good. I liked it a lot. I really liked it a lot. And I think you would probably like it too. I think you would. Because usually, I mean, the reason that I started that whole my whole Flickers of Fear thing was because there was a lot of horror movies that I wanted to see that I thought you probably wouldn't like, because I like kind of more arty shit or like weird shit, and you don't usually like that. But
depends on what it is.
It depends on what it is. Yeah,
It's got to
sometimes
be real well written.
sometimes you like it and sometimes you don't. But I was getting so behind too, and I was just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna start doing all this stuff because there's a lot of like shit that I want to see that I don't necessarily want to have to subject you to because I know you probably won't like it. But that one, I think you would probably really like it.
All right.
I really liked it. I had a good time with it. I thought it was really fun, and it's like super gory.
One of the ones she thought I was
into
going to absolutely hate is one of my favorite movies, which is Art of Self-Defense. She thought I was going to hate that.
See,
one.
that blew
I
my
fucking loved
mind.
it.
That blew my mind that you really liked
Well,
that.
it was very well written.
Because it seemed to me like when we were watching it, I said, this is exactly the kind of movie that you usually hate. You know what I mean? But
it was well written. You know what I mean? It was well written, and there was truth in it. You know, it was slightly satirical. It was satirical.
yeah.
But there was a lot of truth in it. You know what I mean? And I liked it.
That guy, the guy that directed that has a new one coming out.
Yeah.
I saw what the fuck was the name of it? I saw the trailer for it and I was like, wow, that looks weird as shit. I'm into it.
Right.
But I can't remember what the name of it was. I can look it up, but he has another one coming out. I don't know when it's going to be out though. But I saw a trailer like
You see, I think
a couple days ago.
I think he was slightly kind of making fun of the karate thing. All right.
yeah.
Not realizing that there was a lot of truth in what he was that shit.
Yeah.
You know what he's taught that existed. That was fucking Count Dante's fucking Black Dragon Society.
Well, I think that's
like
where
that.
some of the inspiration came from,
Yeah.
for sure. Like when they went back, 'cause,
Yeah.
so a lot of that ridiculous shit is
Yeah.
like based on some real shit,
Based on some shit that
which
really
we did a
happened.
show about that,
Right.
where that whole
Right.
like martial arts. What do we call it? The bullshido.
Bullshit. Yeah.
bullshido.
Bullshit. Bullshit. And but I think he was satirizing and kind of, but he didn't really. In the end, he came around and preserved the honor of fucking martial arts and warrior cultures. In the end, its honor was restored.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he meant to do that, but it did. His story
I'm sure he
did
probably
do that.
did. I mean, the thing about it is that unless you're a complete hack,
Yeah.
if you're making like if you're a screenwriter, or you're making movies and stuff like that, you usually have a really good grasp of, like I said, if you're good at what you're doing,
Yeah.
then you'll have a really good grasp of, like, usually you've seen tons of other movies, read tons of other books, you know, like all the story tropes and stuff like that. You know what references, you know what things you're homaging, stuff like that. So I usually assume that people do things deliberately like that. Sometimes accidental shit comes out, and like I said, I'm not talking about people that just make stupid fucking shit. Okay, I'm not talking about that, but I'm talking about somebody that actually like knows what they're doing.
If you guys have never seen Art of Self-Defense, see it.
He's plugging it again.
Plugging that bitch again. One of my favorites.
I wish I could remember what the new, because I just saw, and I think because I was watching something on YouTube. I think it was on YouTube, and there was a commercial, and then a trailer came on, and I was just like, oh, this movie looks interesting. And then they said, oh, it's the same guy that did Art of Self-Defense, and I was like, ooh, so I had to tell you that, like, as soon as you came out of the bathroom. But I can't remember what the name of it was. It looked really weird, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm into that.
The guy who wrote and directed Art of Self-Defense is just evidently just one of the wimpiest dudes ever. And he writes a story kind of like Karate Kid, kind of, but more realistic, based on shit that actually did happen. But not in this story. It happened out in Chicago. Fucking the Black Dragon Fighting Society. All right, fucking Count Dante, out of the comic books, and he does point out how ridiculous warrior cults are, and they apply to all warrior cults, including the infantry and the army. There's a lot of elements of truth in what he's talking about.
That's right. Zach said it's called Dual, D-U-A-L, as in two.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. It's kind of about cloning or something.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a clone kind of thing. It looked good.
Had started Jesse Eisenberg and that other girl is fantastic. They were both in
Imogen Poots.
Yeah, Imogen Poots, and they were in
Vivarium. Well, and Oscar
really like
just brought that up. Vivarium is another great Jesse.
Yeah,
I fucking loved Vivarium.
Yeah.
I know it was really I don't know. Was it kind of like
only
divisive?
certain kind of people liked it.
But that was honestly one of my favorite movies of that year. I thought that was fucking great. We've seen it like 2 or 3 times.
Fucking great sci-fi, man. Real good.
Ooh, it was so creepy.
It's kind of like
I was into it.
An extra-dimensional fucking parasite got a hold of these people and made them raise its child. And it had a lot of analogies and stuff between child rearing. It made you raise its child like a cuckoo.
Yeah.
And it's eerie, weird, real weird. And
It was like
everything
it was so Twilight Zone.
yeah, and it's Irish. It's an Irish movie. The Irish did a real good job on it. So some people said, "Oh, that Jesse Eisenberg guy," you know, but no, and I maybe he wasn't in a bunch of great movies, but the ones that he elected to be in, these projects, I respect his choice in what projects to be involved in on the back of those two movies right there. He's got taste.
That's what I mean. He always comes up. He was in Social Network, and I feel like that was kind of, I don't know if that was like his big breakout role, but I think that was the first time that I saw him. That was the movie about, he played Mark Zuckerberg, like the Facebook founder.
I haven't seen it.
It's good. It's really good. I think I saw it in the theater, maybe. Yeah. But I think that was the first time I'd seen him in anything like really big, and I really like that. I mean, and he was in fucking he was in Zombieland too, wasn't he? Like, which was also fantastic. So I kind of feel like he picks really interesting movies. He doesn't really seem to care about, oh, this is some big temple. I always like respect actors more, even if the movie like ends up not being all that good. I way more respect like artists, directors, actors, anything that just like pick some of this, like, I really want to do this. This is a like a passion project that even if it's weird or even if they thinks nobody's going to see it. I mean, because Vivarium was a pretty weird fucking movie. Yeah,
but weird only works when the writing is fucking solid.
Well,
when the story is solid and it's good ideas.
But I'd rather you go weird and fail than just try to go bland and
that's true. But sometimes just being weird is a way of masking the fact that your story fucking sucks. In the case of fucking Vivarium, it's weird and it's a real good story, real good writing, and with a lot of kind of underlying messages and stuff. And it's the same with Art of Self-Defense. But I think ex-military guys would appreciate it. Guys that were pro fighters or guys that were in karate school or something, you know, they'd understand it. Although you understood it, you understand it, you appreciate it the same as I did. So
that's what I mean. I don't think that you can just say.
I had a certain angle of appreciation, though, of, you know, coming up around guys like that.
I mean, I'm not saying that, like, obviously you're going to appreciate something more like if you have some kind of like personal connection to it, but I don't think that you can necessarily like just say across the board, oh, well, other people that don't have the same experiences as me can't appreciate it the same as me, because I kind of feel like sometimes people can.
For me, that story was mostly just about the corruption of cults and warrior cults in particular, which that's U.S. Army infantry, anything in the combat arms, fucking U.S. Army Rangers. There is corruption in those things, and they are cults. There's a lot of cult-like stuff happening in them, and it's the same as a dojo, all right? And a bunch of cult-like stuff happening in there. But this one is being told you as if it's fucking Count Dante and his fucking sensei. And as bizarre as his sensei is, he's and the Jesse Eisenberg character is there to learn how to be a man and to fucking protect himself because he's constantly he's soy as shit, and it works. He does become a man, all right. But it's weird. He's doing shit at the office that's crazy, and fucking they're fucking up his dog to give him a masculine dog.
They killed his dog.
There's all kinds of weird shit happens in it. And then the best student in there's a girl, but she never gets promoted because she's a woman. And a woman could never be a man. Yeah. And just the way the dude is saying this, and there's like this weird homoerotic shit going on, and it's just, if you ever seen it, it's good.
It's really almost good. Like the dark flip side of the Karate Kid.
Yeah. It's like Cobra Kai.
It is. It's kind of like Cobra.
But it's serious, kinda. The tone is kind of serious.
The humor is not the same, quite the same as Cobra Kai.
And then it turns out these people, they're killing people.
Yeah.
You know, it's not fucking a light subject matter, you know. They fucking the story gets darker and darker.
It's a dark comedy for sure. Oscar says Flickers of Fear and Tomes of Terror are great. Don't stop them, Jenny. Oh, I never would. Seriously, I have huge lists. I just got a couple emails the other day, people sending me copies of their, like, authors sending me copies of their books that they wanted me to review. So I got to do that. I got like a pile of books over there I got to do. And this, I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but I'm actually going to be starting another channel that's more dedicated, that's just like all horror movies and books. And it's mostly going to be like, I'm only going to put up like a couple videos a week mostly, but it's going to be like more like, I have like a website. I haven't put it up yet. It's probably going to be like a few days before I put it up. But I have like a bunch of content on there, like big long form like movie reviews that I've written and all kind of stuff. So I'm gonna do new stuff. I might do a true crime channel too, but I need to work on that still. But that's kind of the plan. But I'm gonna start doing like even more horror content and maybe even more like true crime content like going forward, because like I said, I just feel like I'm getting behind on all the horror movies, man.
Sly was out there. He doesn't miss fucking mowing grass with that 36-inch yard machine. 8 years in Texas apartment. Yeah. Yeah, the ones that I'm looking at, I think they're smaller. They're 24-inch. I think they're only 26-inch. I think so. But hey, you know, I'm limited in the money.
Willa Lee said, "Did you see Amulet?" I did. I don't remember like a lot about it. I remember liking it, but it didn't like leave a lasting impression. But I remember liking it.
No, Maniac, we were saying Vivarium, not Bavarian. Damn. Yeah.
Zach says, "I rewatched A History of Violence recently, and I forgot how much I loved it." I need to rewatch that too. That's David Cronenberg, by the way. Yeah, I think I saw that once or twice, and I remember really, really digging it. I think I saw that in the theater also, but I don't think I've seen it again since then. Oscar says, "Yes, Jenny, a true horror review channel. Horror is where the heart is." That's true, and like I said, I know that I started like doing the extra videos and stuff, but I'm still behind, and every time I scroll through like all the streaming services and see, I'm just like, oh, I want to see, oh, I gotta see that, oh, I gotta see that. Oh my god, I'm so behind. It's like old stuff, new stuff, anything. I'm just like...
Maniac, you never saw Vivarium? If you haven't seen that, you gotta see it, man. That's a good one. Same.
I mean, yeah, like I said, it seems like divisive, but I mean, I really, really dug Vivarium.
You can see it for free now if you have Amazon or one of the other streaming.
Yeah, I think it's on Amazon Prime. Like if you have an Amazon Prime subscription,
it's
free for me. Free for me on there.
Yeah, that one, Vivarium and Art of Self-Defense. There's two fucking badass classics. I love them. Good movies. As far as the new movies, or newer, you know, real good.
I mean, that's the thing. I love old movies, but I see a lot of really good new ones too.
Yeah, that's why a lot of attention. A lot of the real good ones, like those two, they didn't get a lot of attention. You got to find them. Got to find them on your own.
And the thing about it is that there's so many movies coming out, which is good. I mean, you know what I mean, that it's so much easier to make indie movies nowadays. Like it's much cheaper. But that also means that as a movie watcher, you have to like, you know, wade through a lot of crap like before you get to something good. But I will say that, I mean, I've seen, like in the last month or 2 months, like of the show that I've been doing, I've seen a fuck ton of really, really good horror movies that I was really, really into. Like I think like the last, like at the beginning of June, I talked about Come True and Censor, which both came out in 2021, I think, and those were phenomenal. I loved both of those. Those were like really, really good. But I've seen like a lot of really, really good ones. And even some of the ones that aren't like fantastic are still like really, really decent and worth watching, you know? So there's that. But yeah, and like I said, there's a lot of old ones too that I still need to catch up with.
The Stairs, 2021, horror, sci-fi, free on YouTube. You know that one? I don't know that one.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that one. I'll have to check that out because I don't have my pen, but my pen's like way over there. But yeah, so I'm always just kind of like, whenever I'm looking for shit, I mean, sometimes I'll hear shit through the grapevine, you know, like I'll see movies come up on, you know, horror channels and everybody's like, oh, this is like really good, or everybody's got to see that, or it goes around the festivals and everybody like, there's a lot of buzz about it. So I'm like, okay, well, I got to see that and like, you know, give my opinion on it. Ones that are like lesser known, you kind of have to like dig around. So I kind of like go around to different horror sites like Dread Central and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, what's good, what's the underrated shit this year that everybody should have seen and like nobody saw it. And it's like, so I really do try to like keep up with shit, but it's really hard because like a lot of stuff comes out. And the thing about it is a lot of that stuff is probably like really good, but you know, because so much stuff comes out, it's like hard to keep up with it. So I don't know, but I have been trying, but I have like a massive list of shit that I need to watch. So old shit, new shit, everything. Because like I said, I don't care if it's old, I don't care if it's new, I'll watch anything. I love horror stuff, and I don't care what era it's from.
How long we been rolling?
39 minutes.
Okay, we got a pretty good sized crowd in there. If you want to start on it, we can.
Are we ready to start on Burke and Hare?
Yeah,
if you just got here, yeah, we're only just, you didn't miss much of anything because we were only just starting. Again, I don't know if anybody is new here, but you know.
We kind
Probably
of give it
not.
a little while to warm up before we start usually.
Yeah, we needed like a little bit of alcohol
Right.
to get like our tongues loosened.
Make sure all the regulars have shown up, and then we go into it.
Oscar says, Jenny, you and Jason from Sinister Cinema have become my favorite horror reviewers. Thank you very much. I like Sinister Cinema as well.
Yeah.
I like Sinister Cinema. I like Drum Dums. I like who else? I like Grumpy Andrew. He's awesome. He's a British dude. And he usually does old shit, though. He doesn't usually do new shit. He does, like, a lot of Hammer movies and stuff. So I like that. I kind of like Bloodbath and Beyond. They're pretty good.
Yeah, when we were doing the 50s, and now we're doing 60s stuff, people have been kind of rooting us on to keep going with some of the old classics. We just recorded the one of Whatever Happened to Baby Jane.
Yeah.
It came out real good. It'll be out. When's that coming out?
Well, for patrons, you'll be able to see it tomorrow. If you're not a patron, then you'll be able to see it Friday.
Okay. The in that one, I said that we're gonna eventually get around to reviewing them. The one from the 50s one about the giant ants.
We probably should do, because I feel like
we did all the other ones.
Well, we've covered a lot of the
Yeah.
classics from like
Yeah.
the 70s and 80s, I feel like. So I kind of feel like maybe we should do more 50s and 60s
Yeah.
shit, because we haven't done, because when we did like I said, we recorded Whatever Happened to Baby Jane today, I was like, oh, that means we should probably do Hush Hush Sweet Charlotte, which was kind of like, it wasn't a sequel to that, but it was kind of like a similar movie, so we should do that. And there's like just a lot of movies from the 50s and 60s
I want
that
to
I
do
would like to do.
them. I want to do Forbidden Planet. We haven't done that one. Maybe the original Thing.
Thing from Another World?
Thing from
Yeah,
Another World.
that's actually a good idea.
And then maybe Day the Earth Stood Still. We haven't done
Yeah,
that
that'd
one.
probably be good
We haven't
too.
done that one.
I mean, we've done War of the Worlds. We haven't
Yeah.
really done like a lot of 50s.
Mm.
I did a couple on mine. I think I did Day of the Triffids, which I didn't love actually.
Yeah, I liked it when I was a kid. I remember seeing it later.
I
and was like,
rewatched
"There's
it.
not much to
I rewatched it but the novel's better. Gonna say. Zach says I'm pretty into Ryan Hollinger. Oh yeah, me too. I forgot. Like that Irish dude. Yeah, he's fantastic. But I wonder how much of that is how attracted to him I am. That man has beautiful eyes. He does, actually. He's super, super cute. And it's like, I love that every single video that he does, I like that he puts up stuff pretty much just once a week, and he just picks a random-ass movie. And I like that every single video, because of his Irish accent, he says, I don't know if I can do it, but he says, whenever he says however, he always says, however, I can't remember like how he pronounces it, but somebody always like comments on it, like how cute it is, like in the fucking comments, like how he says. So now he says it on purpose because everybody comments on it. But yeah, he's super cute. I like him as well. But yeah, I'm trying to think of like other, because I watch a lot of horror channels, like horror review channels. Who's that one guy? There's one Canadian dude that I really like too, but I can't remember what his fucking name is right now. And there's another guy who's Scottish, I think, called Man vs. Film or Man v Film or something like that. And he's usually pretty good. And I got into this one guy, I can't remember what his name is, but I got into him because he does like a lot of giallo movies. And I actually watched his review of Whatever Happened to Baby Jane today, and he had never seen it, and he was like, he couldn't believe he had never seen it because he fucking loved it. He's real into like 60s and 70s kind of horror. But I kind of like his shit because he just kind of like sits in a room and just like rambles like we do. And he has like allergies, so he's always like kind of sniffling and stuff. I can't remember what his name is. If you know, like, if you've seen it, you probably know what I'm talking about. But I like that dude too. Like, he seems like really kind of cool and, down to earth. Oscar says the horror show, they've gone downhill in all honesty. I do watch them every now and then. I tend not to like ones that are too, I don't know, like overproduced. I would mostly just like it if it was one person like talking about a movie. Sometimes if you have two guys, because there's some that are like these two guys who are also Canadian. I like a lot of Canadian YouTubers actually. That are also Canadian. And they just kind of sit there and they drink. And they talk about, but usually like nice beer or wine or whatever, and they always say what they're drinking. And then they talk about a movie, and they'll talk about it for like half an hour or something like that. Those dudes are funny. I like those guys. But usually I don't like ones that are like way too over the top, like horror. I don't really like that kind of stuff because I'm just like, shut up and just like talk about the movie, okay? Let's not have all this kind of like whatever.
They're trying to be like they're on TV.
I do like Dr. Wolfula though. Dr. Wolfula is, I mean, he's just like, I don't even know what he really looks like because he always wears like a cheap werewolf mask and he does like a voice, but that dude is hilarious because he's not real shouty or anything like that. He's just like really funny and he goes like in depth in a lot of the movies. So I like that.
What about Tila? Tila, you catching the show right now? If so, drop us a.
Yeah, where's
comment.
Tila been?
Where the fuck is Tila?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, where's Tila? Where's Peanut Butter eating Sandra?
Where's Peanut Butter Sandra?
Peanut Butter Sandra. If you guys don't know who Sandra was a German girl that I talked about peanut butter one time that she started buying it, and she had to buy every kind of, she loved it, so she tried to buy every kind of fucking peanut butter was out there. American peanut butter.
Yeah, you got to get the American
peanut butter.
We know what we're doing. We know what we're doing.
Yeah, because I'd heard the fucking Europeans talking shit about peanut butter, and I was fucking, what the fuck are they talking about? We're talking about fucking British peanut butter. British peanut butter.
They don't know.
What the fuck they're doing. Come on, Skippy or Peter Pan. Shit like that.
Or Jif.
Jif, yeah. Fucking American peanut butter. It's crunchy or the creamy, one of the two.
Like I said, crunchy. I'm a crunchy girl.
And
but creamy's good too.
And you know, some people say, oh, them hamburgers, man, fucking hamburgers suck. Yeah, I fucking been all over the world. Fucking part of the time I was growing up in Brazil, and what they called a hamburger, I'd throw in the fucking garbage. Terrible. Even the damn ketchup sucked. Fucking orange ketchup,
it's like, man, we got
ketchup.
in our convenience stores have better hamburgers than that.
Yeah, and then the buns that they were using fucking sucked, and they would complain about, yeah, American food isn't any good. It's, what the fuck would you know? You know, yeah, and that's not a hamburger. Give me that. No, fucking throw that shit.
Well, the thing about it is sometimes if you go to Europe, and I've seen this happen in Germany, and I think it happens in the UK as well, like probably to a lesser extent, is that some companies that are British companies will be like, hey, American style, but they'll just make it, they don't really know.
They don't know what it is.
Like what it is, so they'll just make it and people are like, man, this sucks. And I'm like, yeah, but that's not the same as like what we're eating over here.
Yeah, and they would go, oh, those eggs, man, eating peanut butter and jelly and shit.
I mean, we have our share of shitty food over here. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that a lot of times, if you've never been here, like your perception of what American food is maybe like a little bit strange.
Right.
Although you guys are totally right about portion sizes. We do have massive.
Huge.
If you go to a restaurant, there's massive. That's enough for like 2 or 3 people.
At least it used to be. They might be having food shortages now. Who knows how big the fucking smaller portions are.
I mean, the thing, when we go to like a sit-down restaurant, like just like a casual restaurant, they usually give you like more food than you can eat. Which it's kind of a deal because you can take it home and eat it later.
We've been going to this fucking Florida as fuck restaurant up the road called The Trough.
Troff.
Trough. The Trough is fucking good.
They don't even know how to spell it.
Trough. Fucking the bikers told me to go there when I was at the Oasis. Says, man, I need some fucking good, seafood. Man.
Yeah, we wanted some seafood, like oysters or something.
Oysters, something. Well, you need to go to Trough. When I went there, fucking when we first got there, there's fucking Harleys parked out there.
Yeah.
And it's a nice place. It's just real basic looking, and you get fresh seafood at market prices. Everything's at market prices. And
the food there is really good. I mean, it kind of looks. I don't want to say it looks like a dump because it doesn't. I mean, it looks basic. It looks like a dump from the outside.
Yeah.
But now the inside is like pretty nice. They have like big TVs.
It's
and a bar.
turquoise blue, man.
It is. The whole thing is.
Restaurant's turquoise.
It just looks like a little squat, concrete block building.
Yeah. You go in, it's got a bar.
Yeah, they got a full bar.
I got a full bar
TVs,
that goes around and a bunch of just fucking tables. It looks
there.
just southern as fuck. And families will come in. Fucking had an old lady attack Jenny. I love you.
Oh my god!
They had her on a leash. She had some kind of stroke, and she just thought she was everybody's friend. That was funny. But you could get fried oysters. They're like that big, a whole fucking plate of them for under $20.
I mean, we've eaten there a couple times, and like I've gotten a couple different things in the food there. It's actually it's really really good. Really fresh.
Everything's fried or raw or fucking something. You know what I mean?
I mean, you don't have to get it fried. You can get it because I think I got like
any kind of way.
Yeah, you can get it any kind of way.
And the French fries are great, onion rings, and just it's fucking great seafood, man. It's right there on the water.
Yep.
I don't think that's ocean though, is it?
No.
That's lake.
Yeah. Yep, that's a lake. Mm-hmm. Karen Lee says the 1969 movie Whatever Happened to Aunt Alice is really good. That's another one that I've been wanting to watch because after Whatever Happened to Baby Jane came out, and I think I forgot to mention this on the review, but that kind of like ushered in the whole what they call the psychobiddy subgenre, or hag horror. I've seen it called that too, where it's just like a grotesque old woman like being the villain.
Yeah.
And after that, there were like a whole bunch of copycats because whatever happened to Baby Jane was like such a big success. So they had Who Slew Auntie Roo and all that kind of stuff.
Rebecca just showed up. She said that fucking portion sizes in Europe are huge also. Maybe they got big now.
Yeah, they must have gotten big now. Like, they got Americanized. Because I remember, I mean, I haven't been to the UK since 2009, but I started going there, like, back in the 90s. And that was one thing that, like, British people that came here that have been to the US, that was almost, like, the first thing they commented on. Well, now, they were kind of, like, excited about it. Because they're like, man, we go in a restaurant, like, man, you could eat for, like, 2 days off that shit. Like, what they give you, like, it's a big pile.
KFC, freak them out. Get a whole bucket of chicken and shit.
Well, see, my ex-husband's relatives came to Florida, and they were here for like 2 weeks. They did the whole vacation package and stuff like that. They thought it was fantastic. Well, he was a big rugby player.
They're from Wales.
They were from Wales, yeah. And he was a big rugby player, so he was like, he couldn't get over. They have KFC over there, but I'm imagining that it's not. So over here, you get like the big bucket, and he was talking about how cheap it was. Like, you get this massive bucket full of chicken, and it was like super cheap, and he's like, he could probably eat the whole bucket by himself.
They're migrating down. They're migrating over here deep in the honky motherland over these buckets of chicken. Buckets of southern fried chicken. Just calling them. As far as Wales.
That's why we all have fat and have diabetes.
Fat, diabetes. It's all southern food.
Although, to be honest with you, nowadays, I probably could have eaten a lot more fried chicken in my youth, but nowadays I can maybe eat 2 pieces. I can manage 2 pieces, and then I'm like, nah, I think I'm going to throw up. Yeah. I can't really eat anymore.
Sly would love it down here, Sly. Fucking, there's nothing, you know, southern food and soul food, it's the fucking same thing, you know. They got soul food restaurants here. You get fucking deep, fucking fried chicken and waffles. Fucking really good. Over at Chantel's.
You're making me want chicken.
Fried chicken on a waffle with all the damn butter and
or her shrimp and grits.
Hot fucking, yeah. Shrimp and grits. Her shrimp and grits are really good. And the shrimp and grits are because they have a little bit of cheese in them and a little bit of coconut milk.
I think hers are like the best shrimp and grits I've ever eaten.
Chantel's this black biker chick. She owns it. Her husband's a biker too. Another black guy. Or black guy. And then she runs around with a damn big old stuffed damn gorilla on the fucking back of her bike. And she's a character. She's a fucking character. And got a nice little restaurant. You can look. You can find it. We probably got videos. I think we put videos up of the trough too. They're in the stream. They're in the stream. But you
somewhere,
can just
or they were on one of the shows.
Chantel's in Sanford, Florida, man. Fucking
it's downtown. Too.
Downtown Sanford, Florida.
Right by Mannequins.
You can find it on Google's. You know, and I've done videos and fucking had pictures of me and Jenny in there drunk as fuck. I'm trying to molest her and shit in the damn restaurant. Fucking her boobs fucking are looking so good. Fucking her legs are coming out of her little goth outfit. I got that shit on video. I've showed it before on the show.
Yeah, I think
I ought to bust that shit out. Man. I had to bust that shit out.
John Smith says hagsploitation.
What exploitation?
Hagsploitation.
Yeah.
That's probably what they should have called it. I don't. It's like I like psychobiddy though too. I mean, I guess that's what the Wikipedia page is. It links to psychobiddy, so I guess that's what they decided to call it, which is fine with me. That's a good name. Zach says, whenever I can, I get a rotisserie chicken from Walmart and use that shit in sandwiches. Yeah, that's actually like buying rotisserie chickens from Walmart or wherever is like actually really good because you can make sandwiches out of it. You can make soup with it. You can use the bones and like make broth. You can do all kind of shit with that. You know, you can make all the tacos. Shit, you can make all kind of stuff with it. You know, chicken pot pie.
Trying to get that picture or that video.
Everybody's seen that.
Yeah, okay. I won't
a million times. He doesn't care.
Yeah, that's at Chantel's.
A million times.
That's in Chantel. I'm look at that.
I was probably really drunk.
Yeah, we were like there.
Because we've been at Mannequins, which is only 2 days.
Yeah, that was after the night. It's probably about 2 o'clock in the morning. It's a good place. Got a DJ booth in there and everything.
They do karaoke a lot.
Yeah. Look at Jenny laughing at the camera.
Hugo says you can make chicken taquitos. Sure.
Yeah,
you can do that too. I mean, you can do pretty much anything.
See, they're sidetracking us again behind food. You guys know our weakness. Next thing, a motherfucker's going to start asking me about grits. Fuck.
Don't even start.
You started me on grits, man. We'll never get to the fucking show.
I know we're already like an hour in. I know we got to start talking about the show. I haven't even started talking about the shit.
Okay.
I mean, should we even... At this point, it's like, should we even have a topic?
Yeah, let's shut it down.
No, I'm really into this topic.
Okay.
Like I said, we have talked about Burke and Hare before, but we've never had like a whole show. We did a show... I can't remember how long ago it was. It was probably 2 years. Maybe more. And I think it was just called Buried Alive. And I was talking about all the contraptions that people had come up with, like, to keep their fucking, relatives' bodies from getting stolen. And I think we brought up, like, Burke and Hare on that. But I don't think we did, like, a whole show about them. So, like I said, I put it in the poll, and it won, so there you go. Yeah.
Jeffrey Art's going, yes, talk about these guys. And we're going to talk about them.
All right.
We've been warming them up too long. Go ahead, Jed.
All right. I'm going
to get a drink for you.
Okay.
Freshen this up.
Yeah, just like put some more ice and... Well, I mean, you might as well fill it up while you're out there. Because the ice is all melted. Because it's Florida. All right, so... I kind of feel like this is maybe well known, but maybe it's not as well known as I think it is. So Burke and Hare... both their first names were William, so it's William Burke and William Hare, so that's why everybody just calls them Burke and Hare. Now, even though, this is the strange thing, I kind of feel like they're associated with grave robbing, which is not crazy, because they did kind of come into being, or they did what they did because of the whole grave robbing situation, but as far as I know, they never robbed any graves. Their whole thing was... well, it's too much work to rob graves, so we're just gonna like make our own bodies. So there's that kind of thing. So essentially they're like serial killers. Now, over a period of about 10 months, so less than a year, in 1828 in Edinburgh, Scotland, this took place, they are thought to have murdered at least 16 people, maybe more, not entirely sure. And their whole thing was they did it because they just wanted money. They were selling bodies to anatomy, like, anatomy schools or whatever. So this is the context. This is where this whole thing like started out. So it's early 19th century. It's Edinburgh, Scotland. Now, for whatever reason, just one of those vicissitudes of history or whatever, Edinburgh had become kind of like a central hub of anatomy research, scientific research into anatomy. It wasn't the only place. It was also Leiden, whatever it is, in the Netherlands, and there was also Padua in Italy. But Edinburgh was definitely up there, one of the three like big centers where if you wanted to be an anatomist or you want to learn about anatomy, those were like the schools that you had to go to. That's where all the best anatomists were and all that other kind of stuff. So now, obviously, if you're going to learn about human anatomy, you probably need some cadavers to like practice on. It's not like you could get in the like fucking VR goggles and like cut a body up. You need to, and honestly, I don't even know if I trust a doctor that just had done it like VR. I guess it's better than nothing, but you wanted, hands-on kind of experience. But yeah, so like back then, that was kind of the only thing. So the medical students would come in and you would have to have bodies to cut up. And the thing that happened, this is like a little bit related. I remember reading a book, I think it was called, it was by Mary Roach. And she was talking about like weird shit that had done with dead bodies. And she did one chapter about plastic surgeons. And I had honestly never thought about this. Plastic surgeons, who are also doctors, obviously, and they have to practice on corpses too, but ones that would just do facelifts and nose jobs and shit like that, they didn't even need the whole body. So you would go into this room, and she even had like a photo of one that she had taken. They would go into this room, like the plastic surgeon students would go into this room, and it was just kind of like these, like, like in a biology class with all these silver trays, and it would just be the head. And they would just do like a nose job, like just on this severed head. And I was just kind of like, now that I think about it, like, yeah, that makes total sense. But wow, that's really macabre. I can't believe I didn't know that. But yeah, so plastic surgeons, they just had, we just need a head popped over here so we can like practice nose jobs on it. But I don't know why that like stuck in my mind. Read Mary Roach's books, by the way, if you're interested in like weird macabre shit, because she wrote about like science, like looking into the afterlife, and she wrote about like stuff that happens to corpses after you die, and it's like they're super fun. Like her books are like super funny. I've read like a whole bunch of them. But yeah, so when you're training to be a medical student, obviously you need dead bodies to like cut up on to practice, like I said, because you're going to be cutting up on live people, and nobody wants to be cut up on by somebody that doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. Now, okay, so in Scotland at the time, this is beginning in the first quarter of the 19th century, Scottish law had very specific parameters over what bodies could be used for dissection. You could use convicted criminals that had died in prison or had died on the gallows, for example. You could use suicide victims. You could use orphans, children or whoever that died without anyone claiming them. You could use them as well, but that was about it. So for a little while, that was fine. That was sufficient. But because as Edinburgh became more of a destination for people, looking to kind of excel in anatomy or anything or everything like that, and also like a couple of years prior, they had also passed a law which on its face seems like a good thing, where they made it, because prior to this there had been like the death penalty for a lot of like kind of bullshit crimes like horse thievery and stuff like that. Well, a law had been passed. It was like, okay, well, let's not like have the death penalty for minor shit, which, like I said, is good, but in the aggregate, it meant that, well, now we don't have as many bodies for students to cut up, because before they were just, like, killing people for, like I said, minor shit. So, so they had plenty of bodies. But because so many students were coming there, and because of this new law where they weren't killing as many criminals, they didn't have enough bodies to go around, at least legally.
Are you going to get into the city of Edinburgh at all?
Not a huge amount. Why is that?
Let me throw some in there.
Okay.
When you hear when you hear the word Edinburgh, it sounds all fancy, like it's some exotic European stuff. Like wow, Edinburgh. Sounds all classy.
Thank you, Bryce.
Edinburgh was fucking dangerous in this time. This is like Detroit of the area.
Well, London was bad too.
Yeah.
I mean, everywhere was kind of bad.
It was dangerous.
Any big city was bad.
What they had done is because they had fucked up sanitation practices for a long time in most European cities, it was easier, instead of to take all the horse shit and fucking human shit off the fucking main roads, and it was too hard to get rid of that. It had been built up over a long time. They would just build another floor. So you now had an underground.
It's like, we don't want to clean all that shit up. Come on. Just build another floor on top of it.
So you could take steps down and go into what was called the underground. And the storefront fronts were still there. All the old streets were still there. And above them was a wooden floor. But they were totally sealed off. I think they even put things like, I don't know if it was tarmac or whatever. That daylight wouldn't come through. Water wouldn't even come through. Those undergrounds was where all the bad shit happened.
Yeah, the Edinburgh Vaults. I think we mentioned that on one of our shows previously.
It was just like out of Star Wars, a hive of scum and villainy. It's like that.
Pretty much.
It's where all your hookers and your murderers and your fucking organized gangsters and criminals, they were all down there inside that underground. Because and all the rents, of course, plummeted because you didn't want to be underneath there. No subway, you just walked around in it, and it was fucking nasty. Because there was no way to police it. Even the police of the time, which they weren't modern police, but they were more like mall security, really. They had some people that were investigators, kind of Sherlock Holmes types, but they just didn't have any forensic science.
Yeah, they didn't really have the resources.
No. If you killed somebody and nobody saw it, you were probably going to get away with it. There was no way to prove. It's just the way it was. And if you killed a poor person, you were probably going to get away with it. They didn't have time to worry about poor people. You had to. Well,
I mean, case in point, these bitches killed lots of people without.
You just didn't want to kill a wealthy person, because then they could actually fund an investigation and then try to track down who did it. It caused too much of a stink. But it was real easy to commit murder, real easy to get rid of it, and the underground of Edinburgh had a lot to do with it. So geography always Sly will tell you, he's also old professional soldier. What dictates victory or defeat has nothing to do with your army. It's mostly the geography. See, if you own the geography, you win. Just ask the Vietnamese. Unlimited air power. You still lost because they owned the geography. Well, the criminal underworld owned the geography of Edinburgh. And it was that underground. And a lot of fucking illicit trades, including the selling of dead bodies, was taking place. Organized from underneath that damn city.
Well, and the cops probably felt like, well, everybody down there is a criminal. It's like, why the fuck should we even go down there? It's like, why would anybody go down there willingly unless they were up to some shit?
Yeah, the rules were basically if you were a cop, you weren't going down there. They'd kill you.
Well, and the same rule applied. Like I said, any big city, like, you know, shortly after the Industrial Revolution or around this time, where there was, like, so many people living in these tenements and it was, like, super crowded. Like I said, they didn't have any sanitation or anything like that. Like I said, the same thing happened in London, where you kind of got, like, the Whitechapel area, stuff like that, where at least they kind of had cops and stuff.
Right.
But
now, from the American perspective, Irish, English, some British, Welsh, Scottish people, Germans. If you were a young guy and you were down on your luck and had no prospects, but you had enough brains, you're like, I'm not going to stay in these undergrounds of these cities. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm going to America. And those dudes would end up in New York. And if they still had money in their pocket, instead of getting trapped in New York or New Amsterdam or someplace like that, which that's the old New York, if you got trapped in those cities, the chances of you coming out of there fucking married and successful about zero. You're probably gonna fucking work yourself to death in that and die of some disease in one of those in New York. But if you had money, you could escape New York. Like, you know. Anyway, and start moving west. And those dudes ended up being the people you would know as the cowboys and fucking gunfighters and shit. They were actually came from places like this. You know?
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, around this time period, we had a lot of, that's where a lot of the immigration came from, the Irish immigration and everything like that. And a lot of them did stay in the city, and some of them, like, you know, obviously a lot of them were not successful because poverty kind of breeds poverty, but some of them actually, like, were able to crawl their way out of the mire, built huge empires, shit like that, with, you know, starting with nothing.
Right.
So, you know, like I said, it's a very small percentage that did that.
Statistically... And this is based on all the old books of the 70s and the 80s and the 90s that I used to read about the Old West and the Victorian era in the United States. If you were an immigrant coming into the fucking United States through the eastern seaboard, you did not want to stop in any of those cities. Your chances of ever getting out of that city was very low. You wanted out of there as soon as possible. But a lot of guys, it was a trap. And it was set up as a trap by the landlords and all the industries there. Guys would go and end up in those cities thinking, well, I'll just be here for a couple months. And then I'll save up enough money and I'll continue moving west into a nicer neighborhood. They had that figured out already. You'd end up in a dumbbell tenement basically as a slave until you were dead. Working until you died. You'd never get enough money. Your life expectancy was fucking like under 10 years in some cases.
I mean, the conditions
were terrible.
Back then were awful.
Fucking filthy, and where they would trick you into staying was dangerous, and the jobs that they would trick you into taking was deadly.
All the food was adulterated.
Rotten food, diseases,
bad sanitation.
Murder.
Yeah.
Fucking, it was, you wanted to keep...
No thanks.
If you got to New York with any fucking money, you wanted to keep moving. Don't spend any of that money in New York back in those days. So, but that's where a lot of your cowboys, gunfighters, and all the fucking figures of the fucking Old West is. They came from places actually originally like by Edinburgh. Or they were the second generations, the sons of people who came from this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't get a lot. I mean, I know a lot of Scottish people came here too, but I kind of feel like, well, the main ones were Irish. I mean, obviously, we have like a huge...
Yeah, it was Irish powered for a long time.
A huge Irish. Still, I mean, like people here, that's... And I kind of feel like I know people that are actually Irish that, you know, were born in Ireland and grew up in Ireland.
Yeah.
Think it's very funny that like so many Americans say it's like, oh, I'm Irish American. They're like, bitch, no, you're not. That was like fucking 4 generations ago. But that's where most of our... I mean, that's where most of our ancestors came
where the
from.
DNA leads back to there.
That's where most of our ancestors came from.
The average person, especially
my dad's side of the family is
especially
Irish,
Southerners. It's mostly Irish, Scottish, Welsh, and German.
Except for like the Midwest is more Norwegian, German, that kind of stuff. But I kind of feel like
the
South and the eastern seaboard is a lot of Irish.
The whole American war between the states or civil wars led back to the honky motherland. Ethnic differences between white people back then. It was more Celtic, Germanic people versus more Scandinavian, Anglo or British style people in the north. It was ethnic tensions lived long, went on for a long time. They're still around. It's just I don't think people are really aware of them. But just now it's just cultural differences. But you go back to the 1850s, they were ethnic differences. That's where a lot of that shit came from. And in the South, you also had Native Americans and Africans also blending in, and French and Spanish mixing in.
Well, yeah, like
too.
I said, I mean, Florida big time is
Florida,
Spanish.
Mississippi, Louisiana.
Florida is probably more Spanish and Native American than a lot of other.
South Louisiana is fucking French and
French as fuck,
Haiti, basically.
Yeah.
And to this day, and you can just see it in the people and everything, and in the culture. It hasn't changed very much. The populations are much bigger because everybody has prospered. The populations were real small back then, but we're all descendants of those real small seed populations.
John Smith says, I think Boris Karloff played one of them in a movie, or am I misremembering? I've seen some clips from that movie. It was Karloff and Bela Lugosi was in it. I don't remember if they were actually playing Burke and Hare or if they were referring to Burke and Hare, because the clip that I saw was Boris Karloff going to Bela Lugosi and being like, I'll show you how Burke did it, and like trying to smother him. So I don't know if he was actually being Burke and Hare or if they were just like referring to Burke and Hare. I mean, I kind of feel like these guys are like really soaked into the public consciousness in a way, maybe more in the UK than here, but so there was that. So yeah, there have been a couple movies. There was one, and I think Slasher Fred brought it up earlier. There was actually a movie that came out in 2010 that was actually directed by John Landis that was called Burke and Hare. It was kind of like a black comedy about them. Simon Pegg was in it, and Andy Serkis, the guy that always he played Gollum and all that other kind of stuff. So those two were in it, and I think I've seen it, and I remember it being like really funny, but I haven't seen it like for a long time. But yeah, so there was that. So I kind of feel like a lot of people know this story, but I will say that Bryce, who, thank you again, just sent us a super chat. Well, sent us a super chat a while ago.
Okay, what do you say?
Said, just tuned in, never heard of these two. Looks interesting. So I never know. I don't know. I always kind of like thought Burke and Hare, to me, were like always like really well known and stuff. But I forget that like sometimes maybe people they're not from the same country as me, or they're not from the same culture as me, or whatever. So it's like maybe they wouldn't have heard of it. And plus, they probably are younger than me because I'm old as shit. So you know what I mean. So I don't know. I kind of feel like whenever we do something like this, I'm always kind of like, well, what new can I bring to the table? Because everybody already knows this story. But then I'm just kind of like, people will come on and be like, I never heard of these people. So I'm like, oh, okay. That actually kind of makes me feel better because I don't feel like I'm just like repeating shit. So John Smith also says, I live in Glasgow, so Edinburgh is our rival city. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, they're nice places now. Nice cities now.
I mean, I had always wanted to go to Scotland. I've been to England, I've been to Wales, but I never did get to go to Scotland, and I always did want to go. It actually looks quite beautiful, and it's cold, and I'm into that. You know what I mean?
There's a historian named Thomas Sowell. He's an African-American historian, and he'll tell you all about Southern culture, African-American culture, and he'll trace a lot of it back to the British Islands and UK. Fucking Scotland, Ireland, Wales. A lot of the bad habits that your ancestors have live on here. They're codified in our culture. But
which is very funny.
Because you guys have moved up in the world. Well, here we just fucking mutated and America makes things bigger, grander, and more grotesque.
And more stupid.
It's dumber. Yeah. But it works in a strange way.
Sometimes.
We still love it, though,
That's another channel that I want to recommend. He probably doesn't need my recommendation because he has a lot more subscribers than us. But I love Lost in the Pond. He's a guy who he's from the UK, but he's lived in the because he's married to an American, and he's lived in the US for 14 years, and he lives in the Midwest.
Oh shit.
And he makes videos. He usually puts one, and he is super, super funny. Like, he has that like dry British sense of humor that I'm really into. And he'll do like videos like differences between different words, or like and he goes around different. He had one the other day where he tried chicken fried steak for the first time.
Yeah.
Man, he loved that shit.
Of course.
Well, he was talking to another YouTuber who
Yeah.
was also who's like a Scottish dude who was traveling through America, and he's like, "Bitch, you got to try like chicken fried steak."
Yeah.
And so he went to a diner. Like he lives in Chicago, and he had it, and he was like, "Oh my god, this is like how have I not eaten this like until now? This is like fantastic." So yeah, so he's like super funny too. His name's Lawrence, by the way, but his channel's called Lost in the Pond.
Southern food is one of the dominant culinary forces that represent in the United States, and it's all Southern food. Southern food is soul food. It's the same thing. Whites and blacks ate the same food. When blacks moved north, they took Southern food with them, and they called it soul food. Here it's just called food. Okay, it's the same food, pretty much. Of course, there's contemporary versions and contemporary dishes, like. Okay, chicken and waffles is new, but that's soul food, and that's very Southern. Those are Southern classics combined. But we're combining old stuff to make something new, okay? But, yeah, fucking Southern food is one of the dominant foods of the American scene. A lot of it has to do with the Army, U.S. Army. U.S. Army's menu, traditionally, was Southern food, because most of the soldiers were recruited from the South. Of all races, and it was whites, Hispanics or Mexican style from the Southwest, and African style from the Deep South, black guys. And if you looked at some of them classic movies from the 80s, you know what I mean, like Predator 1, and you looked at that fucking racial makeup of that that mercenary team, that's the way the U.S. Army looks. That's what it looks like. And you're going to feed them what they're comfortable with. It's going to be Southern food, And militaries, the Army's lingo, Sly, back me up. It's all in a Southern accent. A lot of outsiders don't know that, but militaries, or the Army language has a Southern accent to it.
Okay. Glenn says, talking about the Body Snatcher, there was actually a Robert Louis Stevenson story that was called The Body Snatcher that was based on Burke and Hare. So there was that. So they might have made a movie of that. I kind of feel like probably. DJ Maniac says, yes, the Simon Pegg version killed my last laptop. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I remember it being a funny movie, but it came out in 2010. That was a long time ago, and which is crazy to say. But I actually would like to see it again. That seemed super funny. John Smith says Burke and Hare are these days a tourist attraction in Edinburgh. I was watching an old British documentary earlier today about Burke and Hare. And the guy that was presenting was in a pub in Edinburgh that was called the Burke and Hare pub. It's a pub and restaurant. I don't know if it's still there or not because I have no idea when this because it looked fucking old. So I don't know when this shit came out. But yeah. So I kind of feel I saw their wax figures in Madame Tussauds. That's in London. So I'm assuming that they're very famous.
John Smith said he had visited the United States once and got fucked up down in New Orleans like a twat. Got drunk out in the street.
That'd be twat.
Like a twat.
They say twat.
Twat. You're lucky. When I was living in Gulfport, fucking the French Quarter was my weekly hangout. I'd go down there. There's a goth club we had called the Crystal. We also had another one called the Hellfire Club, and or Pierre's place. And fucking, you gotta be careful down the Quarter. There is some police protection there, but Quarter's a dangerous place. Really,
it is. There's a lot of crime.
Very dangerous, and it does have
watch your back.
It has a tourist flair to it, and the police are watching over those tourists. But when those cops aren't there, the wolves are still there, and a lot of the
generally in the U.S., I'd watch your back pretty much everywhere.
But especially especially New Orleans, Marilyn Manson and fucking what's his name, Trent Reznor were living there during the time that I was fucking hanging out there, and later on, Marilyn Manson wrote a book, and he said something that is a truism to this day. He said, you better watch it with New Orleans. You're going to end up in one of three places. A bar, a hospital. Okay. No, excuse me. A hospital, a bar. No, it was a hospital, a cemetery, or a prison. That's what you're going to end up in.
I kind of feel like cemetery should be the last thing.
Yeah. Either a
So
it's either a hospital, a prison, or a cemetery.
There you go.
And that's because
Rule of threes.
Yeah.
Comedy.
Yeah, right. And that's because all three of those are in fucking famous locations in fucking New Orleans. You know, Orleans Parish Prison is one of the most notorious fucking French style fucking.
I feel like the crime there is
Prison.
still bad.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's one of the worst places in the U.S.
Well, it had a bunch of D'Iberville projects and fucking... most of the projects got torn down, but they were like something out of fucking Haiti. Fucking real violent. Fucking...
Well, it's very poor.
Poor, violent, and just mean. But you could have a good time there. But the life expectancy was low. And extreme corruption. Extreme corruption. Like some of the biggest bank robbers and biggest criminals in New Orleans were cops. NOPD. They'd catch a serial rapist and turn out he's a cop. They'd catch somebody who fucking robbed fucking 7 or 8 banks, turn out he's a cop. You know,
It's not a big shocker for me.
No, they had somebody that was robbing liquor stores and killed like 3 or 4 people in execution style in one of them and killed another.
Like,
turns out it was a fucking female cop.
Yeah. I'm not shitting on cops. It's just I'm just saying that sometimes the personality traits that would lead you to want to be a cop are sometimes the same personality traits that would lead you to want to be a criminal.
Yeah.
It doesn't always overlap. It usually doesn't, but sometimes it does like enough to be alarming.
They were recruiting them same cops from D'Iberville projects.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So gotta watch.
Yeah.
I mean, shit. I've had numerous people because like I said, I'm a girl and I used to work at night, so I would drive home alone at night, and I've had numerous people like even if a cop like tries to pull you over, don't fucking pull over if you're by yourself, or at least pull over in front of somewhere where there's lots of people, because you don't know, one, you don't know if that's a real cop, or two, even if it's a real cop,
that might be a bad dude.
They could still like be a rapist or a murderer.
I was talking to my friend Rob Levinson. He's from New York.
Can't trust nobody.
He's up in New York, and his solution is always take away guns and fucking add more cops. Is you don't know the South. You don't know the South at all. Fucking just because somebody's a government official, that doesn't mean shit.
I'm honestly not, like, no offense, but I'm not a big fan of cops. Not a big fan.
Well, I've got friends that are cops.
I do too.
But I got friends that are drug dealers too.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
I'm just saying I kind of feel
depends on
like
the individual.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking I don't. It depends on the man, and this is what I'm talking about. I like to refer to things that people understand real well. Go back to Star Wars, right? Han Solo was a drug dealer. He wasn't a bad guy, but he shot first. He killed Greedo. Okay? But he was still a cool dude. He did the right thing in the long run, and everybody liked him. Okay? Morality is situational. Okay? Some people can come up out of that situation and still be a good person.
As long as your heart's in the right place.
They didn't choose to be born in the fucking situation that they were in, and they didn't choose to have the same obstacles and they didn't choose maybe not having the fucking being born with the fucking brightest of fucking parents. You know what I mean? It's just you have to come up somehow. Yeah.
Well, that's kind of like that's why I'm interested in true crime, I think, because while you can't excuse what people like that do, I'm interested in like the mitigating circumstances, because the thing about it is that sometimes like people have horrible fucking upbringings, and I don't think that excuses shit you do when you're an adult, because when you're an adult, unless you're impaired somehow, you probably do have some idea of what is expected of you, and like, let's not do this because it's wrong, even if you only think it's wrong because I'll get in trouble, which is very low level thinking, but okay. Even if you have that, but I kind of feel like some people don't even have that. So I'm like really kind of interested in, I don't know. So that's why I kind of feel like a lot of people get frustrated with justice systems as a whole. But in a way, they have to be as complex as they are, because every single case is different. Every single person is different. You don't know what that person's background was like. You don't know what that person's genetics are like. You don't know.
That's why I don't believe in that 3 strikes you're outlaw. Good thing that they got rid of that. They need to get rid of the mandatory minimums. You need to give the power back to the judge.
Everyone's you have to take it on a case by. I know it takes longer. I know, but it's like you really have to. Every single person, that's a person.
You got to give the choice back to a judge.
You have to see that person. You have to take all the shit in the aggregate.
Right.
What was this person's background like? What are their genetics like?
What is their risk to reoffend?
Yeah, this and that and the other. You can't just
mitigating circumstances.
You can't just like go right across the board and say, oh well, okay, like 3 strikes. Yeah, I was not a big fan of that because that just seems like.
Well, guess who was the main one behind that?
I know.
Joe Biden.
Yeah. Well, that was Clinton mostly.
Yeah, it was all both of them. They were all.
But I didn't like that.
It was about money.
But see, the thing about it is like he wanted to look like, oh, I'm tough on crime. It's like, look, that's not like the way to go about it. And like, look, I'm a liberal, I'm a Democrat, okay? But it's like I did not like that at all because I was like, look, you're trying to like put a one size fits all solution on something that is not one size fits all. Every single situation is different, and I'm sorry that it takes a long time. That sucks. And I know people get frustrated, but you really have to take everything as its own thing. This is a person. This is a person that is not like any other person. You have to like look at all of the circumstances surrounding this person before you decide what your, judgment is going to be on this person. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm just like, I'm a big advocate of that. Like I said, I know it takes forever, and I know people get frustrated. And people are like, yeah, just hang the bitch, whatever. But it's like, you can't do that. You can't do that. I know it's frustrating. I get frustrated, but you can't do that. I mean, if you want to be like a person, I'm just saying. So, okay, so we've had some people show up. Jenny, do they bury people standing up in New Orleans, like in China and Japan?
No.
I don't think so. I mean, now they bury people above ground
because you can't bury anybody
because of the water table.
Yeah.
I mean,
to be honest though, in modern days, New Orleans, Mississippi, Alabama, most people are cremated. It's just so much cheaper.
I'm kind of like, I'm a big fan of that because it's just kind of
burying people's very retro.
I mean, it just seems so wasteful.
A lot of money.
I know that. Yeah. Look, I get it. Like, I get the emotional attachment. You don't want to but
I would never want to be buried.
No, why would you want to? That's so body. So weird. That's
I want to
creepy.
remember me the way I was. Burn me. Just hand over some ashes. Remember me.
It's like I'm dead. I don't care.
I don't want anybody to look at my fucking dead body.
Yeah,
that's kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, that's what I always thought.
Yeah.
Just like I don't have any control over that shit.
Right.
It's like ew.
Well, the Romans thought the same thing.
I'm not in there anymore.
Romans started burying people later on, but they mostly cremated.
That seems to me, like I said, and I'm not like shit. If other people have other things, that's fine.
Destroy it.
Like I said, I'm not in there anymore. Right. So
that's not me.
Do whatever you want with the shit.
It's going to be old or fucked up anyway.
Well, I'm an organ donor, so it's on my driver's license and everything. So it's like if somebody needs a fucking heart or a liver or whatever. Hopefully you don't need a liver, because I'm sure my liver is going to be fucked up by the time I die. But you know what I mean? If you need something and it's still like working, you can have it. You're welcome to it. Fine. But other than that, I don't like I said, I'm not in there anymore. So I don't really understand like why you would like keep that around. It's weird.
All right, we got a lot of people in there. We got to go ahead and get this show on the road.
So because I was trying to point, like I was like, look at.
I know.
Look. Yeah.
We're just starting this, people, but we're just trying to give you some background. And people are partying at the house anyway, so.
I mean,
Yeah, I do the same thing. I lay down and listen to put my earbuds in, listen to motherfuckers talk on YouTube all day too. I understand. I love it, but better than television.
Well, you find people you like, and you just like want to listen to them like talk all the time. Because I do that too. I don't understand why anybody would want to listen to us talk, but okay.
I don't understand why people want to watch television. I'm looking at that shit and I'm like, man, how can you watch that shit? They're watching that shit at the biker bar, fucking the mouth's hanging open, and I'm going, so you watch any YouTube shows? And they're like, huh? What's that? They don't even fucking know. They got some of these old people are still in the fucking 1990s.
That's crazy.
Watching television, and it's gotten stupider. Television
I don't even remember the 1990s.
Everything is almost kind of like America's Funniest Home Videos. They just different spin on that. Just dumb shit's on there now.
Yeah, but people like dumb shit.
Yeah. Okay. Look,
much to my chagrin.
Let's go back.
John Smith says, on the theme of the evening, donate your body to science. Yeah, you probably should. I mean, at least be useful in your
Burn
death.
that shit up.
Like I said, well, no, that's why, like I said, I'm an organ donor. Like I said, if my shit's
too
still
old.
working, take it. If it's still working, take it.
We're too old. I think it's mostly people in their 20s that are fucking that they take the organs out of.
Well, it
20s and 30s.
depends. If
Yeah.
your shit's still working, they'll take it.
They'll take it. They'll put it in an old person, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And I'm just like, look, I'm not using it. Just, you're welcome to it. That's fine. Honestly, I went to see, do you remember when they did the Bodies exhibition? It toured around the U.S. with the kind of plasticine bodies that they did.
That was in fucking Casino Royale.
Yeah,
They
like
were
I
showing
saw
here
it
in
when
fucking
it was in Tampa.
Yeah, Tampa.
And that was amazing. Oh, it was so awesome. I like bought the book and everything. And when I was there, I was thinking to myself, how fucking cool would it be?
Yeah.
To have your fucking body, like, to peel all your flesh off and like because they had them like in all action poses. I'm like,
Now,
that is so cool.
Now Danny Ghostface comes in. He goes, he's fucking doing a real fucking shout out to the past, like an hour ago. To Jesse Eisenberg's best film was totally American Ultra, based on the CIA MK Ultra sleeper.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
I haven't seen it. Okay.
Oh, shit.
Oh, Camp Guy just sent us $10. Thanks, fucking.
Thank you, Camp Guy.
Thanks,
Happy
Camp Guy.
summer solstice
Okay, thank
yesterday. Yeah, it's officially summer now.
Fucking $10.
My least
Thank you,
favorite season.
Yeah.
Next, actually, spring and summer
It's
are
only
in
a couple more months.
contention.
It's only a couple more months.
I only like fall and winter. I don't like the other two
It goes
seasons.
by fast.
I know.
Yeah, it goes by fast. Couple.
That's one of the nicer things about getting older is that everything goes by really
Goes
fast.
by
I'm like,
fast.
oh, I hate summer, but it'll probably be like over before I know it.
Yeah, it'll be real fast.
Lynn Sly says, "Me too, Jenny. I'm an organ donor on my Texas Star. Yeah, me too. I was just kind of like, I'm not using the shit. I don't understand like why anybody would be like weird about that. But if you are, I'm not hating. I'm just saying I don't understand why you would be. You're not using it. Give it to somebody that can use it. So, okay, so we barely got into the shit. We were just talking about bodies, and then we got off on this big long thing.
I know.
So,
Sidetracking like crazy.
I know. Why did we...
You'd be Pookie's bored.
Even, yeah, Pookie's like, oh my
She's
God.
still over there fucking snoring, sawing logs. It's gonna be okay, Pookie.
Pookie's just in the chairs like...
Fuck all this shit.
You guys talk too much.
Yeah.
That's probably what she's thinking. But yeah. So Edinburgh was one of like 3 major centers for anatomists. So like all the people coming there, and so because there was a shortage in bodies to use for dissection purposes, as you might imagine, the free market kind of came to the rescue, if you want to call it that, and people started robbing graves. So, there was that. Because that's what would happen. People needed money, and they're kind of like, hey, people need money, I need money, and anatomists need bodies, therefore, I'm going to go to the cemetery and dig that bitch up that just got buried today, I'm going to sell it to the fucking... So that was what was happening. So there was like a whole brisk trade in the shit. They even had a name for them, resurrection men, or resurrectionists, which I kind of love. So there was that. So there was like a whole thing in it, the whole trade. Now, the thing about it, this was kind of like an awkward situation because at this time in Scottish law, disturbing a grave was illegal. It wasn't like a big deal, but it was like a little bit illegal. If you took property from a dead person, like if you stole rings or something off a dead body, that was also illegal. But stealing the body itself technically was not illegal. So they were kind of like skirting around the law there. Because they figured, hey, nobody wants the body because no one owned it, so nobody really thought to like make a law to make that illegal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, so obviously they were taking advantage of this shit. Now, the going price back then kind of fluctuated depending on what season it was. Obviously, if it was summertime, when your body would rot quicker.
Yeah. The bodies were not in season, man.
The bodies were not in season.
They weren't in season. You had to get rid of them quick. Yeah.
I don't mean to be like disrespectful, but I have like a terrible like morbid sense of humor.
Gotta remember, this is pre-refrigeration.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you couldn't really like.
If it was fucking hot
We'll just
out,
stuff it in
you had to get rid of it.
in the freezer.
Yeah.
And we'll just sell it later. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. They didn't have that back then.
Shit starts stinking fast.
This is early 19th century.
Yeah.
So during the summer, you could get 8 pounds. Now back then, that was a pretty hefty sum, gonna say. You know, because, I mean, but you'd only get 8 pounds because it's like, well, you have to sell it, like, pretty much right away because otherwise the shit would rot and it wouldn't be any good. So you had to do that. In the winter, you could get 10 pounds, though, because obviously it was really cold. This is Scotland. It gets really cold there. And you could kind of, like, just lay it out in the snow and it would preserve it for longer. So you know what I mean? And consequently, the anatomists did more dissections during the winter because... You know, they had more fresh bodies because shit was frozen. Because it was fucking cold out. Now, during the 1820s, people in Edinburgh were kind of like, bitches, goddamn. Like, we're just, like, burying grandma or whatever. And then, like, a couple hours later, some bitches come along and, like, dig her up. And sell her to, like, somebody. And people were obviously, like, upset about that. So there were a lot of protests. So, just like we mentioned a long time ago on our Buried Alive show, this kind of led to a lot of stuff happening, and you can kind of still see it in some Edinburgh cemeteries nowadays, although some of it has, you know, kind of rotted away and stuff, but people would put what they called mort safes, like over, like you'd bury your relative, and then you put like, and it's essentially like a cage. You'd put like this wrought iron cage like over the shit with like the gravestone on it. I've seen like pictures of it, and there are some that are still like that. They were trying to like deter grave robbers from coming and like taking their relatives because that's fucked up. Also, a lot of cemeteries, and you can still see this because they still exist nowadays, they would put in like watchtowers at cemeteries where like they'd have a guard like 24/7, like watching out for the graves, looking out for grave robbers. It was that much of a problem that they were spending all that money to fucking do that because, like I said, as soon as you buried somebody, some bitch was gonna come in there and take that body and like sell it because you could make money on that stuff. Like I said, 8 pounds, 10 pounds, that was a lot of money for poor people back then. So yeah. Now, the thing about it, so because there was such a crisis, you know, this was like a whole thing. And so into this kind of whole thing that was happening, let's talk a little bit about Dr. Robert Knox. Now, spoiler alert, this guy didn't really get in super trouble, but he's very, very important in the whole Burke and Hare situation. So he's an anatomist, and he had actually qualified as a doctor in 1814. Now, he had gotten smallpox as a child, as I'm sure a lot of people did back in this era, because, man, smallpox was a whole thing. And actually, this is a little bit of a sidetrack, but if you haven't read, I read this great book called, I think it was called The Speckled Monster, and it was about the way that they found the vaccine for smallpox. It's so, so good. That's like one of the best nonfiction books I've ever read, so I'm recommending that right now. So he got smallpox as a child. And he got like disfigured, and he was like blind in one eye, but he kind of rose above, I guess, and he became like an anatomist later. He was even in the army. He was a doctor at the Battle of Waterloo, and he was in England. He was in South Africa, so he was like kind of a big deal. Now he settles down in Edinburgh in 1820. 1825, he becomes a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons of Edinburgh. And he was like one of their main attractions for lecturing on anatomy. He would do 2 dissections a day. And he put out ads, like I've seen pictures of them. If you Google it, you can like see the actual ads from the day where he'd be like, hey, I have fresh ass corpses. It didn't say that exactly, but you know what I mean? He had fresh corpses. That was one of his main like selling points. And I'm going to cut them up in front of all of y'all. 2 times a day.
You went Southern as a motherfucker. All of y'all.
I am Southern.
I know, it's funny.
I am Southern.
Yeah, I'm just teasing it.
I'm actually Southern. You were born in California. I was born.
Yeah, but of Southern parents.
I know that.
And then But
I have Southern parents and grandparents.
I am a child of the South.
Southern grandparents.
Child of the South.
My grandparents were.
I came here every summer of my life, though.
I lived here every summer and every winter.
It wasn't until after I didn't really live here all the time 24/7 until 1987.
Yeah, I lived here
87, 88, 89. End of 89 I joined the army.
I was born in
soon as
Daytona Beach, Florida, Halifax Hospital.
soon as we went to war with Iraq, I joined the army for the
know you did.
first Gulf War. That's when I joined. I was like, oh, this is it. This is it. Time for me to go. I'm going to the big game. Fucking joined the fucking infantry. Wanted to go to theater, and they says, no, shut that off. You got to go to Korea. First in the 506 up on DMZ. But I'm glad that I did that. I'm glad they sent me there instead. That was like a Ranger battalion. Fucking man, awesome unit. Still talk to my old fucking CO, and he said, yeah, that was the fucking toughest unit I was ever in. It was fucking as hard as a fucking. It was like being a bad boy. Some of you Army guys know what I'm talking about. But the Ranger battalion, it's like that. All our NCOs were Ranger qualified. Fucking, they just ran it like a Ranger battalion. And there was only one battalion of us. We're the DMZ battalion. 506.
John Smith
Legendary.
says, in Scotland, it is assumed you're an organ donor unless you have a specific exemption card.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, I think that they should do an opt-out rather than an opt-in, to be honest with you.
Well, they consider your body to be your property and a property of your family.
Right, but you're
So
dead.
They don't want to be stealing nothing from you, though.
You're dead.
They don't want to be
They do
stealing
enough
it.
shit to your live body while you're
Yeah,
still
it's
alive.
just-
It's like, I don't know why they still have this weird like thing about you being dead. You're dead.
It wouldn't make a big impact here in the United States anyway.
I mean, I'm just saying, I think it should be opt-out rather than opt-in. If you want to opt-out, you can. But I opted in. I was just kind of like, I don't need my fucking kidneys or whatever. Like, if they're still working, God forbid, like, you know, if I'm in an accident or something, then, like, have them.
United States is a big place. Most places are rural here. When you die, on average, they don't want your shit. You're old. Okay? If you're young and you're in a rural zone, they take an organ out of you. There's no place. They're not doing organ transplants in rural areas. What are they gonna do? Send that shit to New York? They got shit over there in New York. Fucking, you know.
Well, no,
it's not the same. It's not.
I mean, there's big cities that have that, and even in rural areas.
Yeah, but a city can fuel its own organ demands.
Not necessarily. They always have shortages.
I'm gonna put this my way. I don't want no damn Yankee running around with my fucking kidneys, man.
You'll be dead. What the fuck do you care?
No, I ain't helping them. I ain't helping them.
Well, yeah, but you're a sociopath.
I'm taking them with me.
That's stupid as shit.
I'm just telling you.
That is stupid as shit.
Let me go.
That is stupid as shit. Seriously. Honestly, like, I kind of feel like I said, I'm dead. Look, if my kidney could, like, help some kid somewhere or some person, like, what the fuck do I need it anymore? I don't need it. Jesus. So, take it. I'm fine with it. I don't know. Yeah, but like I said, I kind of feel like it should be opt-out rather than opt-in. Like I said, you have a choice still, but like I said, you're dead. You don't need that shit. I know it's I kind of feel like the only objections to it are weird, like, religious objections. Yeah, and I get you don't want your, like, loved one's body defiled. I get that. I do. But a lot of that is, like, superstition or, like, religious kind of stuff. And it's like, I'm not really into that. I'm just kind of like, I'm a very practical person. You know, somebody alive, a kid or something like that could use that. So I don't need it. Please take it. I'm not, like, greedy like that. And like I said, I'm dead. So who the fuck do I care? Like, who gets it? I don't care who gets it. It's fine. But yeah, so he does 2 dissections, which is kind of like a big deal now that I'm thinking about it. 2 dissections a day. That's a lot of bodies. Because he wasn't the only bitch doing that. There was like a bunch of other, not just in Edinburgh, because there was a bunch of bitches doing it at that college too, but like every medical college throughout Europe also had bodies. So the fact that he was doing 2 bodies a day, that's a lot of, like, bodies. So I'm
put some more ice in this for you.
So I'm seeing how the shortage could, be kind of a big thing.
That ice maker's keeping up, man. I love it. You want any more vodka in this?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
So, yeah. So his ads, like I said, if you look on Google, you can see them. His ads promised a full demonstration on fresh anatomical subjects. So everybody come and look at that shit. And at times they would get like more than 400 students, I kind of feel like maybe they weren't all necessarily students. I feel like some of them were probably just like weirdos that wanted to just like come see a dead body cut apart. But you know, they didn't have a lot of entertainment options back then, so I'm not gonna lay hate too hard. So that's Dr. Knox, and we'll get back into him in a little bit because he was the one that bought all the bodies. Spoiler alert. But let's talk about the guys that actually did the killing. So let's talk about William Burke. Now, I don't know if this matters or not, but both of these guys, even though this was Scotland, both of these guys were Irish immigrants. And I'm sure, like, the Scots would be like, yeah, that totally makes a difference. Like, fucking Irish motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Come up here and do that shit.
Understand it.
I kind of feel like, well...
I don't understand it.
Look, I lived in Wales. The Welsh hated the English, even though it was literally right there. It's across the Severn River. It's right there. English motherfuckers. And the English also
English
hated
fans.
the Welsh.
They just
Sheep shaggers.
It's just like here. Like I was saying
it's kind of
earlier.
like here. It's like from
It's
state
just like
to
here.
state.
Yeah.
It's not quite as bad. It's not quite as bad. I mean, we at least have like chunks of states that are kind of like
Our own areas.
But the thing about it is that within those states, like within Florida, you have like a panoply of like whole different like attitudes.
Yeah. Miami
things get painted with a broad, but like the
but it's
South,
not
this
like-
and that. But
There's a lot of
pockets
Souths.
of
There's a lot of
there's
different
pockets
Souths.
of different stuff.
Yeah. You know, if you go South Florida is Central America, and that's a good thing. It's like a Central American fucking paradise.
Yeah, it's okay with me.
Fucking great. Yeah, they're running it good, and they've been there for fucking centuries. They predate the United States as their homeland, and fucking they treat it like their homeland. You respect it, and they're Floridians just like us. We all get along. We all intermarry. You know, we show you our friends from the clubs here, and we're in the center between the Panhandle and South Florida, and we're all mixing around this area. And you look at the people we go to club with, and you're not sure if they're Anglo or Hispanic. It doesn't matter. Doesn't even fucking matter.
I mean,
We don't give a
Orlando
shit.
is kind of like a
As long
way
as they're hot.
station.
As long as they're hot. If they're hot, then they're good to go.
Orlando is kind of like a way station because
Yeah.
it's not just South Florida, North Florida. Orlando has people from everywhere.
Yeah, you got tourists and you got people that have moved here.
Tourists and like
Yeah.
fuck tons of people move to.
A lot of our friends
Central
are from
Florida.
New York.
I mean, a lot of
Lil Swole
people
from New York. Imani
Well,
from
I
New
told
York.
you I went to high school in Florida, and me and one other girl that I knew were the only people that were actually born in Florida. Everybody we knew was from.
But let me tell
everybody
you-
in our high school was born somewhere else.
But here's something that Jenny doesn't understand.
I don't understand.
She don't
something.
understand.
Okay, let's hear it.
I've lived up north in Boston area. I fucking loved it. Had a good time there. People move here, and they adapt to this culture. It does change them. They become like other people that you would meet in Florida. Like Little Swole. Little Swole's a New Yorker, but he's been here for a long time, and
I mean, he's
you
not in
can't.
New York City. He's upstate New York.
Yeah, upstate, but he's just like any other Floridian. You know, just in his opinions and everything.
Well, like I said, I don't really even have a concept of Floridian because I don't think there's a definition of that. Because it's everybody here is from somewhere else. Everybody's like from everywhere, so it's like I don't really have like a overriding concept of like Floridian. Like I
When
said,
you go up
if you're
north,
going to
you
talk
see-
about Floridian, you might as well talk about me. I was born here.
Yeah.
I was born in Florida.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm more a Floridian than like some bitches that come down here and like say
Right,
they're
but
Florida.
what I'm
Like, look,
saying,
I was born here.
If you were to go up north and go to Massachusetts, you'd stick out. You would. But you don't stick out here. Little Swole doesn't stick out here. Okay.
Well, nobody sticks out because
doesn't stick out.
everybody's from somewhere else and everybody's different and like nobody really like thinks that much
And
about
he
it.
does shit here that wouldn't fly in New York. Could just, he's carrying the guns. You know what I mean? That wouldn't fly. He comes down, not in New York. He's got a fucking CCW and fucking. He's into country shit and fucking goes out there and fucking catches frogs and shit. He's like an entomologist, and it's like he belongs here.
I mean, he's really into like frogs and snakes.
Yeah,
but I don't
frogs,
think that's a
that's
specifically Southern thing. I don't think. But I'm that particularly.
Well, that particular thing. There's just things about him that he does here that wouldn't fly in New York.
Still Poke.
Go.
Hi.
Where was I? Oh, Sly says, Jenny, I missed that body exhibition in Tampa, Florida. Too far a drive from Orlando. I mean, I went over there. Well, I lived in Tampa at the time. And it was at our local museum. What is it? The South Florida Museum. But, like, they had that whole thing. And, man, it was, like, so good. I'm sorry you missed it because, man, it was fantastic. I was, like, really, really into it. I love that kind of shit. Rebecca says, never be ashamed of our dark sense of humor. It's the only humor I vibe with. Yeah, I mean, you know. Like I said, I don't mean to make light of terrible things, but I kind of feel like that's kind of healthy in a way.
Graham just showed up. What's up, Graham? Yeah.
Granther says, by the way, Granther's wife and kids went to... Wait, you didn't go? Went to Disney and Harry Potter World last month. Credit card bill came today, $7,000.
Yo,
Feel pretty great. I can see
Harry
that.
Potter World. That's not in Disney. That's in Universal, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah.
it's all kind of like it's in the Disney area because
Yeah, but
that's all the
that's
theme parks.
another bill.
That's
though.
Universal.
That's another bill. And Granters, you can go ahead and agree with me like you always do. All right, nah, I'm just fucking with you. But Disney ain't worth a shit, man, compared to Orlando, fucking Universal. Universal Studios, man, fucking got Disney over the fucking barrel. I've been to them both in kind of within a decade or so, and fucking how long ago was that we went to Universal?
A long time ago.
It was about 10. It was within
It was
10 years.
2011 or 2012.
Okay, so maybe within 10 years. We saw that Harry Potter ride, man. Fucking that thing was awesome, and the roller coasters that they had there. I much preferred Universal to Disney. The only thing I liked about Disney is the haunted house and Space Mountain. Other than that, I really don't give a shit about fucking Disney.
I also like Thunder Mountain Railroad. Well,
that's
the
okay.
thing about Disney is that I like
Orlando, fucking Universal's better.
I like their commitment
Yeah.
to theming. Haunted Mansion is my favorite, but I like that they do like the whole experience. But Universal, if you just want like rides and like immersive, it is better.
It's better.
But we haven't been like for a while.
We need to go to Universal.
But I can afford that shit. What are you
It
talking
would cost us what, 200 probably? 300?
Jesus Christ, where have you been?
Well, it's 100 to get in, right?
Yeah, but then like all of the other, I mean, maybe it wouldn't be that much.
Yeah.
I don't
It'd be about 300 between 150 a piece. That's not bad.
John Smith says, when I was a kid, my favorite was Epcot. Yeah, I was that kind of kid. Epcot, when I was in fifth grade, when would that have been? When I was 11, so that have been 1984. Epcot had just opened.
Yeah.
And we went on a field trip there. I loved Epcot.
Yeah.
I mean, we had the best fucking time there.
Grandpa says a $12 bottle of Coke there. And he said that his kids were underwhelmed by Disney. Disney ain't shit.
Well, they haven't kept up. Like, they have kept up.
It's cheap looking.
But they can't keep up with... I mean, it's Orlando. So you have, like, tons of other big... Like, Universal. You have, like, tons of other
tough.
big
Yeah.
parks.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of competition.
There's a lot of shit people don't know about Disney. Disney is a vast empire, and a lot of it has failed. They used to have cruises. They used to have a bunch of islands that went off out into the ocean that you could go out on.
Don't they still have those?
No, it's all shut down. It didn't work. They ended up losing money. It tried to almost become its own country, but it just never was adult enough. It was never cool enough. It wasn't high tech enough. They never kept up with it. The shit would sun fade like crazy. Florida shit's got to be repainted every year if it looks like that. You know,
Especially if it's red.
it's red. Yeah, it's just no, you can't just rest back on your laurels. They were trying to really make money off of hotels because that's where the money was. The money was coming from the hotels, not so much the theme park and merchandising.
I have to say, my sister, who's 4 years younger than me, she comes down. She doesn't live here anymore. She lives in Atlanta. She's lived all over the country, but she comes down every year, and she does like a big Disney vacation because she loves that shit. She stays in the hotels. She does all the stuff, and so she has a good time doing that stuff. But man, the thing about Disney is that you really have to, and I guess this is like a tribute to its popularity because she's like, dude, you have to like book your restaurant bookings and like, oh, if you want to like be in the mansion like or the castle with Cinderella or whatever, you have to like book that like months and months and months ahead because it's like way overbooked. So people are still doing it.
That was I heard that park sales are down a lot. And
well, that's probably
They tried the Star Wars angle, that didn't work. Fucking that part of the theme park isn't working. The Star Wars angle was supposed to compete with Universal because they needed something that was more contemporary. People don't realize how old-fashioned Disney is. The look of it.
There's some things I still like about it.
There's classic shit like
I said,
the Small World and stuff like that. But
I
really,
will ride on
fucking puppets. I mean, you know,
I will ride on the Haunted Mansion all day long.
Yeah. Right.
I love that shit.
$1 for $1. If you're a tourist, go to Universal. Universal Studios is better. Better rides, higher technology stuff, fucking more adult themed type stuff. The family tends to like it better. You don't have Disney princesses for little girls. You got hot chicks running around in fucking Marvel superhero outfits with dudes that are fucking roided out. So there's more. It's sexier, I'm gonna say. And some of them fucking Marvel chicks are friends of ours, you know, that worked at those theme parks doing it, you know, and it's a wild scene, you know. I'm not gonna say it's not so adult that it's porn. I'm just saying it's PG instead of G rated, you know, and the rides are just a lot more exciting. The broomstick ride, the Harry Potter thing, it's a virtual reality ride, man.
And Tom has not read any of the books. Or
I don't know anything about. I don't give a
movie.
shit about any of that. All right, I just went on the Harry Potter broomstick ride and I bought that bitch. I felt like I was riding on a fucking broomstick, flying through the air at about 150 miles an hour. Some of that shit was fucking faster than free fall. And you know what? It was all VR.
Yeah.
It was all virtual reality. You're not moving fast at all, but it convinces you that you are moving fast and flying.
Well, they know. They play with your brain.
They fucked my mind up. And I was like, oh yeah, I want to go on that shit again. But fucking Tyson was with us and he's like, no man, we got to do the next one. And every ride was good. Every ride was real good.
I mean,
better than Disney.
Universal is fun.
I would say
I do have a soft spot for Disney though.
For you Californians,
because I grew up.
I have more fun at Universal Studios than I had at old 1970s Magic Mountain. And 1970s, 1980s Magic Mountain was hardcore. You could get killed there. You could those roller coasters would fall apart over there. You know, that happened fucking a couple times. And fucking, it was, and Magic Mountain was the shit in those days. It was like something out of a fucking old rollerball movie. But that's kind of how, man, we're getting way off fucking topic.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, we gotta get back to this.
What's this we? You're getting way off.
Fuck this shit. Okay. But I'm gonna say, if you're gonna come here for tourism, if you're a foreigner, no, man, you want to go to Universal. Fuck Disney. Universal. Yeah.
Bundy says, "What about Jesus Land?"
Oh, I mean, we would love to see it.
If you want to pay, like if I could go there for free,
yeah, we'd love.
I would be intrigued. I'm not gonna pay.
It's little. It's not as big as you. It's little.
I'm not paying.
It's little.
Come on.
But I would like to go just for shits and giggles. It'd be funny to see, but I don't think they're on top of their. I know they're not on their game.
I think I would probably get like fucking crucified because of my eye rolling. They would fuck me. I would like to.
It's a low budget fucking theme park. It's very low budget. Okay.
Well, their whole thing.
But they probably want $100 a person. So you're like, why would you go with that?
I'm sure.
When you could just go to fucking Universal for that.
Go to somewhere good.
Yeah.
That's not like lame.
Yeah.
Come on. John Smith says, we also went to a now closed down theme park called Boardwalk and Baseball. Oh my God. I remember Boardwalk and Baseball. Baseball theme park. I think, I never went there but I remember when it opened.
Yeah.
I think they might have, please correct me if I'm wrong. I think they might have opened that on the site of the old Circus World, which I actually did go to. I did go to Old Circus World. It was a theme park with a circus theme. So I like rode an elephant there and shit like that. But I think later on, like after that closed, they opened it as they were trying to like do a baseball themed. And I was just like, what the fuck is that about? So I think that's what that was. It's not there anymore. I don't even think anybody here remembers it. But I remember. Is there a greater misery, says Gramthers, than a week on a Disney cruise? Honestly, any cruise, I'm not a cruise person. Like, I get the appeal of it, but it's like, hey, let's hang out on the ocean in the middle of nowhere for all this time. And then we'll occasionally, like, stop by some land that we can, like, do some shit on. I don't know, man. I'm just not into it. I'm not into it. And maybe the cruise ship will, like, have all their toilets back up and everything will be, like, fucking covered in sewage. You know?
Yeah.
It might
Zach
happen
says,
like that.
I'm just waiting for a day Universal is owned by Disney, which is owned by Amazon, which is owned by Pornhub, which is owned by...
Has that not happened yet?
Yeah.
I mean...
yeah.
I kind of feel like that will probably happen at some point.
Fucking Disney isn't doing well on the stock market. But a lot of it because all that money that they sunk into Disney Plus, that they were really thinking that was going to take off, but then they just fucked up the Star Wars franchise. And you know, remember our friend that worked for Disney who laughed and was pissed off that Disney got Star Wars? He says they will never fucking do that shit right. He called it. What's her name's ex-husband? Fucking years
you were
back.
talking about?
Years back. She was Minnie Mouse.
Tracy?
Tracy's husband. Tracy was a Minnie Mouse.
Tracy's husband.
Yeah, Tracy's ex-husband. God, he was a mechanic there at Star Wars.
Yeah.
And fucking when they
remember
bought
that.
Star Wars, he was like, "Oh shit, they're gonna fuck that up." And I said, "They're gonna fuck that up?" And he goes, "Yeah, they will fuck Star Wars up." And I said, "Disney can't do Star Wars?" And he goes, "Hell no, they can't do Star Wars." I says, "Why couldn't they?" And he goes, "You don't know him like I know him." And he worked there in that corporation, and they did. They fucked up Star Wars. All the fucking. Although Mandalorian 1 and 2 is good, fucking, you know, some of the movies are really good, but Obi-Wan that came out, everything, they fucked that up. They're not very creative, and they're just, which is strange because they handled the MCU well. Okay, look, we gotta get back on top.
Yeah, you're trying by
patience. I
patience.
can just tell by the way she's sitting. I gotta stop talking
Thomas,
about it. Okay.
you're really trying by patience.
Okay. All right.
2 hours.
Okay.
And I'm just kind of like,
Okay.
I haven't even look.
Okay, all
Look
right,
where
all right.
the thing is.
Okay.
It's like right there.
She's trying to keep
Not
me
even a
under control.
quarter.
She's trying to keep me under control.
You have a sidetrack show. I started the sidetrack show specifically so you could just talk about bullshit the whole time.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They
And
don't
then-
fucking get me going on sidetracks, though. They don't get me going on sidetracks.
Oh, you're blaming others.
I'm
I see.
blaming them.
He's blaming others.
Blaming them.
Granther says, what are the workers that Jesus Land dress up as? Israelites?
That's a sidetrack.
Brothers.
We can't talk about that. That's a
I mean,
sidetrack.
they probably do.
Yeah.
I kind of want to go, but I don't want to pay.
Yeah.
I'm not paying.
That's a sidetrack. We can't get on that.
So, where was I? Why did I even get into this shit?
I don't know.
You don't count. You don't care either.
Not really, no.
Yeah.
Not really.
This is a lack of respect. This
What
is
are you
a
talking
lack
about?
of
What are you
respect.
talking about? What are you talking about?
If you really care,
It's right there. It's right there.
You
It's right-
should have done some research on your own.
No, I know about this one. I know about this one.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
We've already covered this. I remember what they did. Mostly.
Yeah, okay.
Mostly.
Rebecca says Rogue One was brilliant. It was actually.
You're
I
getting
really liked Rogue
sidetracked.
One.
You're getting
No, I'm just like, I'm trying to like answer
Don't worry about what they're
people's
saying.
question.
Don't
All
worry.
right. So we're talking about Burke and Hare.
Yeah.
So I kind of like gave a little bit of a context. So people are robbing graves left and right
Yeah.
because they need some bodies. And, you know, there's money to be made. So people are doing that. So into this morass, if you want to call it that, steps Burke and Hare. Now, William Burke, born probably 1792 in Ireland. Like I said, both these bitches were Irish. No, I'm not saying anything about that, but they were both Irish. Now, he had like an okay upbringing. Like his parents were like middle class. He wasn't poor or anything like that. He had a brother named Constantine. They had a very comfortable upbringing, and they were both in the British Army. They joined as teenagers. And in fact, William Burke actually was in a militia until he married a woman, another Irish woman, where they kind of settled County Mayo. I'm not really sure. Like, I'm not from Ireland, so I don't know. Now, what happened with that, though? 1918, he has a big fight with his father-in-law over some land dispute or some shit like that. So he's like, fuck this shit, I'm out of here. He leaves his wife and presumably children, because I think he had children as well. He's like, yeah, I'm out of here. So he left. He just, like, abandoned them. So he moved to Scotland and started working just, like, as a laborer, right? He was actually, like, one of the laborers, what they called, like, I think they called navvies, like, on the Irish Union Canal. So he first moved to a little place called Maddiston near Falkirk, and then set up house with a woman who I don't think he ever officially married. So we're just gonna like call her the girlfriend. Her name was Helen McDougall. Now she was also Irish. She was a little bit of I don't want to say, like, she had a little bit of a bad reputation. Let's say that.
Saying she's a hoe.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
Okay.
But people thought she was kind of like a drunk, and she didn't have the greatest reputation around town. But he kind of like took up with her. Like I said, I don't think he ever married her like legally or anything, but they kind of like became a thing, and he would like claim her as a wife later on, but I don't think they ever actually married. So after a couple of years, he worked on on this canal. And after that was done, he moved to Edinburgh, and he moved to this place called Tanner's Close. It's actually not there anymore. It's been torn down. Obviously the area is still there, but it doesn't look like it used to look. So he moved there with her in November of 1827. And they started doing a thing called, what they would do was they would buy secondhand clothing from apparently like people who died or were selling stuff, and then they would sell it on. So it was like a thrift store, essentially, is what they were doing. And also later he would become a cobbler, like he would fix people's shoes and stuff like that. And he actually was kind of good at it, earning about £1 a week, which I don't know how much that is in today's money, but was probably better than most people were making. Those are like the 1820s. Yeah, so not bad.
Maybe $200 a week.
I mean, not great, but still not bad. So he's like fixing people's shoes.
That's upper middle class.
So from everything that they have about him, William Burke was the kind of more sociable of the two. He was very socially adept. He was very he was a hard worker. He was very cheerful. He was easy to make friends, like stuff like that. He was like a dude you want to hang out with. That type of guy. Singing, dancing, doing that kind of stuff. So he was very popular, like in the neighborhood, fixing people's shoes and whatnot. Now the other guy, William Hare, they don't know a great deal about his background. Maybe from County, Armagh, I guess. I don't know. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that super wrong. They don't know when he was born exactly, so they don't actually know how old he was. When he was arrested in 1828, he actually gave his age as 21, but they don't actually know if that was accurate. So I've seen birth dates ranging from 1792 to 1804, so take that as you will. They don't know much about his background. Now, he did work in Ireland he worked on farms and shit like that, like agricultural kind of stuff. He also worked on the Union Canal, which is where he met Burke. He worked there for 7 years. He moved to Edinburgh in the mid-1820s, and he worked as an assistant to a coal guy, I guess, like a coal shoveler. I don't know. Okay. Like I said, like all the jobs back then, like we don't have those jobs anymore, so it's like nobody actually knows what those are.
It's funny.
It is, like, and it's weird. I was watching, like, a video about this earlier, and he's just like, every single job in this, I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Gone. Long gone.
Like, nobody does that
The jobs
anymore.
we're doing now won't exist in the future. They're just temporary.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what I mean.
The two main jobs throughout human history have been soldier and hooker. Those are the two fucking main jobs.
I mean, pretty much. That's
Those
the
have stayed
only
the
thing
same.
that, like, people, like,
Yeah.
still understand, like,
Yeah.
nowadays. Like, every now and then, like, you hear some job, it's like, what the fuck? Because every
Yeah.
now, like, I look up stuff, because I do a lot of, like, true crime stuff and,
Yeah.
like, all this kind of stuff from, like, the 18th century, 19th century. And, like, you look up, oh, this person was a whatever. And I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, dudes that
And
made
you have
barrels.
to, like, look it up.
Dudes that made the bands on the barrels.
Well, that was a big deal back then.
Yeah.
You needed barrels.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So there was that. So he had actually, like, worked, like I said, as a laborer on the Union Canal. 7 years. He moved to Edinburgh, and then he worked as the Coleman's assistant. He moved into Tanner's Close, which is the same street that, that Burke lived in. Now, he moved into, like, a boarding house. And the boarding house was owned by a guy named Logue and his wife, whose name was Margaret. Now, the dude died in 1826. At this point, William Hare sees an opportunity and moves in on the wife. Hey, Margaret, what's up? I hear your husband's dead, so you might need a new man. So that evidently worked out. So the thing about Hare, though, it's like these two... Burke, well, like I said, was very socially adept. He seemed very intelligent, very cunning. Hare, on the other hand, was kind of like a brute. He was illiterate, very uncouth. That was one word that people at the time used to describe him. So he was kind of like a big, dumb...
Dude that farted and sucked on his teeth and put
that kind of
lick
dude.
on his fingers and touch your food and shit. He's one of those dudes.
That kind of dude.
Yeah.
He was just, So, these two, a match made in heaven, I
Yeah.
guess you could say. They were very, very different. Also, he would, like, get in fights. He would get drunk and, like, beat people up, stuff like that. He was very, like, violent, very... He would start fights, you know. Also, his girlfriend... A lot of sources call him the wife, but I don't think they ever legally married. So I guess she was just, like, kind of... the
Common
girlfriend.
law.
Yeah, kind of like, or maybe common law. I don't know what the law was back then. But I love this, that a contemporary source called her hard-featured and debauched.
That means ridden hard and put away wet.
Pretty
That's what
much.
that motherfucker
She didn't have,
means.
like, the best reputation at the
Yeah,
time, and he was like, oh, my people. And he just, like, graduated, like gravitated to
That's
her.
funny. That's
So,
funny.
yeah, that's how that happened. So basically, 1827, Burke and his girlfriend, Helen McDougall, they go to work on this harvest. Like I said, they're always looking for work. And then that's where they met William Hare. Now, the two guys, like, struck up a friendship. Now, so they go back to Edinburgh, and, William Hare was kind of like, we need a place to stay, and Burke was like, hey, we have a boarding house. Or they kind of, like, move into the same boarding house. So that's kind of, like, where the two couples kind of, like, started hanging out. Now, both of these two couples, like I said, they were kind of dirtbags. And their whole thing was like, hey, we're going to hang out and, like, just fucking get as drunk as shit. Much like we're doing right now. And whatever happens will happen. Murder. Spoiler alert. That's what happened with this. But they kind of, like, got known for being, like, big, huge drinkers, even in Scotland at that time, which is probably, like, a big, that's saying something if you were known for that. And also being a little, boisterous, I guess. Boisterous. Let's call it that. Now, the first thing that happens, this is kind of what set them on this course. So, in very late November of 1827, there's a dude named Donald. Nobody knows his last name. He was just... sadly, like, a lot of their victims, of which there were many, were either they don't know their names or they don't know their last names, because a lot of them were kind of, like, itinerant or, they don't really know a lot about them, which is kind of sad. But so there was this guy named Donald who was staying as a lodger in William Hare's house. he ended up dying of natural causes of dropsy. Now, dropsy is what nowadays you would call edema. It's kind of like a swelling of various appendages and stuff like that, which will kill you. Yeah, fluid retention is what that is.
How does that start? What makes a motherfucker retain fluid?
I'm not actually sure. I think there's a lot of different, because I kind of
Reasons
looked it
why.
up for a second, but yeah, there's a lot of different like
Okay.
conditions
I've
that
seen
would
people
cause
like that, and they wear the damn fucking like elastic things
Yeah.
to keep the fluid out. And, they gotta take a bunch of piss pills to piss out fluid, and then you're like, well, how does that start off in the beginning? Anyway.
Well, the
It's
weird
always
thing.
somebody kind of overweight, I noticed. So I don't know if that has something.
Well,
to
not
do with it.
necessarily, because
Yeah.
it could kind of happen to anybody, like
Right.
fluid retention in various parts of your body, like I said. But that's what they used to call it, dropsy, but
Yeah.
it's called edema nowadays. But that's what it is. So it could kill you, especially back then when like they didn't
Right.
know anything about like fucking medicine or anything. So Donald dies of dropsy in William Hare's.
Grandpa says it's kidney disease. It doesn't. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Gout, congested heart
All
failure
right.
too. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Which was, endemic back then, I kind of feel like.
All that
'Cause
shit they
people
were
were-
eating.
Well, yeah, people were eating like fucking poison
Lead.
ass food.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Like seriously, if we've been watching The Food That Made America, which it doesn't go super into like all the horrible shit that people were eating. It kind of like refers to it, like all the horrible shit that people were eating like prior to the Industrial Revolution. But if you want to look into that, it's fast. I've read a couple books about it, and it's like a fascinating topic. Like before the FDA and all that stuff came in, and we're like, no, absolutely not. We have to like have some fucking guidelines with the shit and like some laws. People were just eating all kind of shit, and they didn't like know what it was, and people were just getting disease, and it was awful. It was awful. So people were dying of like completely preventable shit. So this dude, Donald, like I said, we don't know his last name, but he was just lodging in William Hare's boarding house, and he died of natural causes, as far as we know. But the thing about it was that when he died, he still owed £4 of back rent. So William Hare is pissing and moaning to William Burke, man, this fucking bitch died, and he still owed me like all this money in back rent. So what they decided to do, maybe we can recoup this loss. We'll find a silver lining, in the storm cloud of this like situation. We'll sell his body to an anatomist, and maybe we'll make the money back. That's what they decided to do. So they didn't kill this dude. He just died naturally, and that's where they got the idea. So what they did, though, just to cover their bases, I'm assuming. So they had this carpenter that they knew, and the carpenter said, okay, well, he built them a coffin, and the local parish, because the guy was like he didn't have any relatives or anything like that, so the local parish like paid for his burial. So they buried him in this wooden coffin. Now, after the guy left, Burke and Hare come back, and they opened the coffin up. They took the body out, which they stuffed under the bed. They weren't like master criminals, which you'll see. And then they filled the coffin with some other shit, like that was heavy, like some local tanners, like stuff, because, they just put like a bunch of shit in there, so it would still be heavy. And then they filled it up with that, and then they like resealed it, because the coffin had been sealed. Now, after dark, after the coffin had been taken away to be buried, they took the body to Edinburgh University. Now, they were kind of like looking, can you imagine like putting a body in a fucking box or whatever, and like going to a medical school and being like, hey, body, who wants to buy a body? That's essentially what they were doing.
Now Sly's asking, what's a drink of choice in Edinburgh at that time? Like scotch,
Whiskey,
rum, scotch, brandy.
whiskey, probably.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, as far like from what the research I did on this, all the bitches drank whiskey.
Whiskey. All
Whiskey.
right.
Well, Scotch whiskey.
Scotch is whiskey.
That's kind of like their
Yeah.
thing. That's kind of like their thing. So, But yeah, so they go to the... They're shameless. They go to the university and they're like asking around, hey, who wants to buy a body? We heard that you guys are looking for bodies, so we got one. Right here in this box. Or whatever it was. Now, essentially what happened, they go to Edinburgh University. And they actually wanted to go to kind of like the main guy that was like the big anatomist at the time, whose name was Professor Monroe. But what ended up happening was they ran into this student like on a staircase. And they were kind of like, hey, we have a body to sell. So what can we do about that?
Bundy said Drambuie is the fucking...
Oh, maybe.
I don't believe that.
I don't
That's
think
some
so.
fine shit there. I haven't had Drambuie in a long time. That's like fucking liqueur of fucking whiskey. If I remember. I used to drink it up in Brazil. That shit was like gold in Brazil when I was a kid. I gotta get a
I don't
bottle of
remember
that
if
shit.
I've ever had Drambuie.
It's a little thick. It's a little sweet, but it's good. It's good.
But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
Drambuie.
All right, so he talks to a student, and the student says, hey, fuck Monroe. He didn't say that, I'm sure. But he's like, hey, my teacher is Dr. Robert Knox, and he needs bodies. So maybe you should go over there and, like, ask him about that. So he told him where the dude lived. And there was a place called Surgeon Square, which looked nice from the pictures back then. So they're like, okay, well, whatever. So they go to see Dr. Knox. Now, Knox was just kind of like, woohoo, bodies. I will give you 7 pounds, 10 shillings for this body. Now, how that shook out. William Hare got 4 pounds, 5 shillings. William Burke got 3 pounds, 5 shillings. Now, Hare got larger shit because he's like, hey, like, this bitch was staying in my boarding house and he fucking died and he still owed me some back rent. So I should get, like, more shit. So that's how they, like, worked that out. Now, according to Burke, later on, this is much later, like, at the trial, he said that as him and Hare were leaving the school, that the anatomist, or like at least, I don't know if it was Dr. Knox particularly or if it was his assistants, that said something like, we'd be glad to see you again if you got any other bodies you need to dispose of.
Okay.
Which apparently gave them the idea,
Like, oh, okay.
cha-ching.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my goodness.
We can dispose of some shit.
Well, yeah, and they're kind of like thinking, because like I said, you have to think in this time period. There was a lot of traffic in digging up fresh bodies. Like, you'd wait for somebody to die, and then you'd go in there, like, all on the down low, like, after, like, the funeral or whatever, and dig that shit up and, like, sell it to, like, anatomical. But Burke and Hare were kind of like, they were entrepreneurs, you know? Mm-hmm. So they were just kind of like, how about we cut out the middleman and just make our own fucking bodies?
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like Burke and Hare are very associated with body snatchers. They didn't really snatch any bodies in the sense of like digging up bodies that were already dead. They were just like straight up serial killers. They're just kind of like, we don't even want to go through all that. We don't have to like wait for people to die and like dig it up. We're just gonna kill the bitches and sell them to like fucking. That's kind of like what their thing was.
H.H. Holmes fucking came to that conclusion.
Same kind of thing.
But I think he had a
Same
sexual element to it also.
Yeah. These two, I feel like, did not.
Just business, huh?
These two were just very, very pragmatic in the sense that they didn't really care whoever it was that they could, like, tempt into their web or whatever, they would kill you and, like, sell your fucking
psychology of a Victorian insurance fraudist.
Yeah.
Guys that were just poisoning people to get insurance money. Real common in the Victorian
Well, they weren't
era.
poisoning them.
No, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Same psychology as somebody like that. Let's just kill this person to get the money.
Yeah, like I said, it was more like a pragmatic...
Yeah, it wasn't about sexual gratification.
No. Because both of these guys, when they first started doing this, they were... I don't want to say they were older. They were like probably in their late 20s or early 30s. And so it's not like... Most serial killers start when they're young.
Teenagers. Yeah.
I don't feel like they had any particular predilection toward this kind of thing. It's just, it was a purely, I'm not excusing it, like I said, but it does seem like a purely pragmatic, this is a way we can make money, and these are people who will not be missed.
Yeah.
They saw it as like a purely practical consideration, which
Get rid of the excess population.
which, like I said, in its own way is cold-hearted as fuck.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And in some ways is like more cold-hearted.
Yeah. Clearing out the excess population, converting them into money.
That's what they were
thinking.
doing. That's
Yeah.
kind of like what they thought. That's kind of what they thought of.
Non-essential personnel.
Yeah, they were like, hey,
Yeah.
these are just like old drunks or like
Yeah.
prostitutes or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's like, who cares?
We're going to make these people more essential to us, at least.
Yeah, making some money. That's
Yeah.
what they would do. So now, okay.
It's always on how you rationalize it. And it's not just these criminals. They got criminals way up high in society, in the military-industrial complex, just saying, we're going to make them essential to us. Yeah.
Well, certain types of people,
Yeah.
not me, because I don't, I get it,
You
but
don't
I don't
think that way.
But
You
I
don't
don't
live
think
that
this
way.
way.
Yeah.
But some people just see other people as a means to an end.
Yeah, people with
Which,
great...
like I said, to me, that's the definition of sociopathy.
Exactly. People
That's the
with
definition
great
of
ambition
sociopathy.
have to be fucking controlled. You got to watch those motherfuckers. Why does this motherfucker have such great ambition? What is he trying to do? How did he get up to that level? You're going to find a certain kind of psychology in those people. Just the way it is. Telling you the truth, that's all.
I mean, anybody that sees other people
As a means to
as
the
a
end.
means to an end,
Yeah. You
in
crazy.
whatever reason, that's
Yeah.
like something that you really have to watch, because that's not a good situation, because that could lead to all kinds of like terrible things.
And it does.
And it does.
Look at history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mike Barrett says, Jenny, you gonna do any Jess Franco films? That would be great. Oh, I'm sure I probably will at some point. I'm sure I will at some point. But yeah, so yeah, that's the thing. Anytime you're using, and these dudes definitely were using people as a means to an end. They didn't give a shit about these people. They were just kind of like, who's not going to be missed, who is available. We just need them to like make
Everything
like,
goes
make
down
money.
to socioeconomic fucking class, okay? These guys are at the lower end of the socioeconomic system. But these same kind of personalities exist higher up on the socioeconomic fucking scale. And they do the same kind of shit. It's just that it's more official looking. Just telling you guys, that's how a lot of the fucking
Well, like I said,
history
anybody
unfolded.
that can come at people
And think that way.
and think that they are
Yeah.
not like
Right.
people.
And then you combine that with like supposedly official government positions or official positions within cultures. Bad combination. It happens.
It does.
Yeah.
But yeah. So
Humans, man. Evil, hairless monkeys.
not all of them.
But no.
And honestly,
Not all.
no.
But the hierarchy fucking assembles itself that way because of human nature. That's what I'm saying. Power must always be kept in check. Authority must always be in check. Never blindly trust authority. You can trust, but verify. Trust, but verify. Yeah.
But yeah, it's always kind of like I said, not everybody's like that, but you don't know if
All
other
it takes
people
is
are
a couple.
like that.
All
So
it takes is one.
you just always gotta watch. Just watch your back.
They're out there.
That's all.
Yeah.
Just be aware.
We need to
Don't
push-
assume that everyone is like that, because most people aren't.
No,
But be
but-
aware that there are some people like that.
We need to do a show and revisit MK Ultra again. That was like a real good example of that. But okay, we'll talk about it. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so at this point, now at this point, like I said, the first dude that died was, as far as anyone knows, natural causes. He just died of natural causes, and they were just kind of like, hey, cha-ching, opportunity calls. So they did that. But then they were kind of like, hey, this is very lucrative.
All right.
So let's just like start killing people that no one's gonna miss, and we can make even more money. Now, because this was a long time ago, the 1820s, and because there's not huge amounts of records, they don't really know, and it's sad because they don't really know the order of the people that died, and some of the victims, they don't actually even know their names. but we'll kind of like try to do the best that we can. Now, and the thing too is that most of the shit that they know is from Burke's confession, and he gave 2 or 3 of them, and they were a little bit contradictory. So there's that. Now, the first murder probably happened in January or February 1828. Now, the first victim was either a miller named Joseph, who was lodging in William Hare's house. Because, like I said, you got a lodging house, that's like it's like a victim buffet. You know what I mean? Like, from a fucked up point of view. Because people come and go all the time. No one's going to, like, check up on it. There's that kind of shit. Or the first victim might have been a woman named Abigail Simpson, who was actually a salt merchant. You know, it differs, but both of these people died, so it doesn't really like matter all that much. Now, Joseph, probably the more likely first victim. What happened, the thing about Burke and Hare, I feel like Burke was kind of smart. Like, Hare was kind of like an idiot. But they did know enough, even though they didn't have, like, forensic science back then. They knew enough to smother their victims so that the victims would not have any weird marks on them. Like, they didn't strangle them or anything like that. They would kind of, like, have this thing where they would kind of, like, put their hand, like, over their nose and mouth.
Yeah.
And they would just, like, hold it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't leave any bruises, wouldn't leave any marks, wouldn't leave anything like that. So they were at least that savvy to know that that was the best way to go about things. And I think that kind of... I mean, even nowadays, that's kind of, like, hard to prove.
Yeah, there are ways, though.
Nowadays you can prove it. But back then,
we're not giving you guys a how-to manual on how to get away with murder. Because you suffocate somebody, there are other telltale signs that they can do with modern forensics to find out that person had been suffocated. They can look into the whites of the person's eyes. There's a bunch of damage that can happen to capillaries and shit. And for all I know, there are other fucking things that they can do with fucking blood tests and that dead blood to find out if a person was set. It's just... Really, it all boils down to the fucking same thing. What jurisdiction did this happen with? How much money do they have? How important is victimology? In other words, how high profile is the victim? If it's a fucking victim that is fucking extensive criminal record or high risk anyway, it doesn't seem to be serial murder. It's a male. It's an older male. They're not going to worry about it.
And the thing about it, too, is that this particular victim...
Yeah.
And they think that maybe this is how Burke and Hare justified, because this was like their first murder. They had already profited off a dead body, but that was like a natural death. This was the first person that they'd actually murdered. They were kind of like, well, Joseph, if he was their first victim, was actually like kind of sick. And so they were kind of like, well, he's in our boarding house and we don't want him to infect the other patrons of the boarding house. So I'm sure they had like some justifications, because like I said, every villain has justifications for their actions, and these two were no exception. So I kind of feel like, well, yeah, but what they did, they were at least savvy enough. One of them would like kind of like sit on the person, like on their legs and chest, like to keep them from moving around, and then the other one would just like basically put their hand like on over their nose and mouth and just suffocate them, which is a horrible kind of way to die, because the person knows, they can see you that you're doing that, and it takes a while. But that's how they would do it, and they wouldn't like leave any marks on the person. So yeah, it's kind of fucked up, but that's how they kind of like hit upon. I don't know how they hit upon that in particular, but it was like a good way of like not getting caught, because they didn't get caught for a while. So there's that. So yeah. Now there was another victim too. Like Joseph was probably the first one, maybe not, but whichever the order. There was another victim named Abigail Simpson. Now he was like an English lodger who was also staying at the house. and he was from Cheshire. Now, nobody knows what his name is, which is, like, kind of sad. But he was a kind of, like, traveling... So he sold, like, matches and stuff like that. Now, while he was at William Hare's lodging house, staying there, he got sick with jaundice. Now, because he was already sick, Burke and Hare were just kind of like, woo, cha-ching, like I said. And they could kind of, like... have plausible deniability. We're just gonna like smother this dude and it'll look like he already had a disease, so it's fine. Like I said, I kind of feel like that's how they justified it to themselves. So he's justified himself, oh well, he could get all of our other residents sick, so we have to like take him out. That's probably like how they thought about it. So they did the same thing. They suffocated him as well. They would sit on him and then like you know, put the hands over his face or whatever until he died. And then they would, like, you know, sell him on. Now, Simpson was actually, he was an older dude, and he was on a pension. He lived in the nearby village. And, or she, rather. It was a woman. I know, like, yeah. Why did I say he? Her name was Abigail. I don't know what I'm talking about. But yeah, my notes are, like, fucked up. So... Well, no,
You're
like
be able to make it, Jenny.
yeah, I'm fine. Like I think I made a typo in my notes.
Let me put some more ice in this for you.
But yeah, so yeah, she had a income. She was like on a pension because she was older, but she was also like selling salt like on the side, and she kind of got picked up. So what happened to her was that she got, and this was kind of like happened a lot with them. She gets invited to William Hare's house. And they would be like, hey, come back to our house and, like, have a drink with us. And most people were just kind of like, okay, whatever. They didn't, like, have any reason to, like, you know, think about, like, hey, free liquor, whatever. So they would, like, come back there and they would have a drink. And then they would give her, like, a fuck ton of booze until she was like too drunk to go anywhere or until she passed out. And then they would smother you. So, you know, there's that. And then what they would do is they would take the body and they would put it in a tea chest, which if you don't know what that is, like it's basically like a big wooden crate. They used to use it for shipping tea like overseas. Like if you had tea that was coming from here to there, like, you know, shipping to UK or whatever, you'd put it like in this big like wooden chest. So everybody had these like around apparently. So they would put the bodies in there and they'd kind of like drag it through the streets. Basically. They would take it to Dr. Knox's anatomy thing. He's like, hey, got a fresh body for you. Dr. Knox, very excited. He's kind of like, man, you bitches are really coming up with some fresh ass shit. I love it. So he started paying them £10 each per body. Now, it's kind of hard. Like, I've seen a couple of things. I don't really know how much that is in modern terminology. I've heard that it's kind of like £1,000, maybe. So it's kind of like, that's a ballpark figure. It's kind of like £1,000 for like just dragging them, which that's a lot, but it really does seem like not enough to like murder somebody for. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if I was gonna like murder somebody and sell their body, I would need like fucking I'm gonna retire forever money, not just like 1,000, but that's like not even like a month's bills. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. So they were apparently cool with it. So they get £10 per body. And so they'd bring them there in the tea chest. Now, there's a lot of controversy over how much Dr. Knox, who was buying the bodies from them, how much did he know? I don't really know where I fall on that. I kind of feel like he would have to be a fucking idiot not to know what was going on. Yes, he was buying bodies from other resurrection men. Yes, he was doing that, but how would you, like, he made statements on several occasions that it's like, man, Burke and Hare bring me, like, the freshest bodies. It's like, how do you guys do this? So he had to fucking know. He had to know that there was something going on. He had to know. I'm not going to spoil that until later, but yeah. I kind of feel like he had to know. I'm not saying that he should have, like, had the same sentence or anything like that, but he had to know what was going on. So yeah, so these first two, like I said, they kill a couple people. They get 10 pounds each. Like I said, probably about $1,000. That's like a ballpark. I'm not really sure if that's entirely accurate, but you know. So they do that. Now, February or March of 1828, they also killed another old woman who is unnamed. Her name is lost to history. Margaret Hare, William Hare's wife, invited her back to that because the wives and girlfriends were in on this shit, by the way. So Margaret, like, is like, hey, come back to our house and, like, have a drink or whatever. So she's just kind of like, fine. So she comes back there. They give her a bunch of whiskey. She falls asleep. And then William Hare comes back from whatever the fuck he was doing and smothered her. And, killed her. Now, William Burke comes back, and they're like, okay, we're going to put the body in the fucking box, and we're going to take it to Dr. Knox, and they get another 10 pounds. William Burke meets two women in early April of the following year. Mary Patterson, and also another woman named Janet Brown. Now, I think these two women were actually sex workers, so yeah. Now, he brings the two women back to his house. And he says, hey, I got a bunch of booze there. And they're just kind of like, fine. So they go back there and they drink a bunch of them. And he's giving them food and all this kind of stuff. So they go back. They have like a bunch of whiskey. He meets them in a bar. But instead of going back to his house, he actually goes to the house of his brother, Constantine. Now, his brother Constantine leaves for work. William Burke, at this point, they're like, oh, well, he's gone now, so we should drink more. So they just kept drinking and drinking. They drank so much that that one of them, like Mary Patterson, fell asleep at the table. So she, like, passed out. Now, William Burke and Janet Brown kept talking at the table. But then, Helen McDougal, who, if you remember, was Burke's girlfriend / wife, kind of, she busts into the house. She's like, what the fuck, bitch? You were, like, pretty much gonna, like, sleep with a prostitute right now? And it's like, I'm not okay with that. Even though she knew that they were killing people, which is kind of weird, but okay. So she comes in, they get, like, in an altercation about it. So his wife / girlfriend, she gets mad. She's like, you guys are having an affair. I don't like it. So they start having a fight. William Burke and Helen McDougal. He throws a glass at her. Like, it goes out into the street. Like, people in the the neighborhood, like, come to see it.
Bro.
There's that, yeah. There's
it's like
all
something out of Idiocracy in the beginning.
Right.
Bitch,
it's like some YouTube
you
video.
couldn't keep him over there.
It's a whole thing. Like I said, these are not master criminals. They're like killing people to sell as bodies, and yet they're still like getting in fights with their wives that like spill out into the street and whatnot. So, like I said, not geniuses, these motherfuckers.
Just opportunists.
Yeah, that essentially is what they were.
Yeah.
They weren't thinking about it that much. They were just kind of like, look, I just want to make some money. And it's like, we can kill some people. These people are like homeless or
nobody's
whatever.
No one's gonna
miss them. It's like, yeah, it was all like I said, pragmatic. So the whole thing, they're fighting in the street. Everybody comes out.
But it says it seemed like a doctor would figure out the reason for the death of the lungs being messed up and shit. You gotta understand the fucking mentality of the time.
Well, this is early 19th century.
Early 19th century. You had a bunch of old people showing up dead and shit. They didn't care. They didn't care how they died.
They're like, look, if there was no obvious sign that they had been murdered, they were just kind of like, what?
This is all legit.
Well,
these motherfuckers were checking out soon anyway. It's all good. That is. They're not worried about crime.
Well, you have to think that like even fingerprinting didn't really come into the mainstream until after the Jack the Ripper murders, which was late 19th century.
There's also the psychology of you have to understand the priority of victimology. Okay, guys in law enforcement, they're men. They're gonna prioritize fucking deaths based upon what the victim's like. If it's a bunch of young girls who are prime females coming up on marriage
they'll
age,
jump right on that.
They're going to be all over that. What the fuck? If you're talking about dudes in their 60s and 70s and drunks and shit, they don't care how they died. They're kind of like,
I kind of feel like that still applies
get the fuck out of here
nowadays.
They're
like,
fucking them out. Fuck
the
out
thing
of here.
if you're a drug addict or you're mentally ill or
they don't
you're a
give a
sex
shit.
worker,
Right.
they're not going to give. I mean, I'd hate to say they're not
care.
going to give as much of a shit.
No. Because
they're not going to give as much of a shit. They're just not.
You know from the pandemic that they have a concept of fucking what do they call it? Non-essential personnel, right? Well, now they also have a concept of fucking people that are a detriment. And when
they've always had that.
They've always had that. They're like, well, these are nuisance people anyway. Okay, yeah.
Whatever.
Get them out of here.
Yeah, they got murdered.
That's what you're dealing with.
Well, that's how these bitches got away with it for so long.
Yeah, of course.
They killed 16 fucking people that they know of.
Yeah.
Probably more than that.
Non-essential personnel. That's what they called it during the pandemic.
Yeah, it was just like a bunch of drunks or like fucking itinerant people. They didn't care.
You got non-essential, and then you have fucking kind of like fucking nuisance personnel. And when they die, they're just like, good.
Oh, well.
Good. Okay, fine.
I mean,
there's
no one says,
obvious,
yay, good, but it's
obvious,
like...
No obvious murder, fine. Okay, good. They just pass it on.
Yeah.
Now, if that person was chopped up, they would go like, well, something's going on, and fucking, I'll get in trouble if I fucking pass up on this. You know what I mean? So I gotta say, yeah, we need to find out who chopped this dude up. Okay. But if it's just like, yeah, he's dead, okay, bye-bye. They don't care.
It's terrible to say, but even nowadays.
Nowadays.
Yep.
And it's in the United States, it is county by county. If this is in a fucking county where a lot of people are dying and it's a collapsing county, there's no economy there. It's like an urban area and there's no jobs and fucking just falling apart. A Detroit type situation. And they find a 70-year-old fucking basically a dude who's homeless and they find him dead. They don't care what happened to that dude.
Which is awful. That's still a person.
But they don't care. Because there's lots of those. You know.
Yeah, they're just kind of like, yeah, we got like more important things.
Yeah, we got more important things to do.
But like I said, that's still a person.
This is the world we live in.
I know.
Yeah.
But like I said, that's kind of like what bums me out about this is that like half of their victims were, they didn't even know what their fucking names were.
Yeah.
Because they were just like itinerant or whatever.
Dan Bell went to that damn park where they were for his body dump. What was the name of that damn park outside Chicago? Was it Chicago or was it
Baltimore?
Lincoln? Baltimore, yeah.
Leakin
Park.
Leakin,
yeah. And fucking, he's got whole videos of it, and they found bodies out there, fucking, and they don't know.
And no one, like...
They're like...
I mean, they kind of give a crap, but not really that much of a crap.
Still happens today. Grow up, people.
Well, no, I mean, don't be condescending. I'm just saying that...
I'm teasing.
There's a certain segment of the population that nobody cares if they get murdered.
Right.
I mean, like I said, I've written enough like true crime to know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're like wealthy and white, people are gonna give a shit if you get murdered. Otherwise, not so much.
White isn't everything.
It depends. It's mostly money.
That's part of it, but I think it's mostly female, young. They'll care more about that, okay? Female, young, pretty. Then, they're going to be on.
Well, yeah, if you're pretty. Like I said, I've written about a lot of cases of young children that were not white.
Yeah.
That really didn't get all of that.
But were they male?
No, I'm just saying even female.
Because that one dude that was
female children.
Yeah.
That get abducted, murdered, stuff like that. If you're not white, not. People care, but not as much.
It would depend on the time.
Not
also,
as much.
Too.
No.
Nowadays, it wouldn't be that.
Which is shitty. That's
But-
like super shitty.
A lot of times, what
I hate
happens,
it.
what they'll do is they'll say, "Well, this is all coming out of a fucking high crime area, a low income high crime area, and we don't know who's doing it, and we don't really have the funding, and so there's something to that. Everything is kind of
Sure, but in a lot of ways too, they're
Yeah.
kind of like, well,
But
they're
that one-
using that as an excuse to like not do shit about it.
I don't think it's an
too.
excuse. I think it's an inability. Because
I mean, I don't think they don't care. Like some people
I don't think they
individually,
can. Because-
individually people do care.
they
but
didn't
I
figure
think-
out. Because look, they didn't figure out who killed John Benet Ramsey, and she was a rich, young, pretty, fucking little bitty white little baby. Okay, I think I know who did it. Okay, I'm pretty sure who did it, just based upon the way that they acted. But I don't want to get sued. But it was somebody inside that house, and not the mama, and not the dad. Okay, there's only one other fucking option. Okay, I ain't saying nothing. That's probably what happened. Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there.
Probably, most likely.
I wasn't there.
Okay. And the cops just couldn't make that damn accusation because they would have defended. The family would have defended the allegation. They knew. But that looks like to me, Gramter's professional law enforcement agent that I grew up with in the comment section. He could drop it too. Gramter's, you agree with me? It was somebody inside that house, and it wasn't the parents. That's all I'm gonna say. That's the only thing. Some of that shit that happened, like remember the fucking the black dude, the DJ, who was killing all them little boys. They got him. Some people say, well, that's not him, but no, that was him.
The Atlanta child. killer.
Yeah. Now, had it been girls, it would have been different, probably. Thing is, though, is that you have to have evidence.
Yeah, I mean that's the
And
thing. You
that
can't.
you have to have evidence.
And like I said, I'm not
And
a big
lots-
fan of just saying like, "Oh, this
Right.
person did it because
Right.
circumstantial evidence." You really have to have.
You have to have evidence. And you see a lot of the things that happen to them little girls out in the fucking hood, there's no evidence for anything. And then the cops are like, they're fucking stretched to the max. So it's not so much the race involved, like, well, it's just black people. That's not what they're doing. It's the fact that they don't have any fucking money and they don't have any evidence. And they're overworked. The local cops, they try to catch them, it's just that they can't.
Well, and they have so much other shit.
They got other
gotta
shit
do.
that's going on, and
There's a lot of other. Like I
Right.
said, it's always more complicated.
and then Jenny, what Jenny's talking about was mostly the 70s and the 80s, which was the fucking heyday of serial murder. Those times have passed. I think a lot of it had to do with leaded gasoline. We've talked about that before on other shows. And I thought I invented that myself. I thought I was a genius. That I thought that I had figured it out. Jenny says, no, there's a lot of people that think that. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I've seen that brought up in like several
Yeah.
other like discussions.
You remember how they had leaded gasoline and that shit fucking quietly fucking vanished? Those little lead particles were fucking blowing all around them city areas, and people were breathing that in. And we know for a fact that lead had a lot to do with fucking up the Roman ruling class 2,000 years ago. Lead will make you crazy and make you very violent.
Yeah, it fucks your brain up.
Fucks your brain up.
I mean,
And they quietly got rid of leaded gasoline.
well, I'm sure they didn't want to alarm anybody.
Yeah.
They were just kind of like, yeah, we're just
Yeah.
gonna back away slowly.
Yeah, and the
We're gonna
height
back
of
away
the
slowly.
whole leaded gasoline buildup theory that I later went back and looked at. No. They were like, oh shit, leaded gasoline's building up in these fucking urban areas and people are breathing this and they're going fucking crazy. And we're lucky to have as few serial killers as we had. And then when leaded gasoline went away, the amount of serial killers and serial killings went away. Violence actually declined as lead gasoline went away. Leaded gasoline. So there was a biological answer.
Yeah, I don't think that was the only.
No, it wasn't the only thing, but that was
Factor.
one of the contributing
But I
factors.
think that was one of the.
It was a contributing factor. Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, there's a lot of other factors, but I think that was definitely one of
Yeah.
the major ones. Sure.
Lowers your IQ and makes you fucking violent.
Yeah, well, it's kind of a thing where it like lowers your inhibitions and stuff. They've done studies on that, so
Yeah.
Okay, so where was I? All right, so yeah. So there was this whole thing where Helen McDougal comes in and is like, "You bitch, you were like sleeping with a prostitute." And they get in a big fight, and it's this big street scene, and like everybody comes out to see it. Now, at this point, Janet Brown says, "Oh shit, okay, well, I didn't know this dude was married. I'm out of here," which probably saved her life, to be honest with you. And she's like, "Okay, I'm leaving." So she left. Helen McDougal also left. She's like, "I don't need this bullshit," and she took off, even though she knew what was going on. So she left. Now, they go and get William Hare and his wife. And then what happened after that was that they locked the two guys, Burke and Hare, locked their wives out of the room, and they ended up murdering Mary Patterson, one of the prostitutes, in her sleep, while she was sleeping. Now the other one got away. But yeah, she was in the room. They're like, "Hey, she's here, so might as well." Now, so they took her body to Dr. Knox in the famous tea chest. Now, the wife or the girlfriend of one of them, Helen McDougal, she took the skirt and the petticoats. They got 8 pounds for the body. The body was still warm when they delivered, because they had just killed her, obviously. Now, one of the assistants to Dr. Knox says, "Where did you get this shit from?" Because he's starting to get suspicious.
Yeah.
And plus, the thing about Mary Patterson was that she was, by all accounts, very recognizably beautiful. She was a prostitute in the area, so a lot of people recognized her because she was unusually good looking, and a lot of local people had patronized her. Okay, so a lot of people knew who she was. So one of the assistants was like, "Hey, I know who that is," like when they brought the body in. "Where did you get this?" Now, Burke says, "Yeah, she just drank herself to death. We just bought it from some old bitch that was over in like the neighborhood. Like, I don't know. She just like died like of natural causes, and we just bought it and we brought it here." Now, Dr. Knox, and this is messed up. We'll get into this later, like why I think like Dr. Knox probably should have suffered more consequences than he did. He was very like, he's like, "Oh my God, this is like," I think she was only 18 at the time that she was killed. And he was like, "Oh my God, we have this beautiful 18-year-old prostitute that was apparently famous around Edinburgh for how beautiful she was. Oh my God, I have her corpse now." I'm really into it in a weird fucking way. So he decided, "I'm gonna put this in a whiskey barrel, and I'm gonna keep it." Now, according to some sources, I don't know if this is true or not, so please take this with a grain of salt. But I have heard from some sources that he didn't just, "Oh, I'm gonna save this for later to do the anatomy thing and cut it up and everything." He kept it in a whiskey barrel, and apparently, allegedly, he charged money for people to come see it because she was so beautiful and everybody kind of knew her. So he almost kind of did a weird sideshow thing where he's like, "Hey, come and see the body of this famous prostitute, she's dead now." I don't know if that's true, but I've heard that. So I don't know if he did that. Now, Janet Brown, her friend who was with them that night, she actually did come back and be like, "Hey, what the fuck happened to my friend?" And everybody that was involved in the murder said, "Oh, I don't know, man. She took off and she went to Glasgow. We don't know where she went. She took off with some dude." So there was that. So great. Now, at some point, I gotta pee.
Go ahead. I'll take care of them. Let's see what the comments are, and I will. Jenny's gonna go ahead and use the restroom. She calls it peeing.
Well,
But I'm gonna say the restroom. Go ahead. Look at the way she's walking. Look at the way she's walking. She's fucking doing that. She's walking all fucking cute when you go into the bathroom. Okay. Let's see what everybody's talking about. Mike said you're doing a great job. Sly's in there talking about today's money, fucking $100,000 to be a star. Just saying. I don't know what he's talking about. Talking about huff and glue. Okay, now Bunny's talking about where did Casey Anthony live. She seemed to like Disney. She probably did. Casey Anthony's around here. And I don't know. I've told this story before. Years back, I was working for a guy named Mr. Seibel, Dr. Seibel. I took care of his horses on his private farm. Mr. Seibel's mom built Orlando General Hospital. He's a very famous doctor in this area, and his son worked at the courthouse where they were trying Casey Anthony. And they liked her at the courthouse. They didn't think there was enough evidence to prove her guilty. And then as the trial continued, she was found not guilty.
Hey, Pooh.
Now, as far as Casey Anthony herself, I heard two different things about her after that trial.
we did a show about her, right?
Yeah. One of the things that I heard about her is that she was working online as some kind of cuddle buddy, where you pay some chick to cuddle with you. I don't know if there's a happy ending involved in that or not. I don't know. And then I heard also something contrary to that, is that she got a job with her with the law firm that had represented her. I don't really know what that deal was. It could have been that she became somebody's girlfriend. You know what I mean? Of the lawyer. I don't really know. But as far as the Casey Anthony thing happened, as far as that particular case, I'm not convinced it was murder. It may have been some kind of a manslaughter or some kind of an accident.
I think it was more like negligence.
Negligent homicide.
I think it was negligent. I don't think she meant to kill her.
I don't think so either.
I think it was negligent, and then she was just kind of like, oh shit, now I'm in trouble, and I gotta cover it up. I kind of feel like that was
I don't remember.
I don't think she meant to kill that kid.
No, I don't think so either.
I mean, it's not, it doesn't make it better.
Yeah, I don't remember all the evidence,
she's still dead.
but I remember coming to the conclusion that what I think happened is that she put the kid in the trunk to go get laid somewhere and forgot about the kid, and the kid got cooked. Fell asleep. Something like that.
Why on earth would you put your child in a trunk?
Or what may not have been a trunk, she might have been in the back seat.
Yeah.
Might have been in the back seat, and then she went to go hang out with some dude and fell asleep, and when she woke up, she woke up in the morning, it was now 10 o'clock in the afternoon. You have to understand that 10 o'clock in the afternoon in Florida is fucking
10 o'clock in the
deadly heat.
10 o'clock is not the afternoon, Tom.
Well, you know what I mean. 10 o'clock in the morning is deadly heat. See, look at her. What's she trying to do? 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, but I'm technically
would kill
correct.
a kid.
The best kind of correct.
If a kid was in the backseat of a car, it would kill a kid. At 10 o'clock.
It would. Well, it happens.
On a day. So,
pretty much every summer. We have, unfortunately, we have one or two cases every single summer.
Yeah.
Where some weirdo
yeah.
leaves their kid in the car. Hey, I'm just going to run in the grocery store for 5 or 10 minutes. And then they come back and their kid's dead.
So I think, that's what I think happened. She was partying, fell asleep after getting laid. And the kid cooked in the morning. She woke up and she's like, oh shit. And then she hid the body and tried to blame it on her parents somehow. She kind of blamed it on her dad, I think, or in some weird way.
Yeah, she's not a great person. I'm not defending her.
But I don't think she murdered the kid.
Yeah, not deliberately. No. I think it was probably like just dumbass.
It was accidental bullshit she did.
It was negligence, is
Yeah.
what I just think it was negligence.
Yeah.
I don't think it was, like, malicious, but that doesn't make it any better. I mean, the kid's still dead, but...
But
I
had
don't
they
think
come
she
after
meant
her
to.
and locked her up for her whole life, then she'd be fucking dead too. Fucking, so you'd lose two people. She didn't mean to do it. She was just being dumb. She was young.
Yeah, she was just a dumbass that
Yeah.
didn't give a shit about anybody other than herself.
Well, we don't know that. It might have been. I'm gonna. Yeah,
Allegedly.
you're gonna be okay, baby. I'll be back in a minute. And then she goes there and fucks some dude. And she falls
As
asleep.
I just said, she didn't give a shit about anybody other than herself.
Come on, Pookie.
That's what I'm saying.
Pookie.
Pookie's in here. All right, so we still have a lot of this to get through. So can I please get through
Go ahead,
this?
go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So yeah, I don't even remember where I was.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm not like, I don't know if this is true or not, but this is gonna color my opinion of Dr. Knox going forward because, spoiler alert, like I said, he kind of got away with it. But I kind of feel like if this is the case, when this particular victim was killed and he was just kind of like, ooh, she's so pretty and young, I believe she was only 18, I'm going to put her in a whiskey barrel and I'm going to like charge people to like come see the dead body because apparently that was a thing that people did back then because they were fucking weirdos. So he did that. So I don't love it.
Whiskey barrel
Yeah, for like 3 months.
with whiskey in it.
I don't know, like they thought, well, it was preserving the body.
Okay,
So, you know.
that's some weird shit. They did weird shit, man.
I mean, can you guys have like better, like read a book? Jesus Christ.
They did weird shit in fucking back in the honky motherland. Like they would
Find
take
some better shit
they
to
would
like
take a damn-
occupy your time.
They would take like a dozen cats and tie all their tails together and put them in
See,
a barrel
I don't
and then
love that.
throw the barrel on a fire and fucking watch the cats fucking kill each other trying to get out of the fire. I mean, it's just the kind of weird shit Europeans
See,
do.
and like I said, people talk about the good old days. Fuck that.
Well, some places were
There were no good old days.
There were good old days. It
Look,
depends on where
at
it
least
was.
nowadays,
Yeah, there
people
were.
have other
Yeah.
harmless ways to occupy their time. Look, play games on your phone.
Yeah.
Like, fucking go through Instagram. You're not killing anyone. You're not killing animals. That's awesome. Do that.
Well, I don't think everybody
Please do
was.
that.
I don't think everybody was down with that. It was just the weird shit that they would
Well,
do.
obviously.
I mean, there was good old days when I was in Mississippi. We would do anvil shoots, and I've even talked about that shit. I blast a damn anvil
That's
a mile
also
into
not
the
good.
air.
Also
This shit was
not good.
crazy. Nobody got hurt. The dog almost trying to catch the anvil on the way back down.
Yeah, but a dog
that-
could have got killed.
That's just the way. What we didn't realize. We didn't realize. It was like lock the dog
That's
up.
exactly the point.
You got to
I'm
lock
making.
the dog up. when you
People
do
were
anvils.
idiots back then, and they're just kind of like, look, if
It was the '90s, late
if some-
'80s.
Yeah, people were idiots back then. I was alive. I remember.
They weren't
People were idiots back
It
then.
was just fun.
Well, people are idiots now. People are still idiots. So I'm just kind
Boom!
of like,
the
look.
anvil would go up a fucking quarter of a mile in the air.
Oh my god, I didn't realize that could actually kill my dog. Duh. Duh. Come on.
Well, we didn't think the dog would try to catch it.
Because people are idiots.
It did.
Because
the
y'all
dog
are
didn't
idiots.
catch it though.
Y'all are idiots.
Dog missed it. It fell in the
Yeah,
hole.
but it could have happened.
Yeah,
It
right.
could have happened. I mean, seriously.
Well, from
Have
then on,
some fucking foresight.
well,
for
from then
Christ's
on out,
sake.
the dog was locked up after
Have
they did
some
this shit.
fucking
Right.
foresight.
Okay.
I mean, the ability to see outcomes of things.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like that's sort of like a precursor to intelligence. If you don't have that, then we
Well,
have
no,
some
no.
problems.
Tommy Key instantly knew when the dog fucking ran out the door to go catch it. That he said, "Get the dog, get the." I mean,
But the fact that
we
he
didn't know the
think
dog,
of that
No, he didn't know the door was open.
ahead of time.
Okay, all right. See, this is Jenny trying to be too smart. You're trying to be too smart.
Oh my
You're
goodness,
trying to be
that's so
too smart.
terrible.
It was just something we did on the fucking. It's just something we used to do.
Without thinking about it.
No, we thought about
because
it.
you're idiots.
No, we thought about it. It was just we forgot to lock the door.
You didn't really think that hard
Forgot
about
to
it,
shut the
though,
door.
Obviously,
Forgot to shut.
You didn't think too hard
Forgot to
about
shut
it,
the door. We
obviously.
didn't realize the dog would go try to catch the fucking anvil. But go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's the
It's over.
difference between smart people and dumb people.
No,
is
smart
that
people aren't
you
having
have
any fun. See, dumb people having fun. See, we were not dumb. It was like
Yeah, but dumb people having the expense,
sitting
having
there-
fun at like the expense of like innocent creatures, and like
See, look at her. She's trying to get all fucking metaphysical.
no, I'm
Okay.
saying,
Okay.
what if the dog got killed? would you have felt bad?
Oh yeah.
It could have happened.
Yeah, it wasn't my dog though. It was Tommy Key's dog.
I don't care whose dog it was. I'm just saying that the fact that you didn't foresee that means you're idiots.
Go ahead and fucking do the show.
Y'all are idiots.
That's dumb.
Because you didn't,
I'm not gonna talk about
foresee
shit. Happened. Shit happened. I didn't realize that.
You're an idiot.
They left the door open. The dog went ran out there.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah.
You're an idiot. I'm just saying.
This shit happens, man.
Sure, I get that.
Shit happens.
But like, jeez.
We were running after the dog. No.
Dumb people, get your shit together. Get your shit
Go ahead,
together.
do the show.
All right.
I'll do it.
So, yeah. So basically, okay, so they kill this woman who was a sex worker. Now, her friend comes back later to look for her. Like I said, I kind of feel like, I don't know if this is true or not, but I do kind of feel like they maybe displayed her body for a little while. So, like, look how hot this dead body is, which that's a whole, like, fucking quagmire that I don't really want to get into. But you know what I mean? Jesus. Good old days, you guys. So, yeah. So, there was that. So, at some point, early to mid 1828, so there's another woman, only known as Mrs. Haldane. Haldane, I guess, is how you pronounce her last name. Now, William Burke just described her, and this is all from mostly from his confessions. He called her a stout old woman, which, you know.
You mean fat old lady?
Nice. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, serial killer.
She's a fat old lady.
I'm sure I'm going to take your fucking judgment about
Well, she probably was fat.
I mean, you know. So she gets some rooms at William Hare's boarding house. Now, like I said, if you have a boarding house at this time period, it's probably like an ideal setup for serial killing because people come and go in all the time. No one's going to notice. You know, you get that kind of shit. So they were like taking full advantage. So she comes there, gets some rooms. And they befriended her. They're kind of like, hey, have some drinks with us. Like they would do. So they got her drunk. She falls asleep in the stable. And then they smothered her, as they would. And they sold her body to Dr. Knox. This is fucked up. Several months later, this same woman's daughter... Margaret, or some sources call her Peggy, which I guess Peggy is kind of like a nickname for Margaret. Or whatever.
Is it? No. Okay.
Well, Meg, but I've seen Peggy.
Yeah, okay.
Like people call Margaret,
Okay.
like call Peggy. It doesn't make any sense, but okay. It's the same thing as like Richard Dick. That doesn't make any sense either. But you know, so there was that. She came along later, apparently not knowing that these bitches were involved in her mom's murder. They're kind of like, she's kind of like, hey, yeah, I need a room too. So she gets a room at William Hare's house, and her and Burke start drinking, and he killed her same way. Now, Hare wasn't there at the time. He's like, oh, I'm undertaking this on my own. And he killed her and puts her in the tea chest, takes her to Dr. Knox, and paid £8 for the body. Next murder took place May 1828. This old woman, sadly unnamed, again came and was a lodger at the boarding house. Now, she also got drunk with them because I kind of feel like at least Burke seemed like... He was like a psychopath in the sense that he didn't give a shit about anybody, but he was also like really charming. So from all contemporary accounts, he was like really able to like get into, like, he was very ingratiating, so he was like able to put people at ease. Hare was different. He was kind of, like I said, he was kind of like a brute. He couldn't read. He was kind of like a douche. So it was like nobody really, I don't know. It wasn't that. But like Burke was more like, hey, I'm like super charming. And apparently nobody had any reason to like doubt his sincerity. Like, he seemed very genuine. That's kind of like what the contemporary accounts say. So this old woman comes there. Has a room, and they're just kind of like, hey, she's drunk. So Burke smothered her. Again, Hare was not there. And he sold her to Knox, again, for £10. Now, the next murder was a woman only known as Effie. Now, she was a cinder gatherer, which is another job that does not exist anymore, thankfully, at least in this part of the world. What she would do was she would kind of go through, rubbish tips and garbage and stuff, and she would just, like, clean stuff out or, like, sell stuff that she found in there. So there was that, which was, sadly, kind of like a booming business back in those days. Now... Effie, Burke knew of her because she had sold him leather scraps. Because, like I said, he was a cobbler. He fixed shoes and stuff. So, he knew of her because she had found leather scraps in the garbage or whatever and, sold it to him. So, he's kind of like, hey, victim, ding, ding, ding. So, there was that. So, he says, hey, got some whiskey. Why don't you come in the stable and drink with me? And she's kind of like, okay, free booze. You're poor. What else are you going to do? And he would get them drunk enough that they would kind of pass out or not really know what was going on. And then at that point, he and Hare would kill her. Again, got 10 pounds for the body. There was another victim, again, unnamed. This was a guy or a person that was found in the street, just really, really drunk and walking around. It was a woman, actually, but she was walking around and she didn't know where she was or anything like that. This is kind of fucked up. So William Burke finds her in the street. She's too drunk to stand up. Now, the cops had actually seen her be like, miss, are you all right? Burke comes up and he's like, oh, I know her. I'll take her back to her house. She'll be all right. I'll take care of her. And the cops are like, well, thank you, sir. You are such a good Samaritan. Which is fucked up. So, yeah. He basically posed as a good Samaritan and then took her back to Hare's house and then killed her. So, great. Again, 10 pounds from Dr. Knox. Dr. Knox, at this point, I'm not going to shit... Well, I don't know. I was going to say I'm not going to shit too much on Dr. Knox. I kind of feel like he probably knew what was going on. Because even though, I'm going to say during this time period, I wasn't alive back then, but there was a lot of resurrection men. They were digging up fresh dead bodies to sell. And doctors were maybe not super happy about it, but they understood that this was a necessary evil, I guess. So they were just kind of okay, well, this isn't legal, but we need the bodies, so we're buying stuff from grave robbers. Now, the fact that Burke and Hare were coming to Dr. Knox particularly, and it's hey, we got this body, we got that body, oh, they're super fresh. Now, Dr. Knox did comment on how fresh the bodies were, but... I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure that he knew what was going on. I'm pretty sure. And we'll get into some shit later on that I'm gonna say kind of tips it over the scales to me, where I'm pretty sure that he knew that they were murdering people. But I kind of feel like he was just kind of hey, I need the bodies, so I'm just not gonna raise too much of a stink about it.
They were excess personnel anyway.
That's what I'm saying. And I kind of feel, well, and one thing I've heard about Dr. Knox too is that he was one of those weird racialist kind of hey, well, I'm a doctor, but all of these excess people, well, that's all the value that they have is as bodies. So maybe he wasn't really losing too much sleep over a bunch homeless drunks or prostitutes.
No.
Being yeah.
No, his point of view is they're going to die anyway. They don't have a long...
I kind of feel like that's how they
he's
justify
they don't
it.
have a long lifespan. There's no difference if they die now or 2 or 3 years later. Because that 2 or 3 years of life that they had, they're not going to do anything different than they would have been doing before. It's the same way a lot of people see us. They're well, those bitches just sit in front of television. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter if he sits in the front of television between 1 year or 5 years more. It's still the same. They sit there and watch TV programs. And that's the way a lot of fucking elite rich people saw the
but
fucking
like I said,
working. They don't care.
second you start thinking of another human being as
a commodity,
oh well,
and
they just
a thing.
like I said, a means to an end, or
Yeah.
a thing. If you think of another person as an object,
Yeah.
then you are going to be part of the problem. you're part of.
Well, I think the people that fucking basically run and control the fucking world are like that.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're part of the problem.
Yeah, with the whole sex island thing and everything, that's them.
You were essentially like looking at other people.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly,
They see you as bugs.
I thought that was like the kind of like the base of morality. Don't see another person as an object for your edification.
Yeah, no, but that's not how it is.
Or as a means to an end. I'm just saying, like, the second that you start doing that, that's when you've gone, like, off the fucking grid.
Well, these are still poor people. Like this doctor, he's relatively still poor. But when you're a fucking billionaire who owns all these fucking big corporations and agribusinesses and fucking this and that, no, they see regular people as just somebody who buys things and somebody who sits in front of television screens and looks at them in these little bitty houses for a certain amount of time, and then they die. They get fat and they die. Okay, that's how they see them. But no, that's how they see most people, and that's what Ridley Scott's talking about.
I mean, bitch, I'm like I said, I'm a very like science oriented person.
Yeah.
So to me, I see every human being as a completely unique creation.
Yeah, they don't see that.
So it's like every time a person dies, it's like that's kind of like a tragedy because that's never going to happen again. That particular combination.
Well, okay. Well, the people that run all this shit and own everything, they will go, yeah, that's right. That's never going to happen again, and that's a good thing. They don't care about that.
I know they don't.
They don't give a shit. They're like, they see that.
That's
person.
because I'm a better person.
Yeah,
than
they
them,
see that
so.
person. They see that person as a consumer.
Sure.
That they're there to fucking yield labor and buy things. They're like a little system. And here's another thing. They consider themselves to be your creator because your ancestors that gave birth to you worked for and were created by their industries or their parents' industries during the baby boom. You only exist because of what their ancestors did.
But the hilarious
thing
see you. Is that one thing, if you're real into like science or evolution or anything like that, is that you are no better than any of us.
Oh no, they
bitches.
think no.
Oh, I know they
think they're much better.
They're wrong.
They
though.
want eternal life.
Bitch, you are no better.
They want eternal life.
No better.
They want to download their consciousness into a damn fucking metaverse where they'll live forever.
Oh, I know.
And they want to cut off all the damn power supply and kill everybody because we're obsolete.
But like I said, but that's in a way. Well, I know they do. I know they do. Yeah. But that's like very funny to me because that's like not how that shit's gonna work out.
Well, they think, well, we created this big baby boom and all these people, and now we don't need them, so we got to get rid of them. That's fucking
like humans are relatively very small in the grand scheme of things. So get the fuck over yourselves. You're no better than anybody else. You take a shit like everyone else. You know, sorry. You're just you got more money. You got more power. Good for you. You're gonna die just like everyone else. You're gonna be bones just like everyone else. You know, that's how it's just gonna happen. But you know, I don't really have any kind of like fucking illusions about this guy. I know they do, but it's kind of sad that it's kind of like funny and like pathetic that they kind of like think that. But anyway, so they kill this woman. Now, the thing about this particular woman, and this is kind of like where I feel like Burke and Hare were starting to get a little bit sloppy, because prior to this, they were kind of just targeting either people that died naturally or people that were like homeless or people that are just like lodging in their shit. But Mary Patterson was not famous, but she was kind of like recognizable. Like a lot of people in Edinburgh were like, hey, she was like a sex worker, and a lot of people have been to her. So, and she was, you know, unusually beautiful. So a lot of people like did remember her. So I kind of feel like that at that point, people were like, ooh, you know what I mean? Because people like recognized who she was. Now, at this point, in June of that year, they murdered 2 other lodgers. Now, again, I don't think that their names were preserved for posterity, unfortunately. But this was like a grandma. She was like an older woman, and her grandson, who was a mute child. Now, this is fucked up. So what happened, like, they bring the two into, hey, come in, and we got food, and we got lodging, and we got booze, and whatever. So they come in there, and they take the grandmother, hey, we're gonna, like, take your grandma into this other room. Can you imagine? Like, this, I don't know how old this kid was. But they take the grandma off into the other room, and they do their shit, and they, like, smother her. And at this point, they're kind of like, well, we need to kill the kid, too. And they're kind of like, well, wait, should we? It's just, like, a kid. But they're like, well, yeah, but he's, like, a witness, so we should probably do that, too. So they kill the grandma, and then they kill the kid as well.
He's in the cat tree.
Is she?
In the little bowls. I've never seen her in the little bowls. She's trying them out again.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, we moved the cat tree.
Moved the cat tree, yeah.
It's like right out there outside my house. But yeah, so they kill the old lady. And then they're like, well, we have to kill the kid too, because he's a witness. Like, he'll know what's going on. So they kill the kid too. Now, this, and like I said, I'm not excusing it, but what Burke said later on in his confession was that when they were killing the kid, because like I said, they're smothering their victims in the sense that one of them is like sitting on the leg so they can't like wiggle around and stuff, and then like one of them is like putting his hand like over the nose and mouth, and so they're like smothering them like while they're watching their face, and they're doing this to a little kid. And the fact that Burke was like watching this little kid's face, because he comes in like, hey, what are you doing with my grandma? Like, where is my grandma? Who they've already killed. And so the fact that he like actually put his hand over this little kid's face and killed this little kid and like saw his eyes like while he was dying. Now, apparently, this was, as fucked up as all the shit that these two have done so far, this was like a step past the whole shit. So they're kind of like, Burke was kind of like, yeah, this shit haunted me for the rest of my, that kid's eyes, like the way that he looked like while he was dying, because they did kill him, like, spoiler alert. But they did kill him. You know, like I said, that's, yeah, good. I'm glad that he was fucking haunted, because Jesus Christ. What the fuck are you doing? But so he kills a little kid. Now, so he kills the grandma and the little kid. Now, the tea chest that they usually used for carrying the bodies to Dr. Knox, too small for two people. They didn't think of that, I guess. So they're like, okay, we're going to put them in this herring barrel. So they take him to Dr. Knox. He pays them £8 each. Now, this is really weird. According to Burke, he says that when he put the barrel with the two bodies, because the tea chest wouldn't fit two bodies, so they had to have this bigger barrel that they put the two bodies in. So they put it on this cart, and the horse was pulling it. According to Burke, the horse, once he got to a certain point, wouldn't go any farther. He was like, fuck this. The horse made a stand where he was just like not going any further, and he couldn't get him to go anymore. That was the story that he told. Now later, I hate to tell you that he got so mad at the horse that he shot it, like later on. Damn. But the horse would just like not, he was like, I am not participating in this debauchery any further. But I mean, good for that horse. That's like a hero horse.
The horse, like, fuck this.
Yeah, he's like, fuck this. I'm not involved in this situation. But that was like the story, yeah. But he did like shoot that horse later on, sadly. So at this point, so William Burke and his girlfriend Helen McDougall, they go to Falkirk to visit one of their like dads or something like that. Now Burke knew that William Hare didn't have a lot of cash at the ready, and had like even pawned some of his clothes like to make some money. So when the couple came back though, they're like, oh my god, they were fucking skint when they were gone. But then they come back, and then Hare has all this fucking money somehow out of nowhere. They have all these new clothes. They have all this like surplus cash. They're doing all kind of stuff. They're like, what the fuck have you guys been doing while we were on vacation, like visiting the relatives or whatever? So they ask him, and Hare says, oh, I totally didn't like sell another body. I don't even know what you're talking about. But Burke goes back to Dr. Knox, and Knox says, yeah, Hare sold us a woman's body for £8. And at this point, Burke and Hare got into like this big fucking feud. Like that fight. It was like, bitch, you are like selling bodies without my knowledge. I wasn't in on that stuff. Blah, blah, blah. But like I said, you're gone. I mean, that's like your business. Hey, I'm gonna like fucking sell a body while you're gone. Whatever. But they got in a big fight. They were like fighting. They were like punching each other or whatnot. So at this point, John Burke, or William Burke rather, and his wife moved to this other house because they had been kind of like living together in this boarding house, but they moved to another house, which was Burke's cousin's house. His name was John Brogan. So it was only a couple blocks away, but they moved to that house instead. They're like, we're getting the fuck out of here. We don't want to like hang out with you bitches anymore. I have to say though that even though this was like a big rift between them, it didn't like last super long. Late September, early October of this year, William Hare goes and visits William Burke. And then they see this woman who was like a laundry woman, washerwoman type woman named Mrs. Osler. She came to the property to do some laundry, as she did. That was her job. And the men were kind of like, ooh. So they got her drunk, and they killed her. And sold her corpse to Dr. Knox. £8. Week or two after that, this is fucked up. So one of Helen McDougal's relatives. Now this is Burke's girlfriend or Hare's girlfriend. This is one of her relatives. She comes to visit. And they're like, we should kill that bitch. And like sell her back. So, like I said, they're getting a little sloppy. She's visiting from Falkirk. So after a couple days, they're like, yeah, we should go. Let's kill her and like stuff. So they did. They killed her. This was a relative. Like, not a super close relative, but a distant, like a cousin type of relative.
They're not getting that much money. Come on.
Well, I mean, £10. Well, £10, what was that? Like $1,000? But still, that's like
That's
to
not enough
kill somebody?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I mean, man, if you want me to kill somebody, you give me more than $1,000.
Yeah, more than that, right.
Jesus Christ, that doesn't even cover my bills for 1 month.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, you need to give me enough to like retire for my whole entire
like
life.
Millions. Yeah.
Then
Ridiculous.
maybe. Depends on who it is. Depends on the situation. Even then, I would like be, but for $1,000, no way. Yeah. Come on. But yeah, they were just, I don't know. So they did that. So this is family members. So apparently, like randos, it's not good enough to like just kill randos up the street now. Now we're gonna kill family members.
Yeah.
So they're starting to do that. Like I said, very sloppy. So they kill one of, Helen McDougal's family members, a distant cousin, who was visiting. So they kill her and they sell her body and they get £10. Now, at this point too, Hare's wife says, hey, maybe we should kill Helen McDougal. Maybe we should kill her. She's a Scottish woman, and they can't be trusted. So maybe she was one of the four that knew about the Scottish people. So maybe we should kill her and sell her body. And basically,
how you gonna trust Scottish people?
That's what I mean. So at this point, he's just like, "That's my girlfriend." No,
that's funny.
Can we not? All right. Let's just kill random people. Why are we killing people we know? But yeah. He brought that up. Can you imagine?
Back in the honky land, fucking funny, man.
And they were like best friends. Yeah. Hey, can we kill your wife?
She's Scottish. You can't trust Scottish.
Bitch, no. Come on. What are you doing? You can't kill my wife or my girlfriend or whatever. Yeah. Jesus. What are you thinking?
Yeah.
But he brought it up.
It was another time.
He brought it up. And apparently they were still like friends after that, which I don't understand that.
It was
I don't
another.
understand that.
They were still friends after he killed the fucking wife.
Yes.
Damn.
Well, no, he didn't kill her.
Okay.
He just brought it up.
Brought it up. Okay.
Can you imagine, like, okay, imagine this. You and your friend, and your best friend.
Yeah.
Like, let's presume that you and your friend had, like, killed some people and, like, sold the bodies.
Yeah, they said, let's kill your girlfriend.
Yeah, and somebody said, hey, let's kill Jenny.
Were they joking around? Were they serious?
I don't think they were joking.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, like I said, they were getting kind of sloppy because they were killing
They were
family
hungry
members.
for money.
Because the thing about it is, like, prior to this, they were just, like, killing, like, you know, random, like, prostitutes or, you know, homeless people or whatever.
Yeah.
People that wouldn't necessarily be missed. If you're going to kill people that are, like, related to your shit, then, I mean, just as a pro tip, that's probably not a great idea. But that's kind of what they were doing. And then the fact that it's like, hey, let's kill your fucking, hey, she knows too much.
Yeah.
What were you thinking? You guys are, like, not good at crime. I mean, they got away with it for a long time because forensic science back then was, like, nil. Like, they didn't really have any fucking way of doing this shit. But, yeah. So, now, here's where they got in trouble, though. They didn't kill the wife. But the fact that he suggested it, I can't believe that they were still friends after that. Hey, let's kill your girlfriend. Yeah, no, let's not. But we'll still be friends. That's weird. Now, the next victim, though, was kind of one of the things that got them in trouble. So the next victim they targeted was a very familiar face in the streets of Edinburgh. And this was a guy named James Wilson. Now, he was only 18, and in the streets of Edinburgh, he was kind of, like, very well known. He was known as Daft Jamie. Now, he was kind of like, mentally challenged.
A little daft. Yeah.
Let's call it that.
Yeah, daft.
But everybody loved him.
Yeah.
Like, he was homeless.
Yeah.
But he would, like, he was kind of like a beggar, and he would kind of, like, earn his living by, like, dancing and singing, and everybody loved him. Everybody thought he was, like, awesome. Daft Jamie. He also was very distinctive in the fact that his face was very distinctive, and he also had, I believe, like, a club foot, or he at least had, like, a deformed foot that, like, people recognized. So there was that. Like I said, everybody in Edinburgh knew who he was. Everybody was loved him. So there was that. They decided, for whatever reason, that they were going to kill him. So
even fucking the mentally handicapped people are not safe. Daft basically.
nobody was.
Yeah, daft basically means fucking retarded. They mean retarded. To the retarded Jamie. Fucking, and he was a fucking celebrity.
But everybody
street
loved him,
performer.
though.
Yeah, they liked him. Yeah.
Everybody's just kind of like, he was kind of like a fixture.
Yeah.
You'd go
Hard
by a
to
certain
see.
part of the area, like in
Right.
Edinburgh, and it's like, oh, there he is. And he'd be like singing and dancing, and you'd like throw him a coin or something like that.
Motherfuckers are ruthless. I'm telling you, man. Fucking Edinburgh is what I'm telling you it was. Cause
I mean, back then.
yeah, back in those days.
Sure.
It's not like that now. Edinburgh's fucking nice now. But back in those days, it was fucking...
It's beautiful.
It was the hood
Actually.
back in those days. Yeah, pretty bad.
Yeah. Well, like I said, London was like that, too. And any big city was kind of like that.
Yeah, cities attracted bad
It's
people.
kind of like lawless.
Yeah.
But so, yeah. So this guy, everybody knew who he was. But for whatever reason, Burke and Hare were like, hey, we're going to, like, kill that motherfucker.
Yeah.
So yeah. In November of that year, William Hare lures Daft Jamie to his house. He's like, hey, I've got some booze, whiskey. He sent his wife to, like, go get Burke, because they have to, like, do everything as a team, you know what I mean? So they led him into the bedroom of the house. And Margaret, she locks the door and then pushes the key under the door. Now, the thing about it that happened, though, was that Daft Jamie, one, not really into alcohol, so he didn't really, like, drink a lot.
Didn't need it.
Yeah. Well, he was more like a snuff guy.
Oh, okay.
So he was kind of like, well, yeah, I'll
You guys
have
know what that is? Fucking on the back of the fucking tobacco cart, so they'd move it around. A bunch of fucking tobacco dust would fall in the bottom, and they'd use fucking brooms and fucking sweep up all the tobacco dust. They'd put it in little cans and sell it. It was called fucking snuff. It's way out of style. I've done some of it. You have it in a little thing, and you put it in a little spoon, like a cocaine spoon. You snort it up into your fucking nose. and you get a rush from it.
I mean, very widespread back then.
But it's tobacco.
Yeah.
It's tobacco. Yeah, so kind of give you a rush from it. Although it kind of it's like anything else, any other kind of tobacco. If you're a smoker, you build up a tolerance to it, and it goes away, and then it becomes just something you have to do. You don't really get much from it. But yeah, I don't want to say it was the crack of the era. The crack of the era was gin. They considered that to be like crack, because it was just cheap distilled alcohol. One of the first alcohol wasn't normally distilled. That was a new invention. They thought fucking gin would end the world, that it was apocalyptic. Little did they know of what was coming, but they blamed all society's ills on gin. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Let's blame society's ills on Satanism or video games or whatever.
Gin will be the end of us all.
Not gonna. Nothing's gonna end the world. It's fine.
Yeah, gin was the crack
Calm down.
of the fucking 1700s.
Calm down.
Yeah.
But yeah, so what happened? Yeah, so he wasn't really into drinking. So he would drink a little just to be polite, but he didn't get like fucked up drunk, like pass out drunk, like they were kind of like hoping for. And also, even though he was, let's say, like mentally challenged, he was also like kind of a big, strong dude. So when they tried to kill him, he fought back. And it took both of them to, kind of to kill him. He did get killed, honestly, but yeah. But he did, like, fight back. And like I said, he wasn't drunk.
Gadget says Edinburgh's beautiful, but it's a shithole. I don't know. I've seen pictures of it. It looked great. I don't know what it's like.
It does look beautiful in pictures. Like I said, I've never been to Scotland.
Yeah.
I've been to Wales. Like, I lived in Wales a long time. But, yeah. And I've been to London as well. London is also beautiful.
It could not be worse than an American bad city.
I kind of feel like probably not.
No, never.
Like I said,
that would be considered a nice neighborhood here.
Well, that was kind of like the impression that I got. Because, like I said, and this was like 90s, early to mid 2000s, when I was in the UK, I was just kind of like, even the bad neighborhoods, it's like, oh, that's a bad neighborhood, don't go there. I'm like, this is like nothing compared to
here, yeah.
Shitty neighborhoods in America.
Right.
Like, it's just like, it's not the same. Which is good. Which is good.
Yeah, it's good. Shittiest neighborhoods I've ever been in were Brazil, and I still had fun there. You just have to know it. You just have to know how to navigate it. São Paulo, Brazil had some shitty neighborhoods, but you could have fun there. A lot of fun. You just had to know how to watch your step.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like that's true in the U.S. too. But like I said, if you're in the U.S., I don't know. I kind of feel like Europeans feel like, oh, if we come to the U.S., like it's super dangerous. I don't think it's as dangerous as people think, but in the same way,
it's confined to certain areas.
I've been to shitty neighborhoods in Europe that were like not nearly as shitty as neighborhoods that I've walked around in the U.S. Yeah. You know what I mean? So it's a different
situation. You gave us £5.
Thank you. Have a $5 for talking about it.
Thank you. Man. If you guys want to fucking go ahead and fucking chip in, fucking send us some super chats. Jenny's been working hard. We know times are tough. I don't give a shit. I'm sitting here loaded, all right? And we're just trying to entertain y'all. But super chats have been fucking killing us past couple weeks. This is our only night to really make them. You haven't been making them anymore.
Well, and I have to say, too, that the ad revenues have been
going down
much lower.
Yeah.
Than usual.
It's been hard times out there for everybody.
Which I get.
So we understand. So
hard times for everybody.
That was just my plug there. I'm not gonna continue to plug too much because we know y'all are good people and fucking you're doing what you can do.
I mean, you guys turn up every time we're on, which blows my mind. Right. Why would anybody want to hear it?
And for those of the people that listen to us recorded, because a lot of people can't listen to us live. If you'd like to contribute, you could always do fucking contact Jenny and send her a what do you call it?
What, PayPal?
PayPal. You can send her a PayPal, or you can become a subscriber. Well, we got Patreon, so we have a lot of patrons also. So even if it's $5-10 a month, we'd appreciate it.
And you get early access, and you get to vote on topics that we talk about on these shows.
Yeah.
I mean, we mostly talk about it.
Right.
And you get to vote on the movie retrospective.
Right.
Like every week you get to vote on.
We are an interactive show.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Who got the shittiest town fight?
Oh man, there's a lot of them here.
I mean, like I said, I've been to like some shitty places in the UK, and I'm just kind of like, why are you like, this isn't that shitty?
Yeah.
I've grown up in way shittier places than this.
And shitty doesn't necessarily mean bad. There's a lot of fucking ghost towns in the fucking South that are just vacant and fucking forgotten, fucking like something out of a damn movie, you know. Doesn't necessarily mean that there's trouble there. You know what I mean? It's just there's a lot of weird places in the United States. It's cool though, you know. Each state is different. Each region is different.
Yeah, I mean, like, watch your back everywhere.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like that's just good advice anywhere you go, whether it's safe or not.
They
but
can't protect you. They can't even protect themselves.
Just like watch your back.
Just watch your back. Right.
But I mean, most places you go in the U.S., I kind of feel like it's not as dangerous as maybe it's portrayed. Well, depending on where you go. Most places you're probably okay, but I would still watch your back wherever you are. Even if you're somewhere that's safe, still watch your back.
Yeah.
But I kind of feel like most of the time you're probably okay. Most people are okay. Most people are okay.
Most of it depends on who you are and how you act and what people think of you. That has a lot to do with it. You know.
That's true.
Yeah. I mean, fucking, I've been in every fucking situation the United States can throw at you, with all the different ethnic groups and everything. Some people you can't negotiate with. You just can't. And it really doesn't matter fucking what race they are or whatever. There's a certain kind of person that you just can't negotiate with. You don't want to be around them. But the average person here is fucking just like any other normal human
Most
being.
people are okay.
They're just,
like I said,
yeah.
most people are okay.
Right. It's about respect. You treat them with respect, they treat you with respect. It's that same. The laws don't have anything to do with anything because they're not following them anyway. It's like common law, where you're good to them, they're good to you. There's reciprocation.
Yeah, just be
Most
chill.
people are like that.
Just
If you're an asshole and you come here, it's going to be trouble.
That's what I'm saying. Well,
Yeah.
and I kind
That's
of
gonna
feel
be
like
trouble.
that applies anywhere
Different-
around the
right.
world, not just the U.S.
Most people that get hurt in the United States kind of deserve it. Most of them.
Well, I don't know if I'd go that far.
No,
but
no. The average person that gets hurt is out there fucking acting like an asshole and fucking doing fucked up shit, and they get into a fight and they get killed. That's the average. Just the average person killed here is involved in the drug trade. Okay, that's 85% of it. As long as you stay away from that, you're okay.
yeah, just be cool.
Just be cool, right?
Don't like
Right.
draw attention to
Right.
yourself. Don't like
Right.
be obnoxious.
Yeah.
And most of the time, it's going to be a good. Like,
Yeah.
you know, I've been in situations where that didn't apply, but
Yeah.
most of the time,
You just look at
you're
those.
gonna be
You look
alright.
at those. All those shootings and the fucking homicide rates. 90% of that, 80% of that is drug trade. If you're not in the drug trade, then that's not you. Okay. There's random shit, but that's like getting struck by lightning.
Yeah, which is
Yeah.
not great.
It's not
It's
yet,
not great.
but it's just.
But
yeah, it's rare.
There's like not anything you can do about it either. Which that's
just live
kinda
your life.
shitty. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Take
don't-
precautions.
Don't worry about it.
You're right.
And like I said, just like watch your back.
You're right.
So, yeah. So they target this dude who I'm not really sure if they knew that this dude was like kind of like local famous or not. But they were kind of like, hey, this dude seems vulnerable. So we're going to do this. So they killed him. He did fight back. But because there were two of them, they were able to overpower him and they actually ended up killing him. Now, they stripped his body and they stole his possessions as if they weren't douchey enough. So they take the body the following day to Dr. Knox. Now, a bunch of Dr. Knox's students were kind of like, hey, that's Daft Jamie, because everybody in town like knew who that was. This is the point where I feel like Dr. Knox went from, oh, I don't know anything, to, oh, I know some shit, but I'm just like gonna pretend I don't. Because what happened here was that a bunch of his students said, hey, that's Daft Jamie, and probably he got murdered. Like, I don't think he died of like natural causes. What Dr. Knox did, he didn't call the cops. He didn't go to the authorities, nothing like that. He's like, oh, well, what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut off his head and his feet so no one will recognize him, and I'm still going to, like, utilize him for the dissection classes.
Damn.
That is the point where, bitch, you knew what was going on. You knew
Yeah.
who that was. All your students knew who that was. They told you who that was. And the fact that you were kind of like, oh, well, I'm going to cut his head off so nobody recognizes him anymore, and his clubfoot because everybody knew about that, I was just kind of like, yeah, that was the point where you, like, went past the point of, like, oh, plausible deniability. You knew about that shit. And you just, like, chose to ignore it because you were getting bodies. Just gonna say. Okay? I know he's dead now. I'm just saying. That was the point that it, like, went past it for me. So, yeah. So he cut off his head and cut off his feet so nobody would recognize him, and then he dissected him anyway. So, the last victim, who was killed on Halloween night, 1828. Ooh, what was that? Okay, something weird, like, window came out. Margaret Docherty. Now, she was a middle-aged Irish woman. What ended up happening with her was that William Burke, he kind of, like, lures her into the boarding house. It's like, hey, I'm from Ireland, too. I'm from the same, area of Ireland as you, and we're going to, like, come and drink together, blah, blah, blah. My mom is also from the same area as you are, yada, yada. So she comes in there, and they start drinking. Now, at one point, Burke leaves Docherty in the company of his, of the girlfriend, Helen McDougall. Now, I'm going to go get more whiskey, he says, but he's actually going to get William Hare, his partner. Now, at this point, there are two other lodgers, because this is a lodging house, if you remember. There's a couple other lodgers who are a couple, Anne and James Gray. Now, they kind of came in, and they were drinking with the people, and it's like, well, so they saw the murderers and the victim together. So at this point, what ended up happening was that the murderers were kind of like, hey, we'll give you some money if you guys will stay at William Hare's house for the night. This is our relative. We want to have some alone time. Why don't you fuck off to, like, some other place? And we'll give you money. And they were just kind of like, okay, but no, because we think something weird is going on. So everybody keeps drinking. At this time, around 9 o'clock in the evening, Anne and James Gray, they're kind of like, they had gone out for a little while, but then they came back. And they got some clothes for their kids. And they saw Burke and Hare and both of their wives and Docherty, their future victim, and they were all drunk. They're all, like, singing songs and, like, dancing and, like, having a good time together, seemingly. Now, Burke and Hare did get into a fight again, like, at some point during this time, but they were able to reconcile long enough to kill Anne Docherty. They smothered her like they did the others, and they put her body in a pile of straw at the end of the bed. Like, I believe it was Hare's bedroom. Now, the next day, the Grays, who, like I said, were lodgers at this house, they came back, and they're kind of like, what the fuck is going on in here, you guys? Like, this is a weird, like, energy. And Burke is kind of like, hey, don't go by my bed. What are you guys doing? And at this point, like, Anne was like, hey, I just left my stockings over there. What the fuck are you, like, fucking aggro about? So they wanted to go over there by the bed. So they got very suspicious that Burke and Hare were kind of like, hey, you can't go over there. Now, at whatever point, because, like I said, Burke and Hare, not the brightest lights on the Christmas tree. Let's say that. So they were kind of like, well, we got to go out for a little while. So they left Grays alone in the house with the body that they had left there. Not master criminals, as I'm saying. So they get left alone in the house. So the Grays are just kind of like, okay, well, we know some, like, sketchy shit's going on here. So they start, like, looking around in the room, right? As you would. And they start going through the hay, and they find Anne Doherty's body in the hay at the edge of the bed. So it's still got blood on the face. There's and they're just kind of like, okay, we're gonna go call the cops. So they like run out the door and they're gonna go tell the police about it. Now, while they're going out to tell the police, they run into Helen McDougal. Helen McDougal doesn't really help her case. Hey, I'll give you guys 10 pounds a week if you don't go to the police and tell them anything. The Greys are just kind of like, fuck that. You guys are murderers. We're going to the cops. So good for them. Good for them. They could have taken a lot of money, but they didn't. They were like, yeah, we're telling you bitches. So the Greys went right to the cops and reported it. So Burke and Hare, because they knew the cops were coming, they took the body and they're like, oh my God, we got to get this out of here. So they took it to Dr. Knox, where they usually took the shit. At this point, the cops come. Now, they didn't find the body, obviously, but they found like a bunch of Anne Doherty's blood-stained clothing underneath the bed because, like I said, these are not master criminals. They're like, hey, just take her bloody clothes and like kick it under the fucking bed. No one will find it. The cops found it. So they questioned Burke and his wife, and they said, oh, we don't know what happened. Like, Anne Doherty, she just left, man. We don't know what happened. But they questioned each of them separately, and both of them gave different times for whatever time this woman allegedly left. So the cops were just kind of like, not buying it. So, yeah, there was that.
Let me say something real quick.
What's that?
They're in there kind of teasing me about, oh, Tom's schooling us again. I just wanted to say that Jenny and I see the analytics of the show. We got people all over the world listening to this show that have never been to the United States, only see it on television. A lot of stereotypes you're going to pick up over fucking television and movies, all right? Fucking the United States is a good place. It's good. Even you can go to even a damn place that's kind of iffy and still have a good time there. Because Americans in general are good, even though they fight with each other.
Like I said, most people are okay.
Yeah.
Most people are okay.
I mean, you got people in Japan scared to come here because they think they're going to get killed in a damn school shooting. Okay. And fucking, man, that is like getting struck by lightning. There's so many fucking schools.
I mean, that's shitty. It happens way more often than it should.
Fucking huge. This place is huge. All right? And, it's all about statistics. Statistically, you don't have a problem. But you gotta watch your back.
I mean, you will probably be okay. I mean, 99% of the time, you will probably be okay.
Yeah.
Most people, 99% of people are totally fine.
Right.
Are totally friendly. But you gotta watch your back because you never know. Right. But I feel like that's true of anywhere.
Yeah, and you can't be all stereotypical about fucking who's who. They got a lot of good people of all different kind of fucking...
Everybody's different.
Yeah, they got a lot of good people.
Just like anywhere.
Of all different fucking races and ethnicities and shit. You know what I mean? Fucking... So
you never know who you're gonna... Well, that's kind of like one of the cool things about the U.S. is like you never know...
You don't know what's gonna happen.
What that person's backstory is. Yeah, because it could be all kind of crazy.
It is an adventurous place, and it is kind of like the Wild West still. But that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. The Wild West was good, but the Wild West wasn't the Wild West you saw on television. It's just different. It's just different.
Yeah.
Anything's possible, and that's a good thing.
Like I said, you'll probably be fine. Just watch your back. Yeah. But like I said, you got to watch your back anywhere.
Right.
But you'll probably be fine.
Right.
You'll probably be fine. Most people are fine.
Yeah.
Most people around the world are fine.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's only a very small percentage, but you do got to watch out for that percentage because you never know.
People are human beings.
Most people are fine.
Yeah, people are human beings. Most people are they mimic what you do. You're good to them, they're good to you. It's the golden rule.
And to be honest, like most people, like overwhelmingly, most people are like either friendly or they're indifferent.
Right.
Which is fine.
Yeah, if you come here as a foreigner, most of them will be indifferent to you.
Yeah.
Because we got all kinds of foreigners.
The only people you got to watch for are people that are like actively malevolent. Yeah. Which is a very small percentage.
Yeah.
But you never know when you're going to come across that, so you do have to like look out for it. But normally, statistically, you're not going to run into that.
Yeah, Grudgy says movies. But it's movies that are doing that. And movies are fantasy.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. Well, like I said, that happens about every country. Right. But like I said, it's fine. Most of the time it's fine, but don't be too trusting because you never know. But so they find the body. The Greys go to the police. And at this point, they're like, hey, they have this body here. Or they had this body here. So the cops find the clothes. So they go to Dr. Knox's place. The cops do. And when they go there, they find, they find the clothing, like, at Burke and Hare's place. And they're just kind of like, okay, well, we need to, like, fucking, investigate this. They ask Burke and his wife. Burke and his wife say, oh, yeah, well, she was here, but she left. And, like I said, they gave, like, different times for when she left, so obviously they know that they're bullshitting. So the cops, like, arrest them and bring them in for questioning. The next morning, the cops find out about Dr. Knox, so they go to his place, and they go to his dissecting rooms, and they find Doherty's body. Now, at this point, she gets identified. This is the woman that was last seen alive with Burke and Hare. So they arrested William Hare and his wife later that day. And the guy that owned their boarding house, whose name was James Brogan, they also arrested him because they weren't really sure, like, how much he knew about the shit. All of them, at the time of their arrest, said, we don't know anything about anything. So, okay. At this point, they got caught. I mean, we know what they've been up to. As many as 16, maybe more, but this is all they know of. 16 people murdered by Burke and Hare. Burke later said that, we got ourselves, like, all liquored up when we were doing the murders. I don't know if they were trying to, like, exonerate themselves or make themselves seem more sympathetic, but they were like, yeah, we had to, like, psych ourselves up by, like, getting drunk, like, before we did it. And especially after he killed the kid, remember, like, the grandmother and the kid situation? Like, after that happened, he said, yeah, he was haunted by that the rest of I don't know if that's true or not, but I don't know if he was just trying to get sympathy or whatever. But he said, yeah, I couldn't sleep at night. I, like, had to drink all the time, like, just to sleep, and I would have nightmares and blah, blah, blah. So he's, like, took opium as well because he said that, like, he couldn't deal with it. Like, that was, like, his big thing. Like, killing a child. He didn't really seem to give a shit about killing adults. Old women, young men, old men, young men, like whoever he killed, he didn't really seem to give that much of a shit. But he said that he got upset about killing that one kid. I don't know if that's true, but maybe he was just trying to get sympathy. Like,
want another drink?
Sure. But yeah, so he said that was the case anyway. So at this point, November 1828. So they issue a warrant for Burke's detention, and Hare's detention, and that of their wives because they were seen as accomplices. James Brogan, who was the guy that owned the, the boarding house where they were staying, they thought that he maybe knew something about it, but they didn't have enough evidence, so they released him without charging him. So the four of them, what they did, at least they knew this much. They kept them all separate, and they took all their statements separately because they wanted to see if they would, like, incriminate each other or, like, give contradictory statements. So they at least knew enough to do that. And they were probably right to do so because all of their stories kind of, like, contradicted one another. Now, one of the surgeons, the police surgeons, did an autopsy or whatever of Doherty's body, which at this point was the only body that they had, if you remember. Because even though they've killed like 16 people, this is really the first time that they've ever been brought to the attention of the authorities. So the authorities are just kind of like, oh my god, this is like coming out of nowhere. Thank you. So there's kind of like that. Like I said, they didn't have like fucking CSI back then or nothing like that. So the police surgeon examines Doherty's body, and he says he brings in 2 other like forensic specialists or whatever they had the equivalent in the day, and they're like, okay, well, it's possible that this victim could have been suffocated, but they don't really have any hardcore evidence to, because suffocation, I mean, even nowadays I think it's kind of like hard to prove, but especially back then they didn't have any forensic science or anything. If you just like basically put your hand over someone's face and fucking suffocated them, unless you left bruises, there was really no way to, and they didn't, so there was really no way to to pin that like on a, they could have just died of natural causes. Thank you, Gadget3. Another 5 spot because I've been away for a while back, though. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's nice. We appreciate you being back. So, yeah. So they come back. Yeah, maybe it's suffocation, but we can't prove it. Now, because a couple of doctors had said that, the Burkes and Hares, both of them, like both couples, did get charged with murder. Now, they go into an investigation of Dr. Knox as well, because, his name came up during the shit. And Knox's story was that, hey, I just thought that some bitches from, like, some poor-ass lodging houses, like, people were dying and the stuff, and they were, like, selling me the bodies. I had no idea what was going on. I find that hard to believe, but... just gonna say. I mean, yeah, there was a lot of that shit going on where people were just like dying or digging bodies up, or it's just kind of like maybe there were haunting places where people were dying in tenements or whatever. But he had to fucking know. I mean, Burke and Hare were coming to him like basically every week and being like, "Hey, we got like a fresh one." He's like, "Ooh, all right." I mean,
send us some more money. Thank you very much.
I know.
Guys.
Yeah, I said thank you. He had to know that something was going on. He had to.
Yeah, they're in business.
I kind of feel like he knew, but he's like, he didn't want to know.
Right.
I kind of feel like he's like, look, I just need the shit and I'm paying for the shit. Yeah. I'm not going to question where it's coming from.
He had bills to pay.
That's, yeah. I kind of feel like he just was like, Joop.
It's on you. It ain't on me. It's on y'all.
Yeah, he was like maintaining plausible.
That's how you say it down here. It's on y'all.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that's how he was coming at it.
Yeah.
That's how he was coming at it.
Yeah.
He had to know, though.
Yeah.
Or he had to at least suspect.
Yeah.
These bitches are probably murdering people. Because why, like, these corpses are, like, super fresh. Like, some were, like, super warm.
Yeah.
So, okay. So, what happened? So, the cops at this point, because this is the early 19th century, they don't have a lot of good forensic evidence. Basically, you had to catch somebody in the act, or you had to get a confession or something like that. They know that these bitches have murdered several people, but they don't have hard evidence. So they're like, okay, we know at least one of you motherfuckers will cave. So what we're going to do, their tactic, because they didn't have a lot of hard evidence, as you wouldn't back in the day, we are going to pinpoint the person that we think is the most likely to like roll over on the others, and we're gonna like say to that person, hey, we're gonna give you like immunity if you roll over on the other people. So that's what they did, basically, because they just wanted a conviction, okay, of anybody that was involved in this bullshit. They also thought that probably there had been other murders going on, but they didn't really have like the evidence to prosecute. But they're like, we just need somebody to like pay for this shit. So, what they did too, and the thing about it too, was that the media wasn't super helpful because obviously, like, even back, like, people bitch about the media nowadays, but back then, they didn't even, like, give a shit about, like, if it was true or not. They're just like, well, what sells papers? We're gonna put the most fucking lurid shit we can put in there, and they would put that. They didn't give a shit if it was true or not. They wouldn't get sued or nothing. There was no laws in place. So they made up all kind of fucking crazy ass stories. So that was happening. So that there was another like pressure there. So when it got to a point where every missing person ever like in that area, oh my god, Burke and Hare must have like killed them. Which, I mean, that was probably like a reasonable thing to think, but probably not true. I mean, they didn't kill all those people because I'm sure like a lot of missing people. But yeah. I mean, 16 people is a lot. So they went to that. Now, so what ended up happening was that, so they bring them in. They found, like, they had some other evidence too. Like, for example, Janet Brown, who was a prostitute, and she was Mary Patterson's friend. Like I said, they had gone there. Janet Brown had, like, got the fuck out of there, but Mary Patterson got killed. And she came back and she saw Mary Patterson's clothing, which was all bloody and which was, like, underneath the bed. And she's like, yeah, that was her clothes. And then Daft Jamie, like, his pants had turned up on William Burke's nephew. So it's like they're killing people. It's bad enough they're killing people, and then they're, like, giving their clothes away to, like, their relatives and shit. Hey, here's some pants. Have that. How fucked up is that? Yeah. So his relatives are, like, walking around, like, wearing murdered people's pants. So some people had, like, seen that and said, hey, those are Daft Jamie's pants. So yeah. So there was that too. Now, at this point, like I said, the Lord Advocate, or whatever they called it, he's gonna say, okay, I'm gonna focus on the weakest individual out of these 4 motherfuckers, because I know y'all did something. I'm gonna get a confession, and I'm gonna get, so I can get as many of you bitches convicted as possible. So, because Burke was perceived to be the most intelligent and probably, like, the mastermind. So, like, we're gonna go after Hare because he seems like kind of a dummy, and we could probably get him to roll over. So that's what they did. They went after William Hare. Now, they told him, you will get complete and utter immunity from prosecution if you roll over on all the other motherfuckers and say exactly what happened. Not just the Doherty murder, like the Doherty murder or any other ones that you want to, like, talk about, that's fine. So he said to do that. Now it should be noted too that because back then, like, you couldn't be you couldn't, like, give testimony against your spouse. So giving him immunity would also give his wife immunity, and they were kind of like, okay, well, we'll deal with that. We just want Burke mostly because they felt like he was the mastermind behind it. So they wanted Hare to, like, give them all the fucking details. So they said, okay, you'll be immune for prosecution, and your girlfriend, wife / whatever will also be immune from prosecution. So Hare said, okay, absolutely, and he gave a full confession, very, very detailed confession. I saw a documentary about this earlier that made a very good point. He's like, had this not happened, because honestly, the reason they went this route, that they needed the confession, was probably because they didn't have enough physical evidence, obviously. Well, like I said, this is back in the early 19th century. Physical evidence was, yeah, it was a thing, but they didn't really have the forensic resources that people have nowadays. So they were trying to get somebody to confess. So the fact that they were pushing so hard to get somebody to confess so they could at least get one conviction meant that they didn't have a super strong case, and if it had gone to trial, maybe all of them would have gotten off, and they didn't really want that to happen. So they were like, well, we're willing to let Hare and his wife, girlfriend, whatever, like, go free so we can get Burke and his wife. That might have also ended up indirectly exonerating Knox, because Dr. Knox, like I said, probably knew what was going on and probably should have been prosecuted also. But spoiler alert, he got away with the shit. Like, he just totally went free because he was just like, I don't question where they got the bodies and stuff like that. Even though probably he should have probably been up there. I don't say he should have been hanged or nothing, but he probably should have been prosecuted too. But the fact that they didn't have enough evidence and that they had to go on this one dude's confession probably got him off as well. So I'm just saying.
I'm laughing at Danny. He'll say some shit in the comment section and then delete his own posts. Danny, if you're gonna say something, leave it there, man.
I kind of feel like that maybe happens automatically, because
maybe
that
I don't know what
always,
he's doing. I don't know what he's doing. We're not doing it, Danny.
maybe
maybe
I can't even do it from, from this area.
Somebody's taking your shit away.
I think he does it.
Is that what he's doing? Yeah.
Or he has a
He'll
thing
post
where
some
it's
shit,
like
he's
he'll
like,
post some shit and then like 10 seconds later.
I don't
Well,
wanna say
even
that.
well,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
because it happens like he'll post like some innocuous like nothing,
Yeah,
and then
then
like
it go
5
away.
or 10 seconds
Then it
later
goes away.
it's gone.
Yeah, what are you doing, Danny? What the fuck, bro?
Maybe he has a thing where it's just kind of like I'm
getting
just gonna post some
self-conscious. You
stuff.
get self-conscious of speaking in
Don't be
public.
self-conscious. Lord knows we've gotten past that at this point.
Yeah.
So yeah, so they got him. So Hare like basically rolled over on all of them. He turned King's evidence. They promised him like complete and total immunity, like if he would confess to all the shit. And again, like his wife / girlfriend would also get immunity because he wasn't allowed to testify against her. So that was probably like worth it to him. He's like, yeah, okay, totally, whatever. So he did that. Now, so at this point, because he ratted, December 4th, they laid formal charges against William Burke and Helen McDougall, for the murders of, it was 3 murders. It was Mary Patterson, Daft Jamie, and Mrs. Doherty. Because Mrs. Doherty was the only one they had the body for. The other bodies had obviously been, anatomized. They'd obviously been, dissected. So, I don't know what they did with them after, but they didn't really have them. Now, as I said, Dr. Knox didn't face any charges because Burke's statement to the police said, oh, he didn't know what was going on. I found that very hard to believe. I kind of feel like he probably knew, but I kind of feel he just didn't want to know. He didn't want to know. He just wanted bodies, and he's just like, yep, don't tell me. I kind of feel like that's what was going on. But what happened, though, was when the papers got the details about the shit, and they started printing it in newspapers and stuff, and obviously back then they didn't really have any laws about you can't print this, that, and because it's not true. They were just kind of like, whatever, we'll just like make up what it said. They would just kind of like make up this sensational ass shit. And they would make up shit that wasn't true. And so obviously like everybody got like really, really incensed about Dr. Knox's involvement in this situation. And some people thought that he was maybe the mastermind behind the shit because he was the one that was like, oh, go out and get me more bodies. I wouldn't go that far. He was a doctor. He just wanted bodies to dissect. He needed a supply, and he wasn't really worried about where that supply was coming from. I don't know if he necessarily said, hey, go out and kill people. I don't think he ever said that. But I think that he was getting supplies, so he wasn't really questioning where it was coming from. That's all. I think that he was just kind of like, he knew what was going on, but he just didn't question it. Which is its own kind of like shitty behavior, but I don't think he was actually telling people, hey, go out and kill people so I can get more bodies. I don't think he ever said that. Now, the public, though, had a different opinion. Most of them thought that he should have been right up there in the docket along with the murderers, and they were a little pissed off that he wasn't. I should note, too, that this whole situation coined another, it's not in common usage in American English, but in English, there's a term called burking, and that means smothering a motherfucker to sell their body.
Really?
For money.
Damn, that's like being Caspered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's called burking.
Yeah, okay.
And because of William Burke. Well, because, I mean, William Hare was involved too, but herring doesn't really sound as cool as burking does.
To be Caspered is about Casper the Friendly Ghost. That's when somebody fucking kills you in your sleep. It's called, Casper. Think about that for a while. That came out of the American prison system.
Casper was friendly, though.
Casper the Friendly Ghost. Well, yeah, you didn't know. It was friendly. You're asleep, dreaming.
That's the best way to go.
Casper the Friendly Ghost comes up and fucking kills you in your sleep.
Man, when I die, I'd rather go that way. I don't really want to know, man. If somebody's gonna murder me or something like that, don't wake me up or none of that shit. Just let me like go on to the afterlife whenever. I don't believe in an afterlife, but
I do.
I know you do.
Yeah.
I don't, but I'm just saying.
You haven't seen it yet. No near-death experiences. You'll see.
we'll see.
I fucking was listening to a scientist the other day, fucking Rex Friedman, and the dude was he was fucking a bigwig, man, hanging out with fucking the dudes from shit, man. I'm fucking drunk. I'm trying to remember the
Yeah,
guy's
you
name.
are. Can I finish?
Come on,
this
stop.
shit?
Oh, go ahead. Anyway, no, he's agreeing with me that consciousness is something that we can't really define, and it looks like.
Well, I agree with that.
It looks like there might be some what we would call metaphysical or supernatural.
But
shit
the thing about it is
going on with
that
consciousness.
because, well, see, that's the reason that I'm skeptical is because, look, we don't even understand our own brains.
Yeah.
So
Right.
it's like, I think it's
There's a
like
lot
a
more
big
to it.
leap
Right.
to extrapolate from us like, hey, we don't understand like even how our own brains work, which is like an organic thing, to extrapolating to like some fucking metaphysical shit. I think that's like a way bigger leap
alright.
than you need to take.
I'm okay. Go ahead.
I mean,
I don't believe that. No.
I'm just saying, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I'm just saying, until we understand what the fuck is going on here, which we don't, then we can't really...
They cannot explain qualia.
Not yet.
And qualia.
Not yet.
Why red feels the way that it does, and
Not
why
yet.
certain things. And
But like I'm saying, because we don't understand
Right.
the way the brain works, we don't.
it's not the brain; it's the soul.
I'm just saying, until we
Right.
understand entirely how the brain works,
quantum. It's quantum
you
stuff.
can't jump ahead and say, oh, it must be supernatural, paranormal. We don't know
Well-
that yet. We don't know that yet. Because we don't
I don't
know.
want to say supernatural because then that brings in all kinds of weird shit. It's just that it's a certain element of physics that's beyond our ability to fucking
Sure,
deal
I'm
with.
willing. Yeah, I'm willing to
Right.
go that far.
And,
but I'm just saying that's the reason we don't understand.
Right.
We don't understand what can like our brains do all kind of like
Right.
weird shit that we don't understand
Right.
yet. Physics does all kind of weird shit
know
we don't
y'all- I
understand.
know y'all-
So we can't like jump forward and say, oh, it's this, that, and the other because we don't know yet.
In the Star Trek show, that is 13 o'clock, you got Spock and you got Kirk. And as Kirk, I'm going to tell you that, yeah, there's an afterlife. And fucking even Jenny around me has seen some weird shit she's not going to be able to explain. Because there's more to reality than we know. What the problem is our sensory apparatus. It is not good enough to actually tell us what reality is. We don't know what reality is. Vision and senses and smell, it's just not enough. The way reality really is beyond our current abilities. So we're not seeing reality as it is. There's more to it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, yeah, like I said,
Everybody knows that.
I'm willing to go that far because
Like a
I said-
shrimp does not know reality. It does not have the sensory apparatus to understand reality. Well,
and we only evolved to a
right.
certain, to a
Right.
particular point.
Right.
You know, we don't, and honestly, it's
Right.
only because of our brains and our intelligence that we've actually been able to figure out what we've been able to figure out thus far. And I kind of feel like it's not. I mean, we need to go farther with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm impressed that we've figured out what we've figured out
Right.
at this point, but it's still like not
Just
adequate.
based on the little weird shit that's happened to me. You can read it in Jenny's book. Fucking Mammoth Mountain Poltergeist. I believe in an afterlife, reincarnation, possibly. Things like higher dimensions and things like paranormal abilities. But those are very generic terms. Weird shit is possible. I've seen it. Okay, that's it. Go back to what you're talking about. Finish the show.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fucking
So,
loaded.
yeah.
I'm getting hungry too.
Yeah, me too.
You getting hungry? Oh, I'll make something to eat.
I mean, I'm almost at that.
Okay.
So, like I said, this whole situation coined a new English word, burking. Like I said,
Yeah.
that's basically not necessarily smothering, but usually smothering somebody to sell their body to science. That's what that word means. So they start this trial Christmas Eve, 1828. Now, you have to think, like, back in Scotland in the early 19th century, Christmas wasn't really, like, a big holiday.
Yeah.
That's a modern invention.
Yeah.
I know, like, some Christians will be, like, horrified by that, but yeah.
By Christmas? Yeah.
Well, by Christmas being not...
Yeah.
I kind of feel like, oh, back to the days of Jesus. It's like, no.
No. Christmas is new.
It's
Yeah.
very new.
Yeah.
It's very new.
A lot of Christians didn't like the idea of Christmas. They thought it was anti-Christian or pagan.
Yeah, it was pagan. Well, because a lot of
Yeah.
the shit is pagan.
It's all
So-
just, it doesn't matter though. It's just what modern people do.
Celebrate what you want to
It's all
celebrate.
good.
It's
Yeah.
all good.
Yeah.
Do what you want to do.
Yeah.
No one's judging. No one's watching you.
Yeah.
It's fine. So, so Christmas Eve, like I said, Christmas Eve, they were still doing, like, courts. Like, it wasn't a holiday. No one was all that concerned. So they bring him in. William Burke and Helen McDougall are both charged with one murder, Marjorie Doherty.
Okay, hold on. Let me say something. Sly is asking how he sends a super chat. There is where you enter text in YouTube. To the right, there will be a little square symbol that has like a dollar sign in it. If you don't have that, you have to go into YouTube and give them your bank account information, and then you activate certain things you'll see, and then you can send a super chat. But if you're not set up with that, because that takes time, you can just send Jenny something on PayPal later on tonight, or you can send us something on PayPal. What's the easiest way to find your PayPal?
I mean, PayPal is just, like, my email address.
Yeah.
Which is heck880@hotmail.com.
Yeah, you can
HECATE80.
Yeah. Another way you can do it is send her just a message on Facebook or on Instagram, one of our connections somewhere, and tell her that you want to send something, and she'll send you the
Yeah, and I
address.
can send you the link.
She'll send the address,
That'd
the
be,
link
like,
to it.
easier.
That's easiest.
Like, if you're really into
Yeah,
doing that.
and then you can send what you want. Then.
Yeah. So they bring these motherfuckers
Right.
to court. So they get charged with one murder, Marjorie Doherty. Now, William Burke also got charged with Mary Patterson's murder and Daft Jamie's murder, right? So two other ones. Now, the thing about it, like, here's one thing that I love about Scotland. You know how, I mean, in the British and the American legal system, you have, like, kind of like guilty, not guilty. Scotland has a very particular thing where it's kind of like their verdict is not proven. I kind of love that. I kind of feel like most people, like more countries should do that. It's like, look, we know you did it, but they didn't, like, prove it. And so, yeah. So they have a thing where it's, like, not proven. So that's was what happened with Helen McDougall. Is she ended up getting a not proven verdict. So she got set free. Burke, though, got sentenced to death by hanging. Now, the judge, listen to this shit. So the judge, when he was sentencing William Burke to death, because Hale got to go free because he flipped, right? So Burke took all the fucking heat for this shit. The judge says to him, and this is a quote. I mean, and this is, I'm not gonna lie, this is like some pretty cool, like, poetic justice. The judge says, your body should be publicly dissected and anatomized.
Yeah.
And I trust that if it is ever customary to preserve skeletons, yours will be preserved in order that posterity may keep in remembrance of your atrocious crimes. So it's like, thank you, Sly.
Thank you, Sly. You figured it out. That's
He
it.
figured it out, yeah.
You figured it out.
Yeah.
So Sly figured out the super chat button. Okay.
Yeah, that's good. But yeah, so I love that the judge was just kind of like, bitch, look what you did to, like, all these innocent ass people. We're gonna do that same shit to you when you die. I kind of love it. It's kind of like poetic justice.
Yeah.
So yeah. So Hale got away, like I said, but Burke got hanged. 28th of January, 1829. 20th of January. That's my brother's birthday. But yeah, so he got hanged. And because it was such a famous case, at least 25,000 people came out to see his hanging.
Damn.
I've seen, like, pictures of the shit.
25,000?
It was a lot.
Damn.
there was people everywhere.
That's like a
and
fucking...
people would like rent out like rooms so they could
Yeah.
like watch out the windows.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying?
There's a huge fucking mass of people.
It was it was a big crowd.
So he became a fucking celebrity
It was
in his own
big,
execution.
this was like a big fucking deal. So everybody came out to see him get hanged, and then his corpse got publicly dissected by not Dr. Knox, but another guy who was like a big anatomist at the time, whose name was Dr. Monroe, who was like the same guy, one of the same guys like at the same college. And they dissected him in front of like a whole bunch of people. Yeah. Now, what happened though was that because a bunch of students came, because everybody wanted to see him get dissected because it was like he was famous, and they had a riot because everybody couldn't get in because the tickets were limited. So they had a riot, and they were just kind of like, well, okay, well, we'll let you bitches come in like afterward, like after he's dissected. Like, you can come in after and, like, look at it so they don't, like, calm everybody down. So there was that kind of shit. I mean, can you imagine this kind of, like, shit happening nowadays? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, but I don't know.
People haven't changed that much.
Not really,
They
but...
would just show up to gawk.
I mean, I kind of feel like nowadays people at least have the decency to be like, maybe we shouldn't do that.
Sly sent us another one, man. He sent a big one.
Really?
Yeah,
Aw, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
now,
you.
somehow, Sly, you can send the super sticker and then somehow put text in it, too. And if you put text in it, it could be a question or it could be a comment, whatever. If it's a question, we'll respond directly to it. But, yeah, now you figured out Super Chat. Good deal.
Hooray.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You got the
That's
Fox
very
fucking giving us that. Yeah.
I know, I like the little animated.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a riot because everybody's kind of like, well, we wanted to see the body.
Yeah.
I wanted to see the body. Everyone's like fucking
Yeah.
spoiled. So there's that. So they let him come through in batches of like 50 people. They'll like come through and see the body. During the procedure, like while he's doing the autopsy that everyone was looking at,
Yeah.
somebody, it was either Monroe or somebody else. I don't really know. I've seen the pictures.
Yeah.
But somebody comes through. Monroe dips a quill pen into Burke's blood.
What?
And writes, this is a quote, "This is written with the blood of William Burke, who was hanged at Edinburgh. This blood was taken from his head."
So they're fucking stunting. They're fucking stunting on his fucking...
I've seen the fucking quote.
Yeah. Okay.
People back then were like messed up.
Well, they knew show business.
That's messed up.
They're trying to fucking... Oh, they're all trying to make money.
Bitch was
on this big
famous.
event.
Famous.
Taken from his head. How old was that bitch? He was probably fucking 25 years old who wrote that.
Oh, I don't know.
I bet you he was
I don't
a
know
young
how old
dude.
Monroe
People
was.
fucking forget how young these people were.
Yeah, these were
doing
like
this shit.
children.
Yeah,
Probably.
they were like children.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying.
Yeah.
I don't know how old Monroe was, but...
Well, even if they were older, they were still like children because they were very low information. You know, and it was just a different time.
Yeah, we're just gonna like
Yeah.
take some ink from like some dead person's
Yeah.
head. Like, who the fuck would do that? If you did that nowadays, everybody would be like, bro.
Yeah, I would have done that back in those days, though.
Well, back in those
those days, yeah.
Back in those days.
I'm like, yeah.
But like I said, if you did that now, everybody
Yeah,
like,
people, yeah. It'd be uncouth. But, you know, it's just another time. Well, hey, man, all cultures are like this. Me and fucking Canavatslan talking all the time. You know, he lives in Mexico. And we talk about fucking the Mesoamericans and the Aztec all the time. And trade videos and shit. He'll come up with some really good videos of fucking stuff about the Aztecs. And it's just people were fucking crazy. People were wild. They would do some wild shit back then. But they're only working on the information that they had.
which was not much.
Not much, and they're working from the framework of the culture of the time, the religious framework of the time.
Again,
And-
not.
Yeah. And
That's
as a cook, he'll send me fucking like really good links to Mexican cooks like Cooking con Claudia on fucking YouTube. She's fucking cute little Mexican girl who teach you how to fucking cook. Really
Is she
good.
the one that made that like fantastic?
The shit that I cooking for you? Yes.
The pork.
Yes.
Is it- yeah,
Carnitas.
That turned out really
yeah.
good.
If you guys want to learn how to cook real Mexican food, Go on YouTube
That was
and,
delicious.
and look up Cooking con Claudia. And she's this cute little Mexican girl. She'll tell you how to fucking cook what they cook in Mexico. It's so much better. But you had to understand something about Mexican cooking. In the olden days, all these fucking fantastic fucking Mexican recipes were done only for the Mexican royalty or aristocracy up in fucking, Mexico City during the time of fucking Cortez and shit. And it was human meat. It was all they were cannibals, And I'd be like, carnitas came from people, They were soylent green is people.
Carnitas is made for people.
Yeah. But
hey, if it's delicious, I'll eat it. I don't care.
it was religiously sanctified religious cannibalism, and
Well,
this way it was.
they're kind of into that. They're eating Jesus' flesh. So it's not
exactly.
That weird.
And you're talking about a people that were like very close, on par with the Vikings. Okay, these were not weak dudes. These motherfuckers were fucking conquerors, and badasses, But you gotta love it. It was just it was a culture of its day, and they still honor it to this day. I'm totally, and growing up partially in Brazil, I could go to Mexico. I'd fucking have a great time there. I want to go to Mexico City, hang out. They got a great goth scene in Mexico. And I'd have a good time there.
Jake says, if carnitas is people, I'm a cannibal then.
Yeah,
I can live with
carnitas
that.
is people.
Yeah.
Carnitas was people. There's a lot of shit that they used to cook.
I gotta say though, that channel on YouTube, it's like that is the best carnitas you've ever made.
Yeah, it's good because it's got a very.
I mean, all the carnitas you made is good, but
this one's better because
good.
less is more. The fucking
Yeah,
spice
really
profile is a lot more mild. Good. Yeah, Claudia's carnitas are really good. But Canavazlan made me an honorary Mexican because I make my own fucking tortillas. I make this shit out of fucking
we got a
masa
tortilla
shit.
press and everything.
Yes, but
we make a lot of Mexican food.
I love Mexican food.
Mexican food, Indian food.
Yeah, made my own salsa that I grew the tomatoes and the peppers and all that shit out in the backyard.
Yeah, all this shit came out.
Made my own fucking salsa casera. Very good, real good. And it was Claudia's recipe.
Yeah.
Roasted all of it. The garlic, the peppers, the tomatoes. I didn't have tomatillos, but you don't really need tomatillos. You can use just tomatoes. I got some green tomatoes. But those are in there too. And you cook it and made salsa casero.
Yeah.
Casera.
That was some good shit.
Yeah.
Good shit. All right, so can I finish this up?
Finish it up, bitch. Finish it up, babe.
Don't call me bitch.
I called you babe.
Oh.
Babe.
Sound like you said bitch.
Nah, finish it up, babe.
All right. So, yeah.
You get sensitive.
It sounded like you
Don't
said
get
bitch.
sensitive.
Well, it's not like you haven't called me bitch before.
Well, that's just fucking with good nature, though.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, so, I mean, I'm not going to lie. It is kind of, satisfying that this motherfucker that killed so many people and sold their bodies to science. The judge was kind of like, yeah, turnabout's fair play, motherfucker. You are also going to be cut up and anatomized and dissected in front of everybody. So I kind of love that. So they did that. Everybody came to look at it. Like I said, people wrote letters with the dude's blood and everything like that. William Burke's skeleton also got donated to the Anatomical Museum of Edinburgh Medical School, and it's still there. As far as I know, this year it's still there. If you go to the Surgeons Hall Museum, it's still there. They also have a death mask of his, and they also have a notebook that was made out of his tanned skin because I don't know how I feel about that. I don't feel too bad about that because, like I said, I don't care too bad what happened to this motherfucker. But yeah. So that happened to Burke. Now Helen McDougal, though, she got released at the end of the trial. Now she goes home, but obviously Everybody knew who she was. They knew what she was involved with. So it's not like she's going to be able to have a normal life. The next day, she actually goes to the liquor store or whatever. And she's like, hey, I got to go buy some booze. And a whole bunch of, like, local people were like, yeah, no, that's not going to happen. You got off with this. You knew what was going on. So they, like, attacked her like a big mob. She had to be taken into police custody for her own protection. And the mob that was after her actually, like, attacked the police station. So she actually had to crawl out through a back window to another police station. And then at that point, they were kind of like, well, you got to get out of town. We don't know what to do with you. So she kind of, like, left Edinburgh after that, and nobody really knows what happened to her subsequently. Now, William Hare, as I said, because he turned, as we would say in this country, state's evidence, but as they would say over there, king's evidence. So he rolled over on his partner, and he got released. Now, because he was released, nobody was, like, super happy about that either. Now, they tried to, like, get him out of town safely. They put him in a disguise and tried to get him out of Edinburgh. Now, they put him on a train, but at one of the stops that he had to stop at, he got recognized by somebody, even though he was in disguise, and a big, like, mob formed. And they were kind of like, well, we're gonna, like, beat this bitch's ass. So, yeah. So they're all kind of, like, gathering around. Police had to come, and they had to, like, arrange, like, there's a decoy. We have to, like, send him off on a different thing so he doesn't get, like, his ass beat and all this other kind of stuff. So they actually had to take him to the prison for, like, to keep him safe for a little while. Crowd surrounded that. It was a whole thing. So, I don't know. Should they have just probably let the crowd beat him to death? I don't know. Maybe. I'm not saying yes or no. I'm just saying maybe. But after that, he, like, kind of, like, took off after all this, like, protection that he went through. Basically, the cops were just kind of like, they took him to the English border. They're like, just go. Get the fuck out of here. We don't care where you go. We don't want to take care of you anymore. We're, like, sick of looking after you. So he took off. And after that point, they really don't know what happened to him. He probably, if I was him, I would have changed my name. I'm sure that he probably changed his name. Now, like I said, Dr. Knox, there's still, to this day, controversy over how much did Dr. Knox know? Like, should he have been prosecuted along with the others? Oh, Pookie. Where'd she come from? You alright, sweetie? Aw. You guys, we didn't tell you, Beijing had to go to the vet today.
Yeah.
She's very sick.
She's getting old.
I mean...
They gave me some treatment for her, though. Her liver and her kidneys, she's throwing up. She's just getting old.
I know, but
she lost 3 pounds since the last time she was there.
Aw.
Should be okay, though.
I hope so.
They only live for so long.
I know, but...
We'll just give her... She's an old cat now.
How old is Beijing?
Oh, shit. Got her in 2000...
When were the Beijing Olympics?
2008. No, I got it, 2008.
Well, before I met you, because,
right,
yeah.
Yeah.
We had her before.
And she was just born. She was only a few months old.
Yeah, she was a baby.
Right.
Although, when I met you, she was, like, not fully grown, but she was, like, not a kitten anymore.
Yeah. It's just, they don't live that long, and she's getting old. She's had a good life, though.
I know, but...
She's still in pretty good shape, but she's throwing up. We'll see.
She's always had, like... Well, I will say she's always had, like, a sensitive stomach.
Yeah.
She barfs a lot.
Yeah.
Pookie doesn't.
Right.
But... I mean, well, it might be because she's, like, a long-haired cat, too.
It's damn near impossible that a cat lives 20 years. Okay.
Sometimes they do.
It's very rare.
Yeah.
But, we'll see.
I mean, I don't really like to... Yeah.
Taking care of her whole life. Should be okay.
How old is Beige? 14?
2008 would be what?
I can't math. 2021 minus 2008. 15.
15 years. So she's only got a few years left in her.
Well, I hope
Yeah.
she lives all of the time that.
No, she'll just be here. She'll get sick, and
Yeah.
we'll have to put her down. And that's just the way it is. Put down so many horses, over the years, and it's best not to let them suffer. It's just if they get sick, and you're going like, oh, there's gonna be a lot of problems with the cat, and time for you to go to sleep, baby. It's just how it is.
I know, but
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
want to keep them like alive, and
Oh, she's had a good life.
she has.
She's had a good life.
She
She's
has.
she's got it made for a cat.
It sucks because I kind of think about that with Pookie, but like Pookie's only like she'll be 5 this summer,
So she's still a baby.
She's still a baby.
Yeah.
But
By the time that happens to Pookie, she'll be tired. Time to go.
I mean, hopefully
Yeah.
I'll be fucking old.
But
by
that's
that
a
point.
whole lifespan for them. So,
I don't know.
they're
I
not
like-
humans. They don't
I
live
don't
that
like
long.
I know. I don't like to think about it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I know it happens. I just don't like to
think about it. Don't focus on it.
I try not to. I try
Yeah.
not to. But I have nightmares about it
Yeah.
sometimes. About little Pookie. But yeah, so a lot of these motherfuckers, other than Burke, Burke got hanged and dissected, and his skin made into books and shit like that, and his skeleton being given to medical things. But nobody else really got punished for it in a way that was satisfactory for people. So the thing about Dr. Knox, like I said, there's a lot of controversy over whether Dr. Knox should have been prosecuted along with, I kind of feel like the public opinion was with, Dr. Knox probably should have been prosecuted because he probably knew what was going on. He never admitted to knowing anything about where the bodies were coming from, and he always, maintained plausible deniability. But he's always like, well, I just kind of figured these dudes just, hung out in these fucking tenements, and people were dying all the time, and they were just bringing me the bodies, so I didn't, think about it. You know what I mean? So, but I don't buy that. The reason I don't buy that is because of the whole shit with Daft Jamie. When Daft Jamie turned up on his autopsy table, and his students were like, hey, that's Daft Jamie, he was just kind of like, no, it's not. And then he cut the head and the feet off, which were the most recognizable aspects of Daft. He's just like, what are you talking about? I don't know who that is. So the fact that he did that, if that hadn't happened, I'd be willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. But since that happened...
Yeah, he knew.
No. Of course he knew. He knew. But he got away with it. Burke was really the only one that hanged for it. And he got, like I said, his skin got made into a notebook. His skeleton is still on... Actually, if you're in Edinburgh, if you're in the museum nowadays, you can still see his skeleton. There it is. It's still there. So, and the rest of them, they don't really know what happened. Like I said, there was some kind of, when they tried to, go out and about in Edinburgh, mobs were like, oh no, and they try to fucking kill them and stuff, so they probably changed their names and went elsewhere, so they don't know what happened to them after that. Now, one good thing that did come out as a result of all this bullshit was that because there weren't enough cadavers for scientific research, this had been a problem that had been addressed earlier than, even earlier than these murders had happened by, Jeremy Bentham and stuff like that. They had kind of, thrown around a law back then. They were just kind of like, hey, maybe we should make more bodies, available to, for research and stuff, but it didn't pass. But after the murders happened... They kind of, pushed through some of the, okay, we absolutely need to, fucking pass some shit now. There was also another murder that happened... Sorry. Damn. So there was also another murder that happened in East London. And this was a 14-year-old kid who was killed and then subsequently sold on to an anatomist at King's College London. And this is called like the London Burkers murder or whatever. So the fact that that happened, and then like the Burke and Hare stuff, so they're like, okay, well, obviously people are going from like grave robbing, which wasn't like a big deal, to now like murdering people because, hey, they're cutting out the middleman. So we need to do something about that. So they basically, they hanged two guys in December of 1831 for, doing the murdering people to get corpses. And so they're kind of like, okay, well, we need to like pass a law to like do something about this. So in 1832, they passed the Anatomy Act in Parliament. And that was essentially opening up more avenues for them to, like, the government would essentially like set aside X amount of cadavers for medical schools. So they would kind of like nip in the bud, like, look, nobody needs to like fucking rob graves or like murder people or whatever to like get money. So they essentially like nip that in the bud. So that's kind of, they like ran that through, and it was very effective in, I mean, I kind of feel like the grave robbing, the trade in grave robbing after that was like, nobody really did it anymore because it wasn't like really worth it. So it was successful in whatever it was trying to do. So, yeah, so it did have a silver lining, at least. Like, Burke and Hare, they killed 16 innocent people, which sucked. But at least it had a positive outcome in the sense that the government finally, like, paid attention, and they were just kind of like, okay, well, we need to pass a law to, like, make X amount of cadavers available so that, we don't have this illegal trade in them happening. Right. So we don't have incentive for people to, like, kill people. So, the event, yeah. Well,
Yeah, hey, we gotta make medical cadavers fucking.
I mean, desperate people.
Or they bitch to start killing people.
Desperate people.
Yeah.
I mean, Burke and Hare were kind of like the first people that did that. Most people just like dug graves up, but Burke and Hare were just kind of like, man,
we're gonna make some bodies.
Digging up graves seems like a lot of work.
Yeah.
So it's much easier just to like smother people.
Yeah.
And the bodies are fresher. I mean.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It's honestly
though.
like surprising that more people didn't come to that conclusion.
Yeah,
like I said, that gives me hope in humanity that like even back then, there was only two motherfuckers that came up with that.
It would
shit.
make sense that that would happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that's why. And I kind of feel like they at least acknowledge, they're like, it was just like an outcome of all of these like various factors. And there's like, we don't want that to happen again. Yes, we understood where that, it's not right, but we understood where that came from. So let's not go there.
Right.
So we're going to give you guys all the cadavers you need from legitimate legal sources, so nobody will have to resort to that kind of like fuckery as they did back then. So yeah.
So how long we been streaming?
Almost 5 hours.
5 hours? What the fuck? This is a long ass show. Okay, we're gonna shut it down. And I'll give us something to eat. Okay, gonna make it something.
Okay.
All right. 5 hours. That's ridiculous. That's the longest one in a fucking long time.
Well, hey, that's what happens.
We were getting sidetracked.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wonder why that could happen.
I don't know.
But yeah, so hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. Hopefully we stayed on the topic enough to make it like worthwhile. But it was fun for us. So we will be back. It's Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
We'll be back Friday night for the Sidetrack show, which is not that much different from this show, but we're not going to even pretend to like talk about it, the actual topic. So we're going to like go and like talk about whatever. Yeah. Yeah. So we're going to go eat. You guys go eat. And we will see you guys on Friday evening. Thank you all for dropping by. Thank you for Super Chats. We love you guys. We'll be back Friday, and we'll see you then. Bye.